Blind terror strikes fear into the hearts of innocent people. The morgue receives the victims of the blind dead. There's no escape from the blind dead. They are the Templars, devil worshippers, a death cult that has risen from their 1,000-year-old tombs to begin a horrible reign of terror. No one is safe from their curse.
The fear, the anxiety. Terror once again treks its legendary course, making your flesh creep with pleasure.
A human sound in the ancient cemetery brings the evil creatures from their tombs. The Templars perform their sadistic rites. A virgin is sacrificed in a blood ritual.
Their hellborn revenge, for which there is no assurance of protection, nor will you escape.
A fiery death for those who can't escape the blind dead. Coming soon from your cemetery.
Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 265 of the Triple Shots of Moodz and Horror podcast is coming at you live and direct with my hetero life mate, JP, also known as the Mexicans. We also got Mr. No Fact Checks, Saucedo, also known as Templar Terror. And I'll be your host, the Toxic Offender, also known as the Canadian Cannibal, Moodz. Yeah. What's going on, my dudes?
I don't be fact checking. You are correct.
No fact checked. It's a good thing because it makes for good conversation every time you fuck up. So
yeah, I can get beat over.
I don't think so. I think he's just dumb.
I think it's pure entertainment, to be honest. Like some of the shit, like I can just every time Tyler says something, he's like, I'm not sure if this is actually factual. I can just hear Carly in the background just going, "This motherfucker's an idiot."
That's why I have to like preview it now. I'll be like, I don't know this for sure. What I'll say
this is a summer extravaganza.
This is actually a record too, I swear. So we've been doing the show for over 10 years, and I think this is the first time we've ever done 3 bonus episodes in a summer. I know we've done 1 or 2 before.
I think we've done like more than I think we've done like 4 or 5 once.
Really?
But that was back when we were doing like 1 movie reviews.
Right, a lot easier to prep for.
Yeah,
because we did. Well, when we finished our last season, we actually ended up doing 2 shows right after the fact. And a lot of people noticed that too. They're like, holy shit, we thought we were done. And then you're like, drop 2 right away. And then we've been obviously on a break for a little bit. But we're back with episode 265. And it's a franchise show if you guys have not read the title of the episode. And it's going to be the Blind Dead franchise. So, yeah, I mean, I think this one has been a long time coming. I've been wanting to do it for a long time. I remember actually talking about this. I'm not sure if it was on the show. Maybe it was before show, after show, like way back when we first started. I wanted to do this. I mentioned this. I was like, man, we got to do a Mondo de Usario. I wasn't a director spotlight, but we got to cover the films. I guess in a sense it kind of is, right? Because
we're doing an additional one that's not him.
Yeah, I guess. But I mean, it's pretty cool that he ended up directing all 4 of the original films, though. Pretty cool stuff. So.
Yeah.
But finally here. I mean, I want to say probably 9 or 10 years later after the fact. So
yeah, we almost actually did it during
the end of the season.
Yeah, like we actually had it planned, and I actually started watching the first one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what happened. We switched it around or something, but
we ended up
obviously
doing a shorter show. I think we did a shorter show just due to timing or something like that. We didn't have enough time for. I can't remember what happened, but I think we
swapped it.
I think it was because we did like a Sin Bin episode like in the same week or something.
Yeah, and it's funny because you think it wouldn't be that much prep, but then we end up watching. I mean, if you're watching everyone's reviews, like sometimes 5-6 movies.
Yeah,
for one show. So
I think what we did too. I think we swapped it to. That was the week we swapped it to the Carnival of Souls one. We just never were able to catch up to this.
Yeah, because we ran out of weeks. I think
that's exactly what it was. That's exactly what it was. It was the Carnival of Souls episode for sure.
Speaking of like 10 years, though, we were talking a little bit about beforehand, and we've mentioned this on the show before, but I want to do the Phantasm franchise again. And Moodz said, hell no, he hates Phantasm.
I did not.
But no, the way that I was thinking of it is like, obviously we haven't done Phantasm 5.
Right.
Ever. Because we did that show before that one came out, before it is even
years before
mentioned.
It came out.
And I was thinking like, okay, Phantasm was literally episode 8, right? Like 8.
So that was 257 episodes ago.
Yeah.
That's fucked when you actually put that into perspective.
Yeah.
I remember listening to that episode like on my lunch break, like from school at a
That's when Jeremy was still technically hosting the show, like in the first 20 episodes.
That's right. Jeremy was the original host.
Yeah, he was.
Remember that?
Until
he did the first
like 20 something.
we called
you have the all right.
The first season was Jeremy, and then I took over in season 2. We used to season it out. Now I don't even know. Like, what is it? What are we on? Like season 12 or something? I don't even know.
And the fact that we reviewed Phantasm from 47 minutes in to an hour and 18 minutes in. So we literally spent like less than 30 minutes on Phantasm, which is kind of shocking.
Yeah, crazy.
Like we only spent 15 minutes on Lord of the Dead and 17 minutes on Oblivion. 3 people getting across their points in 17 minutes.
We
that
probably,
is crazy to me.
For 17 minutes, we probably just talked about how the fuck they had this footage, and it was so damn.
Yeah.
Remember the first time you ever watched Oblivion? You're like, how the fuck did they do this? What the fuck?
Yeah.
Right? But it was tons of footage you never used. It's so cool that they still had that shit to use.
I would love to see like Don, like it's probably awful, but I would love to see his original just like 3-hour cut.
3-hour cut, yeah.
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 But my point is that I don't like the idea of like redoing all the franchises we've ever covered, right?
No.
Like there's no need to redo some of them. But Phantasm, it was over 10 years ago that we did.
And there was a bonus film in there. And I think that, like, to be honest, I mean, the show's grown over those years, and thoughts.
Yeah, for sure.
Tyler wasn't even there, so
yeah, and I mean,
I was listening to it in Panera Bread.
But even opinions, like I honestly couldn't tell you what I rated any of those films. So, I mean, I have a vague idea maybe of what Phantasm Part 2 was, but 3, I probably rated 3 pretty high because I always really liked 3 for some weird reason. People always seem to shit on that one, but I don't know. But who knows? They could come. I can't see them coming in lower.
Realistically, the only shows that I would ever like be interested in like redoing the review, like tackling them again, is honestly Phantasm and like the Halloween series, honestly. Because
honestly, I have thought about the Halloween franchise because even though it's like wouldn't even make my top 15, and everyone knows that, but my opinions have changed so drastically. Like from the first time I got on YouTube, and people have even commented on that too. Like I used to talk a lot different about the Halloween films. Mm-hmm. And I used to have a little bit more higher regard for some of the sequels and stuff, especially Part 4, which I think is fucking terrible. And now, and I've had this opinion for years though. Like I've been very outspoken about a lot of the Halloween films. I'm just not a huge Halloween fan. Like as a whole, there's films in there I absolutely love. Don't get me wrong, but I think that talking about it now would be really interesting because there's obviously 3 more films, which we're going to be doing this Halloween. It's a little giveaway there, but we're going to be redoing, I guess, the first film because we've actually already reviewed the first film on this show. So that's going to be a re-talk about. And I do remember what I gave it because I gave it 6 out of 10. And I'll never forget Jeremy's reaction. What the fuck? You gave that the same as this? And I'm like, stop comparing fucking movies to other fucking movies. Ratings for dummies. I hate when he used to do that.
If you did that to like some of my ratings, things would get out of hand quick.
I know. And I'm like, dude, it doesn't matter. But anyways, I know for a fact like where I stand on these films right now. But we'll see by Halloween when I rewatch them. But yeah, that's something. I
gotta say, I've only seen all of them once, and they were all just like at the theater. That's the only time I've seen these films.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, my opinion has went in all different directions with like the entire Halloween franchise. But like, for example, I mean that we did that in 2 episodes actually. That's the only franchise I think we've ever split up into 2 shows.
Well, I think because we did. So
we
there was
did 1 through 6, and then 6 or 7, 8, 9. I forget how we did it.
So there
One
was
through five.
So there's
Was
10.
it?
No, we did 1 through 5 and then 6 through 10 because there was
Yeah.
10 at the time. And I think each episode was like 6 hours long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the reason that I would like be interested to redo that is because my opinions have changed so much since then. For one, like I would kind of I feel like I was a bit more negative on Halloween 3, even though I liked it a lot back then. And then also, my opinions have completely changed on fucking H2. And I feel like I didn't have the capabilities to explain why I love that movie back then. And I didn't love it back then too. But I feel like we totally dropped the ball on analyzing that movie back then.
I don't remember the review. I remember some of the things.
None of us were high on it. We all just was like, it has good things and then stupid
The
things.
one thing about that film that, I mean, I haven't seen it in years. I probably haven't watched it since that show, to be honest, because it's a film I've never enjoyed. But the one thing I always take away from H2. Are you talking about H2 like Halloween, like Rob Zombie's H2?
Like Rob Zombie's.
Yeah.
Oh,
right?
fuck! I
Yeah.
took it as H2O. I was like, oh shit.
No.
Right. Okay, so we're talking Halloween. Oh yeah, 100%. I love that movie too. Like I think.
Yeah, we didn't really do good. We all came in kind of low on it, and I think even in that review, I think we might have even said we hadn't seen it since it came out or something.
Yeah.
But since then, 10 years later,
Right.
I'm a big, massive fan of that movie now.
I've watched it a few
it's
times.
actually one of my favorite films in the franchise.
Yeah, I've definitely watched it a couple times since we've done that too.
It's funny because
know
like
why,
when
but-
you guys did that review, I really liked his remake. I was a fan of it, and I did not like his H2. Like now, I don't know how high I am on H2, but I definitely like it a lot more, and I appreciate what it did. But I do not like his original. I do not like the first one at all anymore.
I do. I'm a big fan of the first one.
I think the thing is, I think the only cut I have available to me is the 2-hour one, and it's that cut I don't like, and I would probably like the theatrical one when I don't have.
Honestly, I have problems with both cuts. I actually wish I could combine the two and make my own cut because I think that there's
A hybrid cut. Yeah.
a hybrid cut between them. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know if we'll ever get to that, but we're gonna do the well shit. I don't know. We'll have to evaluate that. I don't know.
We might end up doing a couple. I mean, I would definitely like to do the Phantasm franchise. I mean, I've watched all the movies multiple times since we've did that franchise. Like I used to make a point every year of doing I would watch all the films in the Phantasm franchise at least once a year.
Mm-hmm.
I love it, and I'm like JP too. Like I will throw on the original Phantasm all the time.
Yeah,
right.
I wanted to do like a big season this season coming up. Like obviously it's 10 years anniversary of Italian Horror Month, so we're doing big stuff with that.
It's all different shows, by the way. It's all different shows. We're not doing director spotlights. We're actually doing a bunch of other things, which I think we have talked about it.
We should talk a little bit more before we announce it though, because I was thinking about something about it today. I meant to mention it before we got on.
Okay. But yeah, I think we have announced some of it, but I think
some of them definitely, top 10. We're definitely doing that. That doesn't change, right?
I think that for me, it's like, all right, we've done 10 years of director spotlights, which I do like, and it's been awesome. And there's still more that we need to do. But I figured for the 10-year anniversary, we could sort of do a few different things just to celebrate the 10-year anniversary of Italian Horror Month. And then I kind of wanted to I was thinking back, Moodz, to that 1 year in 22 Shots where it was like a celebration year almost. I think we did 6 Italian Horror Month. Five.
There was 5. It was an extra
5 weeks instead of 4.
Yeah.
And then also we did all franchises during October.
Yeah. Was that the year that we did Child's Play?
Texas Chainsaw.
Yeah, we did big ones.
Yeah, that's a
Saw.
lot.
I think that was the Saw year.
Were you
too.
guys? Were you prepping at the time for like a year show too?
Probably, but I
Yeah.
think we probably pushed it until like April or something.
Yeah, like, I was like,
Yeah,
but-
we watched a fuck ton of films in that, like between September and like, fuck, man, there's so many movies.
So I think it would just be fun to do like other shit too.
Well,
like,
I mean, what exactly is? I mean, the tentative idea that we have. I mean, things can change and stuff, but there was. So, if you guys aren't familiar, and if you are familiar, it doesn't really matter. Just rehash this information. But over the tenure of Italian Horror Month, 10 years, we essentially reviewed every single Argento film. We did an Argento spot like every year and covered like all 20 something of his
for
films.
like 7 years.
Yeah, so we did like all of his films. So what we decided to do was actually do like a top 10 Argento kind of Roundtree episode. Then we
thought
also
We're
are
doing
gonna.
a ranking.
Oh, is it a ranking or is it not top 10?
Yeah, it's a ranking.
Oh, okay.
So like that. All right. So this is the thing with these, because like I feel like if we do this, like we do top 10, it's gonna make the top 10s kind of anticlimactic.
The top 10 Argento, you mean?
But like if you do a top 10, if you rank Argento movies, then we do top 10 movies for the like top 10 Italian horror movies. Like everyone's gonna know our Argento ranking. So like as soon as an Argento movie like appears on your list, like you know how many Argento movies are going to be on the list now.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Well, because
not necessarily.
because our top 10 Italian films is based on what we reviewed throughout the 10 years.
Yeah,
Which we did
okay,
review all
but
the
like
Argentos.
this,
What
So
he's
we're
saying
actually
is
doing a
if
top
we do
10.
an Argento ranking the first week, and then the last week we do a top 10 Italian horror movies.
Well, maybe I
if-
like 10. Maybe I like
if-
10 other movies more than any
No,
other
no, what
Argento
he's
film.
No, no, what I'm saying is
hold up. He's
Yeah.
saying, like, let's say that Deep Red was my number 5 in the Argento rankings, right?
Yeah.
And then on my top 10 horror Italian movies, Deep Red comes in at number 8. Well, we know there's probably going to be 4 more Argento movies on the rest of my top 10 list.
and what the order is probably going to be.
So then we just do Argento last then?
I don't know. Like that's just
Why
a
don't we-
thought I had.
I don't know. We might have to rethink this.
That's a thought I had today. That
Yeah,
like,
But I do like the idea, and it's solely based on Italian Horror Month itself. Like all the films that we reviewed throughout the 10 years.
yeah, and I
Those
think
are
that should be-
eligible. Those are eligible for the top 10. I mean, there's not that many big films, if any, really, that we haven't covered. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, so they're pretty much all there. Let's face it, right? So the majority of your all-time favorites are probably within that 10-year span, right? So I think that's
Yeah.
going to be pretty fun. So anyway, we can tinker with this idea, but I think the other one was another zoology show. We're going to do an alligator show, which is Killer Croc
Alligator
1 and
Crocodile.
Alligator. Yeah, Killer Croc 1 and 2, and I think Alligator actually. Martino's Alligator.
The Great Alligator.
There's so
Yeah.
many titles for that film. And then what was the
best one for me, the one I think will be a lot of fun is the zombie franchise.
Oh, right, the zombie film. Yeah, right.
So I thought we could actually do specifically the Argento cut of Dawn of the Dead.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen it, to be honest. So I'd be happy to do that
Why?
because I just like
Because that's zombie 1.
yeah. Technically,
I guess so,
like
right?
I actually had to
it
look
is
up how.
zombie 1. It
I would-
literally
yeah.
is the first zombie movie.
Actually, that's
Yeah.
really fucking funny, dude. That's
I
actually
was
fucking
like-
brilliant. I never thought of that shit.
Yeah.
But then we
Because
go to
I was
Fulci
even-
Zombie 2, and then we
Yeah,
go to
I was even
fucking.
confused, like how like this franchise actually worked. So I was trying to look it up, and like then I saw a zombie that like, oh, Dawn of the Dead was titled Zombie, and this is the sequel to Dawn of the Dead. Like I never understood like why that the title was actually like that.
Right, and then you go on to Zombie 3, which is Fulci again.
Yeah,
It's fucking funny, man. And then 4 and 5. Killing Bird seems to get released. Like, I think it's getting more releases. It is ridiculous, man. It's out of control with that movie. But
I could probably use on the thumbnail, I'll probably find like the actual like Italian poster for Dawn of the Dead that's titled as Zombie. You know what I mean?
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that artwork, man. I have the old Anchor Bay DVD of that with the zombie title. Pretty cool.
Yeah. But like obviously we've reviewed Dawn of the Dead before. but
Yep.
specifically the Argento cut, which is different. It is different.
It is. It's
There's some
shorter.
differences.
It's quite a bit shorter. It's supposed to be a little bit more fast paced and without the comedic stuff. But then, isn't the pie scene in that film though?
I can't remember. There are actual like things in the movie that I do think is better than the Romero cut sometimes. Like certain things with like the music and stuff that I feel like makes it a little darker.
Yeah,
but it has been a little while since I've watched it. But
love
I
this
thought that would be
poster.
cool.
it's been a bit since I've watched Argento cut. Also,
I'm checking out this poster. It looks like City of the Living Dead. This is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But yeah, so that like Italian horror month, and then before that, obviously we have October, which I would like to do like a whole franchise month. I think that would be fun.
I want to do the Phantasm at some time, but I think like in October I would like to do say like Prom Night and Psycho and
See,
Critters.
I feel like Phantasm is such an October vibe, though.
Yeah, you're right. But
Yeah, I could vibe with that.
I just have this mentality where I like to cover a little bit more things before I start redoing things. But it's
right,
fine.
but it's one thing.
Hey man, we're a collective and we'll take a vote and I'll probably lose this one. So it's not that I don't want to do it because Phantasm is literally one of my all-time favorite franchises, and I even like the fifth one. A lot of people don't, but I do. So whatever. But
maybe we'll just do all franchises and we'll just pick like select 4.
I mean, a lot of these franchises I'm talking about are relatively smaller.
Yeah.
So
As long as if we're just like cranking out, because we'll be done with 75 prep then too.
Yeah,
so
there's another week in there that we didn't put anything in yet, too.
Yeah. Was that the Wasteland week?
That's the one where you said maybe a Universal show. But if Moodz wants to do like another franchise that we haven't touched yet, we can put it there.
Fucking Prom Night or some stupid shit, man. Let's talk about those.
Yeah, Prom Night. There's 5 of those. What other ones are there that we have?
What franchise?
There's 5 Critters films, which I've been wanting to do for a long time too.
Yeah, well, if we do Critters, I would not feel comfortable not having Chris on the show.
I know. I was thinking the same thing actually. Every time I think of Critters, I always think of Chris. So you pretty much have to have him on. He's been on the show before, right?
Mm-mm.
He's never.
No, I don't think so. I think he's left voicemails and stuff.
Right. Which his fucking YouTube name is literally Critter Buster.
Yeah, he has a Critters podcast and everything.
He's got Critters tattoos. His whole fucking life revolves around. I mean, it'd be nice to have a super fan on, like, just get those little anecdotes and stuff that he probably knows that we don't, because I like the films, but
I was supposed to guest on his podcast last December. We were doing like 3 Christmas horror movies, but his co-host like canceled, so I ended up not doing that.
Shit.
But yeah, and then obviously like December we have some shows that we'll do, but we had talked about this last time, but I want to do a top 10 Christmas horror list.
Yeah, that we're not going to do an actual like trilogy of films, or not straight up trilogy, but 3 films. But maybe, but I would like to.
We might do it like the week before, or maybe we'll do like 3 weeks of it.
I'm hoping that there's
all Christmas.
We could do winter horror one week. That's not exactly Christmas, but
I'm thinking that with the resurgence of like holiday horror films and stuff, I mean, there'll probably be at least 3 new ones that we could probably cover.
Oh yeah,
we've covered a lot of fucking retro Christmas related horror films. I mean, obviously we haven't done all of them, but we've done a fair amount, including the Silent Night, Deadly Night franchise.
Well, especially when you're talking like the older stuff, we've done mostly all of it. You know what I mean?
We really have covered a lot of that shit. But I mean, even last year we did It's a Wonderful Knife, which was really fun. And by the way, remember I even made a joke about getting my buddy Mark to sign that Blu-ray when I was at HorrorCon. I actually got him to sign it when I was at HorrorCon in the summer. So if you guys watched that video, then but I'm sure you fuckers didn't because you guys don't support us. So.
No,
but anyways, yeah, no, it's that was surprisingly a fun film. But again, there probably will be some modern stuff that's coming out that we can just splice into that show, make a show out of it. So. Which I'm always down for it. I mean, like I said, I've seen all the older stuff a million times. Some of the newer stuff, it can be hit and miss, of course. But
there's a few older ones that we haven't done. I think, like just a few.
Honestly,
most of them.
Maybe we'll get lucky and Terrifier 3 will like come out right at the right time, and we could do that.
I'm assuming it's
I think
probably
it
going to
comes out
drop.
this October, right?
Oh, see,
No, I thought they said it was November, like in time, like after Halloween, but in prep for Christmas. I could be wrong on that, but like it would make more sense to come out closer to Christmas, considering that it's a
October
Christmas film.
11th.
it's not a guarantee you'll get it though, right, Moodz?
No, fuck no.
That's
Yeah,
the
you
thing.
won't.
Fuck
get it.
no, man. I wasn't even fucking guaranteed, like, well, which is weird because like the first week Trap opened up, we didn't even get it. And then all of a sudden it just came into the theater the week after. So
You didn't get Cuckoo. Did you get Cuckoo?
No, Cuckoo opened up this Friday or whatever, and we didn't get it. I was like, what the fuck? Like, I thought for sure that we'd get that one.
Yeah, but that's. Do you normally get the neon stuff? You get long legs?
Yeah, we did get long legs, yeah.
Yeah.
Which I'm not overly surprised about that, considering it had so much promotion for it. And like it has Nick Cage, like it has elements that should sell. But
I've been getting lucky because some of these ones that got like a limited release, like I have two Cinemarks near me. One's like about 35 minutes away and one's like 15. And then there's one that's like 45 minutes away. I never go to unless like it's real boring. But yeah, the one that's like 35 minutes away is like much worse than the one closer to me, and the one closer to me seems to get like basically everything. And that one, but it hasn't gotten like any of those, and the one like 30 minutes away randomly has. So like I've been lucky that I got to see Cuckoo. I saw the TV Glow. I got to see Late Night with the Devil that like my main one didn't get. So like those ones seem pretty limited, I guess.
yeah.
I mean, it's really easy to figure out for me. Like I have two theaters that are around the same distance. One's a really big theater and gets everything. The other one just gets the big stuff. So like we like something like I saw the TV Glow, that won't be at the one. It'll only be at the bigger one.
Did you see that one?
No, I didn't go see it. I have actually been. Me and Carly were talking about this last night because we went and did a double feature last night at the theater, but we'd only seen 10 movies this year so far.
Damn, dude.
Is super low for us. Usually we see everything.
Yeah.
But
I had to see that the TV Glow one, man, because like it just looks so intriguing to me, and I enjoyed it, but I can understand why people completely.
Yeah, it's really interesting where people end up on that movie.
Yeah, I think if you watch it for face value, it's actually kind of a problem because it's not overly that interesting. But if you get, the allegory, the metaphor, whatever you want to call it, within the film, or even, the social commentary,
or even what the film is just
it makes it a lot better, actually. It makes it a ton better. And I think a lot of people may have missed what they were going for in the film. But I thought it was pretty fascinating the way they approached it. And I thought it was really well done. But again, I can see the appeal, for the better or worse with people. So, I mean, it's a film I wouldn't fully recommend to like a lot of people because, and I hate the term, but we use it a lot, but it's not for everybody. It really isn't. It just isn't.
This is one of those films legitimately, like I understand why someone would think this is like the dumbest, most boring thing they've ever seen. Mm-hmm. I also understand like some of my friends that like think this is one of the best movies like this decade so far.
I feel like this movie for me was that movie that came out a few years ago called Vivarium.
And I like that movie too. I remember that.
Are you talking about Cuckoo?
No, we're talking about TV Glow.
Oh, I was gonna say Cuckoo is literally like, in my opinion, Vivarium handles like the Cuckoo subject matter way better.
Mm-hmm. No, we were talking about the TV Glow film.
Cuckoo?
No,
I saw Cuckoo.
Oh,
no, we were talking about like I brought up Vivarium because I feel like that film was kind of like incomparable to what's it called, the TV.
I saw the TV
Glow. So just the commentary that's in there, and I feel like if you're not really getting what they're trying to say in the film, if you take it for face value, it's actually kind of hurting the film itself. And for face value, it's kind of boring and stuff. But I feel like that was the same approach with Vivarium. A lot of people kind of took it for face value and are like, what the fuck? This movie is like completely fucked up. It doesn't make any sense. But it literally made a lot of sense if you understood the social commentary.
I thought Vivarium was pretty.
It's really, really cool. If you actually know what they're trying to say, it's a really well done film. And it's so metaphorical, like to the point where, you could use the overused terminology that people used to use, but elevated. But it kind of is, though. Like, it's on a different level of understanding and stuff. But even though if you understood it, if someone explained it to you, you'd be like, oh fuck, totally. Right? You like, oh, I get it. Right.
It's
thought
funny
it was-
you
I'm-
bring that up because like Cuckoo is basically like taking the same ideas like as Vivarium, but like slightly different.
Interesting.
But I thought Vivarium did like a way better job with the ideas.
Yeah, Vivarium's like serious and it's not trying to be like crazy. Like that's kind of the thing with Cuckoo. It just like it doesn't really all connect and it just
It's honestly a little messy.
it's really messy. I thought the first part of it, like it kind of stumbled out of the gate. I really like the middle of the movie. The middle of the movie, it kind of seemed to come together, and there was some really cool like edits. Dan Stevens got to finally start like really like getting his reels cranking. He was the best part to me. In the third grade, just got so messy. Like in the third act, it kind of
For
was
me,
like,
I think the beginning and like maybe the early parts of the second act were great. Like I actually thought it was a scary movie. Like there was a few parts that actually like freaked me out. But by the third act, it started just going downhill for me. I'm like, this.
Yeah,
is,
it started to really lose me, and I felt like it was abrupt.
Yeah.
So
it was
what
kind of disappointing.
what double feature did you go see last night?
I saw Trap and Cuckoo.
Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. So what'd you think of Trap?
I get why everybody doesn't like it, but I found it pretty fun. It's
Really?
got a lot of bullshit in it and like a lot of like a lot of like unrealistic shit, you know what I mean?
Dude, the whole movie is the most convenient thing I've ever seen in my life. Like me and Dylan walked out of the cinema and looked at each other and just started
Also,
laughing.
you
We're
saw this. Okay, good. You saw this too, so we can talk about it.
So we both had we were thinking the same things the entire time we're watching the film, right from the start. Like everything in this movie has to be the most poorly written shit I've ever seen in my life. Everything's just convenient. It's one convenient moment after another. It's so unbelievable. There's so
I
many
didn't
moments.
think it got that bad
So,
until like the third act.
Dude, it's
That's,
really
that's what
bad.
I'm saying. For me, once they left the arena, the movie fucking
Yeah,
died.
that's where it started getting like crazy, like
you-
convenient, but like the early parts I didn't think it was.
No,
I thought-
no,
no,
dude, in the arena, are you fucking kidding me, dude?
Oh, I agree with Moodz. It's
When
super convenient, but this was the thing. Like they knew they were in on the joke. Like they introduced that they knew they were in on the joke. The movie was like they were self aware that this was goofy. Like that's why they have them
You
immediately.
think?
Man, I don't think so, dude.
I don't
I
think
don't
so
think so. I
either.
think it's
That's why-
I think it's really poorly written, man.
That's why right at the beginning of the movie they have him like with the smirk like go up and talk to like that employee guy who just like spits out like all this information for no reason. You're just like, oh, okay, and then it just
What do you mean for
have-
no reason. It wasn't
He
for
just,
no
like,
reason.
he just overshared like
Yeah,
for,
but people do that, bro.
Well, like, that's what I
but he was
all the time.
excited. But he
but
was
that's
also.
what I mean. Like if the movie is like winking at you, it's like, okay, this is what we're doing here. This is going to be a goofy movie. Just strap on.
No, dude, I completely
That's what
don't
I
understand what you're
understand.
saying. No, man, I think that like that character that was selling the merch and stuff was just super excited about what was going on because they actually tell you because he had followed the case of the serial killer and stuff and. You know, you have these moments, but like when he steals the card, I'm like, okay, like it's not very convenient. He kind of steals it from whatever, but then when he steals the fucking radio and he's about to pull the fucking fire alarm and he listens and it's like, and he might pull the fire alarm and he's like, oh, I shouldn't do that. I'm like, what the fuck? Like he just clicked in at that very moment. I'm like, this is so stupid.
That's what I like.
Dude, no, but see,
like,
okay, that's where I'll kind of disagree a little bit because here's
What?
the thing, dude. It's not that he would have pulled it if he didn't hear that. The idea is the character is super OCD and thinking constantly, ADHD, and just like how the underground thing where the guy comes up and he's thinking about doing that and he doesn't, he's just processing every possibility throughout the movie. You know what I mean? So I don't think he was ever actually going to pull the fire alarm. I think he was thinking about it and like processing it. And then that also.
Well, the fact that he was literally reaching out at the time when he's listening and they're like, oh, and he might pull this off because I mean, that's what people do, man. If you want to interrupt the whole fucking situation, you want to cause chaos and shit, pull the fire alarm. Makes fucking sense. But it's just the fact of the matter that he started listening. That was the only thing that we heard in that conversation was exactly what we were seeing on screen. And I was like, come on, man. But I mean, you know, there's multiple moments throughout the film that are like this. Like the worst one in the film for me is the scene where he's driving the limo and he somehow gets out of all that fucking armor gear, sets it up in there and gets out of the fucking passenger side. I'm assuming that's how he got out of there. They fire away. He's not in there. No one notices, but there's 10,000 people around the vehicle. Not one person says he just got out of here. Like, come on, man. It's so unreal. It's so unrealistic.
I'm in the middle of you, like, for the reason. So let me just give you my take on this. It works for me when they're in the arena because I literally
Careful with, like, spoilers because it is like a brand new movie.
Okay. I felt like I felt like in the arena, I took this as this was more of like a black humor. Like it was like I thought I was rooting for the serial killer and I was having fun of like him kind of like being goofy and getting through all these obstacles. And like it was fun for me to watch that. And then but when you guys are saying like exactly when it gets to the third act, like it stops being fun because there's like it starts getting like it starts being fun. It starts being kind of stupid. Even though it was I felt like it was stupid before. I forgave it for being stupid because I felt like it was like a dumb movie that knew it was a dumb movie. And then like the back half, I felt like it took itself way too seriously.
Dude, it's so cornball though. Like the scene where he goes up to M. Night Shyamalan and he's talking to him about his daughter having cancer and shit. And then, she ends up bringing her up on the stage and doing the song. I'm like, all that shit is insanely convenient. Like, it wouldn't happen that easy. Like, it's ridiculous to think that, like, you just walk up to somebody.
To be fair, though, like
that's ridiculous.
The whole thing is that they pick a girl every.
Oh, I know the situation, but why would they? Just because he went and talked to him, but like.
Because it's showing that he's a really good manipulator. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I know what it's doing. I know what it's doing, but come on, man.
He's led this life of two lives, like.
But there's still a process.
Yeah,
there's still a process
honestly,
here, and they're not.
All that stuff was like I was okay with it. Because is it impossible? Has that?
It's not
like
impossible.
That never happened.
No, exactly. It's not impossible. And I was okay with all this stuff too because I thought
no. When she has a process where they generally go and pick someone randomly, they don't. I mean, it's like the thing in sports too. Like, say if you're on a ball team and stuff, you don't ask the coach to pitch. You're a player on a team and you know your role. When you're called upon to do something, you fucking do that. Right? It's the same thing. Like, you don't go to somebody and be like, "Hey, my kid has cancer," blah blah blah, and like you're kind of enticing that whole situation, shit like that. If I was a
security, didn't ask her. He didn't ask him to do that.
But that's what he was implying to do. That's what he was implying, basically. Like, I mean, come on.
He was planting a seed, dude.
It seems so easy, but I mean, I understand the whole process. He's trying to get backstage. He's trying to move this shit along so he can get back there. I understand what's all going on. It just happened too fucking easy to me, man. I just feel like the writing is so...
It definitely does.
Yeah, it's kind of corny.
That stuff to me was not as egregious as like the third act. Like the third act, like this fucking dude is like literally like an escape artist. And like even like the scene with the bicycle, I'm like, dude, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
But I actually found it mostly fun. I liked it more than Cuckoo.
Wow!
I also think
I did too.
I haven't even seen Cuckoo, and I can't even fathom this because I actually thought Trap is the worst M. Night Shyamalan film by far.
Oh no! I'll take this over Old. I'll take this over Cabin in the House.
No way, dude! No way! I actually really liked Old.
This was fun to me.
I'm not even an M. Night Shyamalan fan, but I really love Visit, man. I think that's his best work. I think that movie's fucking fantastic.
Yeah, Visit's great.
It's really great. And I shouldn't say, but the one last year, the Captain, whatever it was, that movie did suck, but I would rather watch that one again than this one.
I would rather.
I liked Old.
It sucked. I just thought it was disappointing.
I thought Old was actually really good, but I know I was in the minority on that one too. A lot of people didn't like it, but
I mean, I like most of his films. Like I'm a big fan of The Village, like Signs.
I like Signs.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Signs. I'm not a big fan of Signs, and I can't stand I See Dead People, whatever the fuck it's called.
That's actually one of my least favorite movies.
Yeah, like I don't love that movie, but I saw it way too late, and it's like by the time I saw it too, it's like it's almost like it was. I don't know if I was just seeing this because I knew the ending, but didn't even seem that like not obvious to me.
It wasn't ruined for me because I saw it in the theater with my girlfriend at the time.
I didn't. See
she's
that
like,
movie.
we need to go see The Sixth Sense. We need to go. Everyone's talking about it. I'm like, okay.
I just feel like even if you didn't know the ending, like watching it with like the 20 years of movies since then, like it's
it's because of all the we've seen that ending so many times now. But I didn't see it until
Yeah, it was different
3
back
years
in
ago for the
96
first time.
Yeah, it was different back in, well, whenever it came out, 98 or whatever.
Yeah,
the fuck it was.
98.
But, so, you know, it was a little bit different. I hadn't really seen too much of that back then. So, I mean, it was
Yeah,
what
it's
it
like
was. But I
that
just
was
didn't really
a
care for the
novel
movie.
twist too. Yeah. No, I get that. I respect the movie more than I like it. Like same thing. Like I think Unbreakable's pretty good, but like I don't love the movie.
I think it's because that little boy, what is his name, Haley Joel Osment or whatever, he's got like a punchable face, man, even as a kid. It's fucking so wrong to say.
He did not age gracefully. Have you seen what that guy looks like now?
No.
Stop.
No.
he's-
We're not going to sit here. But I'm just saying, like, he's one of those. I just find him annoying. Like, I don't know. It's just one of those people. But it's like the
I
Babadook.
think
People
it's-
dislike that movie because they don't like the kid in the Babadook. And I'm like, you do realize he's actually supposed to be annoying, right? But it's
I'm
harder
not a
to
big fan of Babadook.
It's harder to take in a film where the character's not supposed to be annoying and they're fucking annoying the hell out of you. It's for the Babadook, it's different. I get why people are like, oh, it's fucking annoying. But he was supposed to be annoying. So that doesn't really offend me too much.
That's my point about Return to Sleepaway Camp.
Dude,
everybody hates that kid, but he's supposed to be annoying.
Yeah, but he's supposed to be annoying, but he's legitimately the most annoying character in cinema history. Like, it's the most whiny fucking piece of shit. Oh my god, that is the worst character ever made, ever designed. Like, it's bad.
One thing I will say though is I find it interesting because they showed a trailer for Osgood Perkins' next movie in 2025. As we know, he just did Longlegs. He's adapting Stephen King's The Monkey.
Really?
I didn't know that was him. I wasn't paying attention to the trailers.
Yeah, and I was like, wow. I was like, he's.
Oh, that was Perkins is doing that. Okay, fuck.
That's cool.
But the thing is, like, dude, like, it's kind of interesting. We're starting to see this influx of children of famous directors and actors. Like we got Osgood, M. Night Shyamalan's daughter just did a movie. Of course, we had Brandon Cronenberg for a few years, and then now we have his Cronenberg's daughter, and it's just interesting, right?
Are these movies any good? Because I personally liked Humane.
It was that Cronenberg's daughter's film. I didn't see it yet.
But honestly, I
get why people wouldn't, but
I kind of don't expect like these first movies to be good, just because they have they're probably getting an opportunity like earlier than most people, so they're still kind of growing as filmmakers, maybe before they're ready to like really put together a good movie. So I kind of do you kind of just got to look at the potential that like some of these
I don't know, man. Brandon Cronenberg, man, that guy's knocked it out the fucking park since Antiviral.
Like, I mean, Antiviral is a great first movie, but I think his movies since Antiviral have definitely improved. But like, if you're just
but he also seemed like he came up like the harder way too, where his first movie was like pretty low budget, and
and it seemed like he got that, like he probably got the opportunity to make a movie like that again, like before he was ready. He did like what he did the best he could, and I'm like, that's a really good.
Well, he did everything right in that film. You're right. Like it was a lower budget film, but like he shot that film so beautifully. Like the aesthetic of it's great, but like, and of course the actual narrative of the film is pretty intriguing, but the casting, what's the red haired guys that the lead in that film?
Caleb something
fucking murders the role, man. Fucking murders it. He's so good. Like, I love that guy. Like, he's a great actor, man. Like I even said, like, if I was to make a film, I would try to get him in some type of role. For some reason, I just really like that guy's acting.
There's
something about him, man.
Like what, another like 7-8 years to make a movie after that, though, right?
It could be funding. It could be whatever. It is.
Like, I'm saying, he's
a lot of semantics, right?
He had his steps, then he had like time to grow. Because I think Possessor's like just like a big filmmaking jump from that movie for sure.
Yeah, but Possessor was still a little like it didn't get a massively wide release or anything like that. It was kind of.
It's my favorite movie that year,
limited.
Man.
I love Possessor's awesome. That's one of my favorite movies the last few years.
Yeah, so I think that's his best movie.
So thoughts on Longlegs?
I liked it a lot. I know that people didn't like it as much as me, but in terms of, I think it's his second best movie. I think Blackcoat's Daughter is probably the best one.
Which one? Blackcoat's Daughter.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I'd have to go. I'd have to rewatch Blackcoat's Daughter. I remember Jeremy was like in love with that fucking movie.
I think Jeremy's a little high on it. Like, but I think it's a pretty solid movie, though.
He was definitely a lot higher than I was, but
yeah.
I mean,
I don't know. Maybe the twist hit him like crazy.
It's my favorite movie of the year. right now. I loved it. I fucking
it's up
loved
there
it.
for me, probably.
I kept thinking, I was so good about this. The only thing I knew about Longlegs going into it is that Nick Cage was in the film.
Yeah,
And I wasn't even 100% sure what he was doing in the film. Like, I had no idea. I never saw a trailer. I didn't even know the narrative. Yeah. And me and Dylan were sitting there in the theater, and he's like, "You don't know shit about this." I'm like, "I don't know a fucking thing."
Well, to be fair, not many people did, because even the trailer that they showed.
Well, that's exactly what he said to me. He literally said, he's like, the trailer didn't show shit, and you were kind of confused. You're like, what the fuck am I? What was that? And I'm like, that's the true meaning of like a teaser trailer. Like, you get people intrigued.
And the first teaser was awesome. All it was like a red room and like a pair of legs and like moaning and crying and screaming.
I should go back and watch those trailers.
Yeah, I was like, this is fucking awesome.
Trailer I saw.
Yeah, that's the only one I watched because I didn't want to know anything about it. I was like, that's fucking.
But I was like,
awesome.
I was like watching the movie, going, this is like the better version of Silence of the Lambs. The whole time I kept thinking to myself, I'm like, this feels like that movie, but like so much more my level. You know what I mean? Like, I like Silence of the Lambs, but I don't love it. I think it's a great fucking movie. I think there's great performance all over the place, but this movie hit all spots. There's something about it. I don't know what it was.
7 plus Silence of the Lambs plus Blood Harvest equals Longlegs.
The blood. I didn't even think of Blood Harvest because I couldn't even get Silence of the Lambs out of my mind. But Blood Harvest is a good one, right? The clown.
To me,
dude, he looks like Tiny Tim, bro.
He does look like Tiny Tim, totally.
Yeah, he does.
I never thought about it until someone said that. I was like, oh, totally.
To me, I actually came out of it thinking Silence of the Lambs, Manhunter, and Cure.
Yeah, but I mean, Manhunter and Silence of the Lambs, I mean, hand in hand.
The same shit.
Yeah.
But this was I felt like it was like Manhunter through the eyes of Silence of the Lambs, where they took like the Starling character and they gave her like the William Graham abilities, where like he's already this like seasoned like super cop that like can see things other people don't. But they took the naivety of like Clarice Starling and like the
you didn't get 7 vibes, dude?
I felt like it was closer to this structure, but I had Cure vibes because I mean maybe I kind of
like the filming.
To be fair, though,
7-ish.
I wasn't thinking 7 when I was watching. I just kept. It was the whole time. I just focused on the whole fact. I was like, this feels like Silence of the Lambs to me. Like the whole time.
It felt like Silence of the like Manhunter through the eyes of Silence of the Lambs. I mean, I guess the Cure thing I wouldn't have been able to put together until the very end. So that's where I got that from.
See, I didn't have a problem with the reveals and stuff like that, even though I kind of figured it was going that way a little bit.
Yeah, see that's where it
didn't ruin it for me. And we've talked about this many times. Me and JP have argued about this numerous times over the year, where sometimes when you kind of think in your mind, you're like, okay, it might go this way, and it ruins it for you. And then sometimes it doesn't. It's weird. It's just on how it turns out or how the movie is. I don't know why it works and sometimes it doesn't. I can't really explain my mentality away. But in this version, I think it's because I wasn't 100% sure. But I was like, I have an idea. And again, I'm not trying to figure these things out. I hate trying to, like, I don't spend my time watching movies trying to figure out who the killer is or what's going on in films.
No.
Like a lot of people do. And then like and super smart people figured out, and they're like, well, that movie fucking sucked. I knew what was going on. I'm like, dude, you got like 180 fucking IQ. Stop it. You know, it's fucking stupid. Stop watching movies then.
It's like, that's not really, I think I tend to be like a little harder on this movie because, like obviously the great thing about it is like, obviously the atmosphere in this movie is great. Like you can't pretend like that's not there. I don't really love like Nick Cage's character, but I think he does a good job in it. And this is shot like super well.
What? You don't particularly love Nick Cage?
Dude, let me get. Let me get. Let me get there. But it's like a really well made movie. I thought he made some like cool choices with the editing that I really liked. And that was all great. There's some things that like I didn't really like about the first act, but they're closer to nitpicks, and that normally that's not something in a film overall that would bother me if I end up liking that film. But I think like when it had the reveal, I did not like the reveal like at all. And I just like it because like I liked these other things because like
though. At least it made sense.
Like I don't want to like spoil the movie, but I hate that element to it. Like I wish like this was completely straight and narrow, like in reality. And like that's like what really bothered me. And the second they introduced one character and they kept blabbing about an accomplice, I was like, that's who the accomplice is. there's one other character in this movie. Like that's who it is, and like it just
Yeah,
kind of like
I feel like that's one of those things though. Like
They kind of tell
that
you
you're
throughout the movie, though, to be
supposed
honest.
know that you're
Yeah.
supposed to figure it out.
but like I don't
Yeah.
want that. Like I want them to like I don't
There's
want
so many flashbacks that tell you in that film. That's why I was like, okay, it's got to be that. Like, I mean, sometimes
like,
it doesn't
I
work out. It's
don't-
not the obvious thing, but like, you know, it could be.
I
red
don't
herrings,
want
but-
that. It just like it made the ending like anticlimactic for me, and I just like really did not like the route they went with.
Huh?
It's
Fuck,
like
man.
the whole like idea of like this like Nick Cage's character like getting to like hang around for like however many years and like nobody like noticing like this guy's like fucking weird. Like how does this like there were so many questions.
I think people did
in my
notice
head.
he's weird.
But like
I mean,
how
he
I
goes
don't
to that store and that chick's like,
That's-
that weird dude's back again.
like my
I love
point is,
that
though,
scene. Actually, it's one of my favorite
My
scenes.
point
of the
is
film,
though,
actually.
like about it is like I wish it was something that like he blended in more with society somehow. Like it, I struggle with the idea that this guy like would have been able to like get away with all this like for as long as he did, and like how this guy even operated in the real world.
Why? Because he looked like he got run over by a fucking
Because,
tractor
like, I
trailer and
just,
then
like,
put
how-
through a meat grinder.
I
Like,
just look like, where does this guy get like money to do anything? Like, where is like who is supposed like? There's all these. How does this guy do anything in life without them being like, dude, there's something wrong with that guy that lives there. Like, you should like, there's all these murders in this area. Maybe we should talk to that fucking.
Well,
that come in.
maybe he's gonna make a prequel,
Yeah, but there's
and
a
he
lot of
inherited
stuff
a
we
lot of
don't-
money
There's just,
when he
like-
was younger.
There's just like a lot of
He's actually
questions
rich.
I have that like all together, like it just like it just didn't come
Yeah,
together.
but dude, anytime like a serial killer gets busted, they're always like, how did nobody know? You know what I mean? Like,
But,
how
like,
did nobody know
there's
John
all
Wayne
these-
Gacy was
Not when Bundy
fucking-
got caught though. People fucking never
yeah, like
suspected him at all.
a lot of these kids. Yeah, nobody really suspected John Wayne really either, right?
Yeah, right. Like, yeah,
Like,
it wasn't
but these
Bundy
are
just
the-
blended into
started
society,
letting
That's my
people
point.
go.
Though. That's my point, though. Like these people blended into society.
Yeah,
Like this guy clearly doesn't.
Yeah, but every
Yeah, but
person that
did
doesn't
John
blend
Wayne
into
Gacy-
society
John
isn't a
Wayne
serial
Gacy
killer.
like, dude, I mean, Richard Ramirez looked like a fucking weirdo too. You know,
Yeah.
like some of them did.
on the
and
scale of the weirdo.
Like, he didn't
compared
blend
to
into
this guy,
society.
though,
Ramirez didn't blend into society. He was an outcast. Where like someone like Ted Bundy wasn't. He really did blend in, and like even Gacy, like he had his his everyday church shit or whatever, and BTK. Like there's all these guys that just have these normal lives that just have second fucking weird
It just-
lives.
I felt
Sure.
like the movie wanted me to like really take it seriously and like keep it down in reality, and then it just didn't match that to me, and I don't know, it didn't work for me. Yeah, it
That's
just
fair enough.
The
Fair
way
enough.
that ending hit, like it's like there's a lot about it. Like for example, like I forgot who we were talking about who like just made it. Who else just like made a movie? But even though if you had like $10 million to give like Ty West to make a movie or Osgood Perkins, even though I prefer Maxine, like I would absolutely give like the money to Oscar to make a movie. Like he's got the tools in there for me. It just I wish like the writing was something I could get more behind.
Yeah, I mean that's how I felt with Maxine.
See, like Maxine,
Well, that's how I felt about Trap.
Yeah.
That's the
I
worst
kinda-
written fucking movie
I
I've
kind
ever
of like
seen.
I agree with you like with Maxine with that too. Maxine definitely has his problems, but like I'm the specific audience with Maxine that really loves noir and really loves like giallo. So even though it was like doing these it was basically stopping the movie sometimes to show me things I liked, but I was the guy that the target audience was for. So like I was down with that. And that's why like that didn't bother me as much in that, because this movie I felt like wasn't like really trying to ask me to take it that serious either.
I think that it was really cool that like it doesn't even look like Nick Cage.
Yeah,
like,
I wouldn't have
it
known that
doesn't
was Nick Cage
feel
unless
like,
I knew.
Like Nick Cage is a very strong actor in terms of like.
Yeah, he's a great actor. He did a good job with this.
No, I mean like his like the type of actor he is. It's like very in your face almost.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So it's like easy like like Nick Cage is Nick Cage, but in this movie I thought it really showed some restraint because he was not Nick Cage. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't have known that was Nick Cage unless you told me.
Yeah. I mean, I think I gave Long Legs like a 8-ish. I gave Trap a 6.5, and I gave Cuckoo a 6.
Yeah, I'm like somewhere in the middle range for all those. But I don't know.
Where is Moodz still here?
I'm here.
Oh, well, what did you rate them? I guess long legs and
Oh, I was
Trap.
I'm at like a 9 on long legs, and I gave Trap 3.
3 out of 10.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. It's but one thing I will say, I really actually liked Josh Hartnett in the movie a lot.
It's funny.
he was fun.
It's funny that you say that, because I've been very outspoken even on this podcast about how much I hate Josh Hartnett and like his fucking stupid hair and shit. And I even said to Dylan after the fact, I said, people are gonna be like, you didn't like fucking Trap because Josh Hartnett's in it. And I looked at him and I said, you know what? It's kind of ironic a little bit. He was the best thing. He was the best fucking thing about the movie. He really was. I thought his performance was actually pretty likable, and it was fun. But
Yeah,
it's just when you have nothing to work with.
It reminded me of remember the house that Jack built? It reminded me of like that sort of performance.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And
that's a good one.
yeah, I thought he was pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it was funny because like I was totally buying into his performance and stuff, but I feel like there was too many conveniences
movie.
but so early in the movie too, I felt too. I was like, wow. And I was like, okay, but I get it though. Like when they go out of the stadium and it gets into like the real world, I'm like, oh my God.
I did think that setting the movie in like a stadium like that, it felt very Pittsburgh-ish, but I guess it's because it's Philadelphia.
Yeah, they shot
like,
that.
Even me and Carly were like, dude, this feels like Pittsburgh.
Yeah, that's actually shot in Rogers in Toronto. That's where the Leafs play.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the Leaf Stadium.
I thought that was like a cool setting for a movie,
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it definitely,
so
has some laughable
the outboard shots weren't. I mean, obviously the city shots were Toronto, but the outside stuff, I think they shot in Hamilton, which is just outside of Toronto, a little smaller. But like, yeah, so when they go to like his house and shit, like in the residential neighborhoods, it's just outside of Toronto. So yeah. But all that shit was like, what the fight. So the girl, the singer in the film, is she M. Night Shyamalan's daughter?
Yeah, one of them.
Okay.
Yep.
I didn't know that until after I had no idea until after the movie. I was like, oh shit, someone's like said something about his daughter singing in the film. I was like, that was his daughter. I had no idea.
Yeah, I didn't know it was his daughter until after.
Yeah, that's his older daughter. The
Is
younger daughter
is she actually a real singer?
I have no fucking clue.
Yeah,
probably because her name is one name.
Right.
Like
probably.
Wikipedia, it's like
I feel like she was like, Dad, I need some help too, because he helped like his other daughter make a movie. So
I don't really remember.
Have no fucking issue at all with stuff like that. I know people.
Oh, me either. That's like that stuff exists everywhere, and like people are being crybabies.
Yeah.
What the fact that she
I
was
thought she
starring
was
in the
like
film?
fine.
Just like nepotism in general. That like
she was
get
fine.
a shot.
People
Yeah,
get
she was
like annoyed when like people cast their family or their friends or their wife or daughters.
I've heard people say, like, I mean, what's with these fucking directors or whatever? They make these appearances in their own film, like, but then they'll tell you that like Hitchcock is one of their favorite directors.
Yeah, that's
you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah, I think
like,
M. Night's does all. Isn't he a cameo in like all of his movies?
Yeah, it's not like he actually acts. Like he acts like once in a while and has like a little scene. It's
yeah.
I mean, I think he's pretty. I mean, he's
fine.
That whole scenario was adapted from Hitchcock. I think he was the first guy ever to like kind of put himself into multiple films and have sometimes he wouldn't even be like, he'd just be in the background, right?
Yeah, sometimes he'd just be in a shadow.
Yeah, like he was clever with it, man. Yeah,
you got quite a few people that like act in all their movies too.
Yeah, but I mean Hitchcock. I mean, this is going back a long time, right? So
for sure.
I'm sure there was other directors that put themselves in films. I bet he's really Hitchcock, known for it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's the one who's dedefinitely known for it.
Did anybody go see Eli Roth's new movie?
No, I was gonna. That I found out it wasn't a horror movie, so I didn't go see it.
What's it called?
Borderlands.
Yeah, Borderlands. That's what it's right.
It bombed, I guess. Like it opened on like 30.
I mean, Jeremy told me it's pretty not good.
It looks pretty not good.
Well, I mean, it's based on a video game, and I'm a massive fan of the video game.
Oh, I never played the video game.
And Jeremy was a massive fan of the video game, so I assume if he didn't like it, they fucking dropped the ball on the video game aspect.
Yeah.
He did tell me that there was not a single angry midget in it, so
I guess that's part of the game.
The cast is
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
crazy. Like this is an expensive cast to like make $8 million the first weekend.
Oh yeah, dude.
Well, I can tell you that there's one definitely angry midget right now. The Dinklage, who his movie's not getting released right now. The new Toxic Offender remake. Toxic Offender. I just said Offender.
Yeah. I feel like the Borderlands movie is like 10 years too late.
Yeah,
Yeah, with video
Plus,
games.
I like can't stand Kevin Hart, so
I can't stand. I never found them funny.
Oh, we all agree on something, which is, we don't have to agree on shit. It's fine that Tyler's a fucking idiot about long legs, but no, I'm just joking. No, opinions are good, man. I mean, if we all agreed on every show, that would be the most boring fucking thing in the world. But
Anyone can have any opinion they want. I just hate when people like it was bad and they have like no reason to explain themselves. They just
Kevin Hart is the most unfunny fucking billionaire ever. Like, that guy, how the fuck is that guy a billionaire? Explain this to me.
I have no clue.
He
That's
is
Cat
so
Williams.
not funny. He's literally a billionaire. It's
I've
crazy.
never found him funny.
No, I don't understand.
Him and another guy that I'm not a huge fan of is Tyler Perry.
Oh my god! And Tyler Perry's like another guy's probably worth $1 billion too. Like those guys just do the most unfunny shit that everyone sees. Like I swear half this world has no sense of humor because that shit is not funny.
The funniest I've ever found Kevin Hart is like his 10-second scene in the 40-year-old version.
I actually listened to an interview with Kevin Hart, I think years ago. I think he was on Howard Stern and it was actually pretty good an interview, but he wasn't like doing stand-up, but the interview was actually quite interesting because he was talking about like his childhood and stuff like that. And he's very well spoken and shit, but he actually was making some pretty funny jokes, but he might have been just bouncing off of
Like
Howard
when you
Stern, 'cause
talk
Howard
about
Stern's funny
like
as fuck, but
these like a lot of them have done similar stuff like the with the Medea movies, like the fat suit movies.
Mhm.
Like you think of like Martin Lawrence and Eddie Murphy, they did those as well.
Miss Doubtfire.
Yeah,
I think
of
those
those.
guys are way
Miss
better.
Doubtfire.
Yeah, well, yeah, him too. Robin Williams. But like Big Mama's House, like I love that movie growing up. And then obviously the Nutty Professor, dude.
Yeah.
That shit was good, too.
I was the perfect age when those came out. I love those.
Yeah.
Man, that used to be like a common phrase, like in our household, because we grew up playing, well, not grew up, but like in the early 2000s when Tiger Woods Golf came out for like the PlayStation 2 and stuff. So we would play Tiger Woods all the time, like PlayStation 3, had like, I think I had like the first like 15 Tiger Woods games. But anyways, like if you guys ever play those games growing, like I'm sure you guys are just
some
okay. So if you're playing Tiger Woods, right? Like if you pull back your swing and if there's like a blue streak, like you're probably going to shank it. And if you have a red streak, you're probably going to, you're going to fucking slice or whatever, right? So every time you pull it back, if you saw a blue streak, I'd be like, oh, you Martin Lawrenced it. Because the movie Blue Streak, it became like a fucking saying for years. It was like, you did the Martin Lawrence. I don't know what the fuck. But I was like Martin Lawrence. He was fun.
Martin Lawrence is funny. I used to love his sitcom.
Yeah, man. I've always liked Martin Lawrence, man. He's fun.
Yeah.
Man.
But yeah, I mean, I know I think Alien comes, is it Alien next week?
I think
Aliens next week,
it is next. I'm hoping that we fucking, because we were out in the parking lot after a trap and we're like, oh my God, I hope we get the new Alien film. So Godzilla, he was informing me that, because I haven't really looked into it. I don't really like to look into things apparently, but so the new Alien film is taking place between Alien and Aliens. So in that time,
I didn't know.
I don't know anything about it.
so I'm assuming he's right because he's a massive, like Alien is like his favorite movie of all time, and he loves the franchise so much. So I'm assuming he's probably correct on this. So I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, so if it's taking place between that time period of Alien and Aliens, and who's playing Ripley?
No, I don't think there is Ripley.
So it's just a different story it's just a different story between in that timeline.
Ripley will be floating in space.
So I don't know how it works though, like because if it's taking
because Aliens
It's Aliens happens 55 years after the first one. Ripley's like been in cryo sleep. So like while this happens, Ripley's in cryo sleep.
Yeah.
Right. You're right. Totally. 100%. So yeah, I just thought maybe they would have, I mean, it doesn't have to take 55 years. I mean, they could probably take, I don't know.
Yeah. It's just somewhere in that gap where like the planet's terraforming.
It to me, it looks great. Like,
so what's
it looks
the
like
storyline?
the type of alien dude, it looks like Alien 1 to me a lot. Like just like some people on a ship and Alien. You
So
know,
I don't.
So it's just a story that happened in between that 55-year gap.
Yeah,
Wow.
I don't know. I don't
Interesting.
know anything about it, but when I saw Alien in the theater earlier this year, like in May, I caught it.
So it obviously doesn't take place right after the original Alien. It's
yeah, it
somewhere
says
down the line,
it's
and then
an intergal.
so it's literally like 25 years later. This
Yeah,
story takes place,
somewhere.
and then you got another 25 or 30 years later before Aliens happens. So it's like
Yeah.
in the middle.
Yeah, there was an
Versus-
interview with Ridley Scott and Fede Alvarez between like that screening of or before that screening of Alien that I saw, and like Fede loves the original Alien, and it seemed like he wanted to make a movie like that.
I thought they were going to continue along with like the prequels and stuff, like because like there's so many more
I would
stories in there, right?
honestly like there is, and like I don't dislike those movies, but I would rather see this.
Dude, I don't know. I hated Covenant.
Yeah, Covenant did suck though.
Prometheus is is the second
I like
best in the
Prometheus.
franchise to me.
Prometheus,
I
I
like
didn't remember we reviewed like that was one of those movies I didn't like at first, but then you actually like think about it, like after you, oh man, that's a good one. It's a good film.
Yeah. But this one seems like it's a small cast. It seems a lot like the first Alien, which
Yeah.
to me is like great. You know,
I would
suspense
rather
and
that for sure.
tight, close quarters.
It's going to be
Like-
very confined and have that claustrophobia and shit like that.
it. Yeah, it looks like the first Alien a
Yeah.
lot.
Well, that's cool, man.
Yeah, it basically the story concerns a group of young space colonists who, while scavenging a derelict space station, basically encounter the aliens. So face hugger to full blown alien. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that one. I think that's it looks exactly what I wanted.
Yeah, I
See,
mean,
I was gonna try to catch this movie this week if I could. That's like I don't know. It's like that's at my art house theater, but I could probably go to this instead because I'm gonna see Terminator on Tuesday. So this would be like a cool like
The
You see-
original?
did you say
Yeah.
Terminator? Oh, cool.
the original Terminator. Yeah,
Is it just is it digital or is it a print?
I don't know. Probably digital.
Probably
Yeah.
digital, yeah. It's
Yeah.
I feel like prints are more becoming more rare these days. Because
Yeah.
even like the places that I used to go to that used to do all 35 have mostly gone to digital. The one theater, the one drive-in out towards like the east coast of PA, still does the 35s, which this year they're doing for Camp Blood 10. They're doing Friday the 13th.
Isn't that an animated movie?
What?
Camp Blood 10?
No. The event is called Camp Blood.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh
so
shit! I thought you were talking about the
year-
actual Camp Blood movie. I think it's like the 10th one in the franchise. It's actually animated.
Yeah,
I don't know.
think
Anyway.
so actually. But the Camp Blood is the name of the event, and
Oh,
it's
trippy.
it's I think me and Carly have been going since like Camp Blood 6 or something. But it's usually 3 nights of slashers, three slashers per night. Usually 1 or 2 Friday the 13th are mixed in, but this year for the 10th year, it's all Friday the 13th. So part 1 through 10 over 3 nights. So pretty excited. All 35 millimeter and shit. I think
They're not playing Freddy vs. Jason and the remake.
no, they are doing. They've played those before, because like over the years, we've actually, me and Carly have seen all but I think 2 or 3 Friday the 13th on the big screen, because they'll play like the first year we went, it was like part like 5 and Jason Goes to Hell. Then like the next year it was like part 4 and like Jason 6 or something.
So it's like that's so random.
Yeah, they do other slashers too, like fucking Edge of Axe or something.
Nice.
And like so they would do like
Laurence.
they would just do like 2 random Friday the 13th.
I just rewatched that like a couple weeks back, like a month ago. Yeah,
I like
totally
that
did.
movie.
Check my.
I've only
Letterboxd.
seen it once, and it was at the drive-in.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that'll be at the end of the month. Me and Carly will be going to that, and then in September there is a Italian night at the Riverside Drive-In, the one that's close to us, where they're doing A Blade in the Dark, Cemetery Man, 2 other ones that I can't remember.
Well, that's a good start though.
Yeah. What was the other ones? I'll look it up real quick.
I'd love to see Cemetery Man. I'm pretty sure everything I've seen has been digital. I can't imagine Cinemark is getting prints.
Yeah, it's hard to get prints, man. Fucking
Yeah.
Tarantino owns them all.
They're playing a bunch of good stuff this week, but they're playing next Saturday. They're playing Nightmare on Elm Street. I'd like to go to that, but I don't know if I'm gonna be able to.
The Beyond Opera,
Ooh,
Cemetery Man,
Beyond.
Blade in the Dark.
Jesus, that's fucking
Yeah.
crazy good, man.
Yeah, pretty
That's
excited
really
for
good.
that.
That's really good, man.
Yeah, I mean, those are three of my favorite Italian horror movies right there. So that'll be pretty good. Pretty excited for that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And then, yeah, we did. Yeah, I think that's like all the stuff I have like lined up in terms of like retro movies. But I'm sure there will be more as the fall hits. One of my, I know that also. Unfortunately, when I'm at Camp Blood 10 is also the same night that Joe Bob is having the season finale, and they're doing 6 movie marathon for the final week, which I think is just awesome.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's flashback to the old days, right? I mean, the first marathon was 24 hours. We did a live stream for that, and then the next marathon was like 4 movies. And I think me and Moodz did a live stream for that. Jeremy might have been there. I can't remember, but
I think he was on. I think he was on.
But
I think so.
Good times.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got some cool stuff coming up, and like none of it's horror.
What movies is Joe Bob playing? Have they been announced?
They didn't announce it, but it's called the Night Marathon. So it almost made me think, like, what if they showed the first 6 Nightmare on Elm Streets?
Right. That'd be weird not to do the 7th one though. Shit.
Yeah, but I mean,
yeah,
I doubt they'll do that.
You can't end on Freddy's dead for fuck's sakes. You gotta mop up the mess with fucking New Nightmare. Fuck.
I doubt they'll do that, but it would be cool if they did.
Yeah.
Dude,
Well, that's pretty cool. Jealous.
Yeah.
How y'all is doing on 75 prep? I know JP's.
I'm at like 11, I think.
What the fuck, dude? Like, we've had months.
Dude, you made me watch 5 fucking Blind Dead movies this week, and then like you fucking.
Hey, one of them was a 75.
You totally like jumped into my fucking 75 prep.
How does this affect the previous like 4 months you've had to prep for this?
Because I was doing others. I was prepping for 22 shots. We had a 36 show or 39. What was it?
36.
How in the fuck are we so? I did the same prep as you, and
no, I had the 2 summer series episodes.
Yeah. See, that's why that was bullshit.
That was 8 movies. That is true. That was 8 movies.
And I had like the longest fucking ones too.
Yeah, I had 2
not much. 8 movies is not much.
Yeah. I had 2.
Plus, I've been having hell at like work and stuff lately.
No, I think you've been putting in more work with that slasher show. You fucking sell out.
I actually haven't though, because like most of the slasher films that I have on the list are ones that we did on this show. Like, are just stuff that I watched. It like
stuff you know pretty well.
Well, just stuff that like I had been watching for other things that happen to be slashers.
Okay, so what's your count on the slasher show there? It's probably,
I think 50.
Yeah, and you've got
without
11
even trying.
Dude, the 75 show is in.
I know you fucking screwed me over on that.
I did not. How the?
I thought I thought it would be like at the end of September, early October.
Dude, we had this planned. I said it's going to be the first show back after I feel like the summer break. Come back, so that was like a couple months back.
At the end of September, beginning of October, though.
Actually, we've had probably 4 months on this one. No, first show back, top 10 show. We've done this a couple years. First show back, another top 10. Get the summer to prep. I mean, it's not my fault that you got to do all the summer series shit, slasher shit.
I'm at
complain about doing Blind Dead films.
I'm at 40. I'm feeling
Piranha films.
Yeah, Piranha films next week. Oh yeah, that's next week's show. If anyone,
I don't even think I own.
I own the first
last
2.
one.
I'm sure that's on MB. I'd be surprised if it wasn't.
Yeah, but I would probably want to own that.
Yeah, I got the first two, so I'm cool with that. And
I just actually ordered the 4K of Piranha. Just
damn, that is a 4K. That's awesome.
Well, my thing is like
Of the first one?
yeah.
Yeah, I thought you meant for some reason, I immediately thought you meant the remake. Oh, yeah.
No. Well, my thing is like I have the first one on DVD.
Oh,
So I figured I might as well upgrade it to
I brought the
Blu-ray.
Scream Factory fucking steel book of the
Steel book when they were like, we're never going to release this another way.
Yeah, well, because it was originally released on the Corman line on the Blu-ray, right? I just never picked it up because I had the DVD. I had the DVD Corman line Show Factory one, and I was like, fuck it. And then they released, but then I found the steel book, and it was like $20, and I'm like, what the?
Oh yeah,
I'm like, I'm grabbing that.
Yeah, I have the Corman Blu-ray.
Yeah, I don't even like the artwork on it, and that's usually why I buy a steelbook. Is like, oh, that's got really cool artwork. That'd be cool display piece.
Yeah,
but I
don't care for that one.
But I was like $20. I'm like, fuck, I'll buy that.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I don't know why those ones were so cheap, but whatever. But yeah, no, I'm at 64 watches so far. I'm probably gonna end up with. My goal was 75, but I knew I can usually watch about 80. I did cut off a couple. I don't think I'm gonna rewatch Snuff. I hate that movie. So.
Yeah, I'm gonna do 75. I have a list of more than I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
So, but like, I'm just gonna use that list, and then whatever's left over probably wasn't that important if I didn't get to it in the first, 75 watches.
It's so crazy, JP. Like you watched 11 and you killed two birds with one stone this week with Night of the Seagulls.
Right.
Yeah, I'm at 40. I'm at 40. I only really been started getting my wheels going like the last couple weeks. So,
man, I gotta say, man. One of the most surprising films that I've watched for 75 was the first time watch was Under the Blossoming Cherry Trees.
Oh, you got to see that? Yes. That was great.
So how in the fuck does this movie not have a Criterion fucking Blu-ray?
Because nobody knows this exists.
This is the most Criterion movie in a good way.
The guy that directed it is like a guy that has had movies released by Criterion too.
This is a really good movie. Like, I was in the print I found was high def, crystal clear. I'm like, okay, so somebody has done some type of restoration to this print, obviously. Why the fuck does it not have a media release anywhere? I couldn't even find a media release anywhere in the world.
Yeah,
so wait, this is on the Criterion channel.
Yes, that's where I watched.
But it doesn't have a physical release.
Right.
Weird.
There's a bunch of movies like that. There's a lot of these Japanese directors. They must have bought the rights to all their movies or something, because they're all these big, like this guy. I think this is Shinoda is the director of this one.
I imagine that it'll eventually come out through Criterion.
It has to, man. It's the most Criterion movie that that doesn't have a release by Criterion.
Yeah, they just announced that movie Demon Pawn, which was also kind of in the same space. I think it's by the same guy, Mashiro Shindo. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is. The Demon Pawn was also on the channel, and they took it off and they announced it for a Blu-ray for 4K actually. So. Yeah, this one might be coming down the pipeline, especially if that one sells. Yeah,
if it gets a release, I'll be definitely picking that one up. I really enjoyed it.
This movie's really good. I have another film from him too that's kind of like a noir film from the 60s that was really good.
Yeah, I mean, this is why I love doing these type of years. Most of the films from this year so far are, I own and I've seen before. I've obviously watched some for the first time, but that was the best first time watch for me.
Yeah, my biggest find so far has been this movie, Nazareno Cruz and the Wolf.
Yeah, I got to find that one. I don't actually know where to check that one out. You have to send me a link for that or something like that. But
I requested it on the MB, and they got it on there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't really know technology too well.
Yeah, there's a link somewhere.
So if there's if it's not on YouTube or some other weird fucking site that I can watch it on, I'm like,
The print on it's not good. I always this movie needs a restoration bad. There's some other movies that were first time watches I might have higher than it, but this was the first movie that I didn't even know about, and I watched and I was like, holy shit, this is a good little movie.
What was a fun little TV movie was Satan's Triangle. That was a fun
I watched that one. That one was cool. I thought I was kind of with being I'm not into this, but I liked it by the end. It was pretty cool.
It was kind of cool. There was a creepy moment. Yeah. There's creepy moments in it where they go down into the bow there and the dude's floating. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's a pretty quick watch. It's a quick watch too.
Yeah, it was good. It was actually really good. So
And also, it had Kim Novak in it, which was really cool. 'Cause I've never seen her in anything else. It's
yeah,
the woman from
right.
Vertigo.
Yeah, I was surprised to see that JP you watched Lord Shango.
I haven't watched that one yet.
Oh, I don't think JP's here. He's not responding. So, but
I watched a
I
couple.
watched Lord Shango.
that was a weird one. Like I had picked that. I had my eye on that Code Red Blu-ray for years. I'm like, well, 75, got to grab it now. It's kind of a weird one. Like it's kind of trippy, like how they do it. But it's funny too because I was reading on the lead actress in the film, and she like hated them as they were filming. She couldn't stand the film, but she like gives this really great performance through the whole thing. She didn't like call it in or nothing. And apparently she's never seen the movie before either. So she just thought it was so stupid. And I'm like, it's such a weird thing to do. Like give a balls out performance, do a really good job, and then just never watch a movie. I'm like, fuck, who are you? Fucking Michael Caine and fucking Jaws 4. But yeah, no, I mean, this has been a fun prep year, man, for 75. I think it's been really fun. I rewatched Ilsa a couple nights ago.
Yeah, because it doesn't seem like we're getting that damn box set.
Exactly.
Actually,
I was holding off forever. This is exactly why I didn't pop in my Anchor Bay DVD, because I was like, okay, this shit's coming. I'm like, fuck it. And like, I looked into it. I'm like, there's not a word on it. I'm like, it's not coming.
I asked the other day on the Facebook page, and somebody said that it was pushed to 2025.
Okay. Well, fair enough.
But it's not a box set. Also.
No, it never was. I think Kino had announced that they were never going to do a box set. They were going to do them individual releases. And I'm like, what a fucking crock of shit that is. I guess maximize your get back on that one. But, you know, obviously the box set would be cheaper. But I would love to see just a Kino box set. They release tons of box sets, individual cases. Like, why can't you do all four in an individual? Fuck, whatever. But anyways, rewatching Ilsa just rekindled my love. And I think it's like in a wrong way. I love that movie. I love Ilsa. It's so fucking like, it's just bad shit, dude. Like the whole end of the movie is just nuts. It's crazy. I love that shit, man. But so Tyler, I watched Black Moon the other night.
I don't know how I feel about that movie.
That movie pissed me off. It has such a cool premise.
Do you feel like I don't remember everything like completely? It's kind of in that like no man's land area where it might just be outside, like maybe having a chance on my list. We'll see when I get closer to the end when I start rewatching stuff. But I felt like I got to like 20 minutes left of the movie and I was like, what the fuck is going on in this movie?
Well, it's because I think you question that because I don't think what's happening in the film is happening in reality. I think there's moments throughout the whole film where our lead character is living in a fantasy world. It's all fantasy. I don't think that this war between the genders is really happening. I think it's in her fucking mind because everything's it's like so egregious. It's so outrageous. And like there's moments in the film where like all of a sudden she's breastfeeding the grandma.
I think that's the part where I was like, okay, what the fuck is happening in this movie?
Yeah, like there's all these weird moments and stuff, and she's clearly doesn't have milk in her boobs. Like there's all these weird moments. The movie's full of this weird shit, but it feels so fantastical.
Yeah, he's a really good filmmaker. I've seen a few films.
Oh no, the film is it's beautiful. It's got so much good cinematography. The performances are really good in the film. There's a lot of like shit that it just gets you thinking the whole time. But I think really what it comes down to is like, it has to be in your mind. It's not set in this world.
Yeah.
It's in a fantasy world.
I think maybe I'll give that another watch.
Yeah. It just pissed me off because I was like, oh my God, dude, I was hoping that the idea of this whole race war between the genders, like men and women, like the movie starts out where there's literally an army of men fucking shooting the shit out of women soldiers. I'm like, what the fuck? It's crazy. And she's driving a car and then she like approaches this fucking barricade of like these men soldiers and she's wearing a hat. So she's kind of dressed up like a guy and the guy fucking takes off her hat and realizes that she's a woman. So he's like trying to kill her and shit. And then she takes off through the bushes and like in this old fucking 75 Gremlin. Literally, it looks like fucking Garth's car from fucking Wayne's World. It's hilarious. And, so anyways, she ends up finding this like house. It's not even a house. It's like a fucking castle on a hill, which right there, I was like, okay, this seems a little fantastical.
Yeah. I figured it was like a fantasy thing. I don't know. I was like cool to it.
Well,
like it was like
what sells it though, like she walks on the property and there's like a talking unicorn. I was like, what the fuck? I'm like, okay, she's either nuts or like this is actually really happening. But then there's so many little things that are happening after the fact. You're like, no, it's so fantastical. Like it's totally fantasy, but like it, when you watch the movie and it finishes up, you're like, well, what the fuck? Like, it's totally one of those things where you're like, fuck. Like you just wanted so much more. It's a really well made movie. I could see JP just fucking hating the shit out of this one.
Yeah, I can see JP really not liking this movie.
But it is definitely a Criterion release. Like I ended up getting the Blu-ray, by the way, because remember I had ordered that one and they canceled it. Blah blah blah. I ended up getting another one. I paid a little bit much for it, but I was like, fuck it, I want to watch it. I couldn't find it anywhere because I don't have the Criterion channel and blah blah blah. So I was like, you know what? I'll give it a watch down the road. But it's definitely Criterion material. Just put it that way. It's very it's pretentious as fuck.
Criterion's all over this year.
Yeah.
Don't forget, Daddy Sallow.
Yeah, that's one of the last films up on my list here. I thought maybe I'd leave it for the end because I'm pretty sure I'm going to like it. I've just owned the Blu-ray for 10 years and I've never watched it.
My first watch, I did not like it, like at all.
Yeah.
I was like, this movie is overhyped. This movie is fucking boring. This movie's dry. This movie sucks. Yeah. And then I rewatched it right at the beginning and I was like, I feel really dumb for everything I ever said about this movie.
Yeah. I mean, I know the history from it. I don't really know a lot. Like, I don't really know details besides there's some shit eating in it and stuff. But like,
it's like I watched for the first time probably 4 years ago. And I just literally wasn't smart enough to engage with it. I was just like, this is boring.
Yeah. Right. Well, JP, you got some catching up to do, man.
I know.
Like serious catching up. Like there's fucking there's 4 Nashi films from this year, man. It's crazy.
I will say though, the 1980 prep, I did 72 movies in 1 month.
Damn, dude. Damn, that's fucking crazy, man.
I went to town.
Yeah, I even rewatched The Boy and His Dog. Remember what episode was that, JP?
That was the first one I watched.
I watched that one.
What episode was that? That we covered that one? Because remember Jeremy was like, we gotta do A Boy and His Dog. And
I feel like it was in the teens or the 20s.
Yeah, I remember Jeremy loved
it was definitely it was early. It was early for sure.
You sure?
I'm pretty sure it was, but
that is crazy. Early. The teens or the 20s?
Okay, I didn't. I guess I'm going to say earlier. I thought it was one of the first dozen episodes that we did. But I
remember Jeremy loved that movie.
It's crazy. We brought him up 5 times on this episode so far.
He's the one who told me to go check out this other movie in the art house theater. He said it was really good. I looked it up. I was like, "Oh, this is a Taiwanese movie. That seems like it's for me."
And it's called A Boy and His Cat.
Not only was not only was Moodz wrong, but I was also wrong. It was episode 41.
41? Wow. Really?
Yeah.
Oh wow, crazy.
It in between Viewer's Choice 2 and OG versus Remake 2.
Wow, I totally thought it was episode 14 or something. I have no idea. I'm the worst with 22 shots trivia, man. Holy shit.
Episode 14 was Eaten Alive, 1977.
I remember that episode.
Eaten Alive. Damn, crazy. But yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to the 75 top 10 show. I think the list will be pretty interesting. JP, you got to get your ass going on that.
My list is wide open.
I mean, I already knew 3 or 4 that were going to be on the list for sure, 100%. They're not going.
I would say I have 9 to 10 movies competing for the last 4 spots.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, personally, I feel like I had an idea of what 10 films would be on my list, and so far, nothing has changed. But I've only watched 11.
I would.
Well, that means you're not working too hard then.
I would say on average, with the 2 other big years I did, I probably had an idea about what 75 about. I had an idea of 10 films, and I was about 75% right, on all of them. But both times I was off on my number one.
I feel
not just kidding. Just one time I was. Just the last.
I feel like the surprise of the year is going to be JP with he's gonna finally watch the Rocky Horror Picture Show for the first time and be like, that's my favorite movie of the year, hands down. I like it more than Jaws. Jaws is number 2. But you've never seen it though, so how do you know?
He's gonna rewatch Footprints on the Moon, and that's gonna be his number 1.
I don't think I'm rewatching that.
I kind of figured he wouldn't even bother. It's actually one of the ones I have to rewatch because I haven't rewatched Footprints or Eyeball because I just recently watched them and I've seen Deep Red so many times, so it's like whatever.
I like Deep Red, Jaws, like Rocky Horror Picture Show, like the movies that I know I like. I'm saving like right for the end, and like then I'll cut that in with like the other movies that like I've liked along the way I didn't know about, and I call that the playoffs.
Yeah. I didn't rewatch Bug yet either because we just did a show on that. So I haven't done that one. And Jaws, like there's a few films, Amusement Park, I haven't rewatched it because that was obviously a big deal. It was the Romero film that got released like last year. So I watched it right away. So it's been recent. I completely remember it too. So, but I haven't rewatched that one. So, but a couple first time watches coming up. Sallow.
Yeah, I've not seen that.
And I think that's about it, actually, for the remaining of my films. But yeah, I don't know. We'll finish up with. No. There's still Death in Knoll Mansions on YouTube. I haven't watched that one, so I'm gonna watch that one. It sounds okay.
Yeah, I watched that one.
So we'll do that. I like my TV. I actually don't think that's a TV movie, but whatever.
Yeah, I don't think it is.
So, but actually enjoyed. I think I watched 3 or 4 TV films, and I thought they were all actually quite enjoyable. But that was the era.
You guys can skip Journey into the Beyond.
You know what? I actually have that fucking documentary Blu-ray. I've never watched it though.
It's a lot of bullshit.
I heard that because it's not really it's a documentary, but isn't more like conspiracy theories and shit.
Probably.
It's a lot of bullshit.
Okay, because I thought that it was like kind of like a pseudo documentary, it's just outrageous fucking
it seems
opinions.
Like it's trying to tell you that like mad like fucking basically fucking I don't even know how to say it. Like basically like supernatural healing and like tribal rituals and other shit is like real.
Well, it could be. You know, it's like it's like watching a documentary about UFOs and like it's trying to tell you they're real, and you're like,
there's a part where a shaman makes somebody levitate, bro.
Yeah, I've seen that happen in real life. Real shit, bro.
Actually, to be fair, my total is
documentaries 13. Don't count, by the way.
13. It does.
13?
I'm just fucking with you, man. I'm just fucking with you. No, I literally have it on my list to watch. Like I've had the Blu-ray for a long time. I just need to check it out. So
yeah, I gotta let's wrap this show up so I can go fucking watch 75 moves.
So do we actually have reviews to do in this episode, or we're just gonna sit here and do intro for an hour and a half? But yeah, I mean it's it's summertime. We haven't been talking for a while, so we had a few things to cover. But yeah, I mean we can definitely move this on and get into the featured reviews if you guys are ready for it. Obviously JP is, so let's go ahead and do that. Let's move on from the intro here, and we'll be back in a minute with the Blind Dead franchise. Yeah.
Yo, who this?
Yo, Moodz, it's your boy, the ill-mannered funky child, calling you to remind you that the featured reviews on this episode contain spoilers.
Aw, yeah, man, that's right, brother. Thanks for the heads up, player. Now go back to being an unproductive asshole.
Fuck you. I tell your listeners to stop being so dumb, silly, sensitive.
Yeah.
And now, our feature presentation.
All right, so getting into the featured reviews here on episode 265, the Blind Dead franchise. So we're going to take it all the way back to 1972. JP, did you watch this for 72 prep?
Yes, I actually did.
Okay. I just thought of that actually because we definitely did a top 10 72 show.
I had it as 7.5 out of 10 back then. Did it didn't make your top 10, did it?
Fuck, man, I don't remember.
I think it made somebody, so I remember hearing about it then.
It's funny, man, because like you go back onto these episodes.
I don't think it did.
Yeah, crazy. Interesting. That was really interesting, actually. Okay. So yeah, 1972's Tombs of the Blind Dead, directed by Armando Desario, who actually directed the first 4 films in this franchise in sequential year too. It's kind of crazy, right? You don't see that very often where you do 4 films in 4 years. It's very rare to see that.
Yes, he was right on.
Yeah.
Pretty good. Like, at least in terms of like there's a lot of it that kind of remains consistent through.
Well, I think the thing is with Armando Desario's approach to the Blind Dead franchise was like, so he did the first film. I don't know if he intended to do sequels. And if he didn't, I mean, I'm probably assuming that he probably thought it was like a one and done thing, but then it went over pretty well. And he's like, fuck it, let's make a sequel to this film. It did pretty well. But instead of like, putting that continuity towards, the second film, he kind of did a different thing. But then it became like the structure of the franchise. It was like these movies have a common bond with, the core narrative of the Knights Templar characters, but the narrative of each film was a little bit different, which I kind of like. I enjoy watching a franchise that has full continuity through it, like, where the next one starts where the last one leaves off. I like that kind of thing. But, this is also fun too, because, it doesn't stray too far from it. It doesn't, get crazy like that and stuff, but we'll get into those films in a minute. So Tombs of the Blind Dead from 1972, quick little, oh, fuck. That one's not even really a synopsis, is it? Okay. In the 13th century, there existed a legion of evil knights known as the Templars, who quested for eternal life by drinking human blood and committing sacrifices. Executed for their unholy deeds, the Templars' bodies were left out for the crows to peck their eyes out, now in modern-day Portugal, blah, blah, blah. People, okay. So, I remember reading a review years ago where someone said they were so pissed off about this film. They're like, the Templars weren't Satanists. And I'm like, bro.
I feel like I've seen that review.
I'm like, bro.
It's a movie.
Do you really want to make a fucking horror movie about the Templar, like what actually the Templars were doing? Like the Templar, if you look at the real life scenario of the Templars, like they were basically keepers of the faith and stuff. Like they would protect, the faith and stuff like that. They would protect the people who come into it and shit like that. They were keepers of the faith. So would you really want to make a horror film based on that? Or would you rather have them evil Satan worshippers who sacrificed, people to, did blood sacrifices for, Satan and stuff like that? I think that
and also
second part sounds a lot different and better.
And also it's these Templar. This isn't the entire every Templar knight.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like these ones are Satan worshippers, motherfucker. If
you look back at the history actually of the Knights Templar, like they were persecuted. And there's lots of rumors and there's a lot of speculation on why fully they were like, they were, charged with heresy and they were charged with apparently Satan worship. It's never been proved that they actually ever were Satan worshippers and stuff. And there was even like homosexuality was a big thing, of course, because within the Christian religion and stuff, that's a big no-no, right? So they were prosecuted for that also. And like all these other charges and shit. But I think what it was is that these other facts of religion and stuff were just kind of,
I believe they're Catholic Christian, right? Yeah,
Catholic Christian. It's like I don't know. It's like a finicky thing, I guess. But I think there was just other factions and there was other groups of people that were kind of scared of these people. They didn't really understand fully what they were doing. So they were persecuted. Kind of like, I take the Knights Templar situation in real life kind of in contrast to all the women that died back in like the 14th or 15th century, 14th century that were persecuted as witches. It was kind of the same thing. Like they were wrongly accused of a lot of things that they were doing. The Knights Templar were essentially doing good deeds, but they fell victim to, higher priorities, I guess. But yeah, they were never proved to be Satan worshippers. That was always on the list of things that they're persecuted for. So it kind of makes sense to make a horror film about the Knights Templar that were Satan worshippers, right? Why not? It makes a lot of fucking sense to me. But yeah, there's a long history. Like the Templar existence, like was for pretty much like the 11th century to about the 14th, so like the 1200s to like 15 or to the 1300s. So not a long existence of them. you like, I remember JP saying you didn't really know much about the Knights Templar and like the history of them and stuff like that. Like they're known for having like, yeah, I don't know if you've ever heard of like the show The Curse of Oak Island, which is based in Nova Scotia and stuff. And they're like a lot of the evidence that they've uncovered on that island was actually the Templars that came over probably around the 12th century, which is about 1100s, and they were known for basically, I want to say hoarding, but like, you know, transferring treasures and having treasures and stuff like that. And that's the whole idea behind the Curse of Oak Island, is that there is a treasure that's buried there, and they feel like the Templars are the ones that brought it over in those days. It's factual evidence now that they actually were on the island in those days, along with the Vikings and stuff like that. So they're literally changing history as they're trying to uncover this this treasure and stuff like that. But everything on the island always leads back to Templar stuff, like right from the roads that they built from the docks all the way to like the potential money pit and stuff like that. Those roads were only built by the Templars, and they originate in Portugal and stuff like that. It's just crazy, man. I'm very fascinated with the whole Templar situation and stuff. It's pretty interesting, but so kind of like these films in that sense, but they don't really cover, you know, the real factual stuff. These are horror films. Let's face it.
Yeah, I didn't think too far into it. Like,
Right.
I don't know, like, why do you think something like this has to be
Yeah,
accurate?
they take the general idea of the Knights Templars to make them Satanists, and you know, the fact that they're gonna come back on people. I mean, this is a very witch thing too, right? Because back, like, look at all the witch stories. It's like, oh, you're burning me. I'm innocent. I'm gonna come back later on and kill your whole fucking family.
Like, if you want something factual, like, go watch a documentary.
Yeah, so I just find it really interesting when people write reviews like that. I'm like, you do realize this is fiction, right?
Yeah, it's a fucking movie.
It's a fucking movie, man. All right. So, anyways, Tombs of the Blind Dead from 1972. What are your guys' thoughts? Tyler, have you seen this before?
I haven't seen any of these.
Oh shit. Okay, well, let's start with your thoughts on.
I've seen two of them. But before actually you go into Tyler, this is actually kind of a weird series, right? Like, I mean, you have the 4 original by the same director.
I'm on
the one that the extra one that you added is like sort of like an unofficial like remake, I guess.
Yeah, well, I don't really know the full story. I kind of looked into it a little bit, and basically the short and long of the 5th film that came out in 2020. It's an Italian film, actually. So the producers acquired the rights to, well, they thought they had to like acquire the rights. I think originally they were going to do like a sequel or a remake or something like that, but it turns out they didn't have to fully acquire the rights or some shit. But so the long and short of it is that the new film isn't actually connected. They were able to make this film without connecting it to the original franchise. So the new film, in a sense, is kind of like, it takes the core narrative, right, of the first one, does its own thing. It sets it like in a post-apocalyptic setting, which is obviously quite different from the original film. And it does very similar things and stuff, but it's not connected to the franchise by rights. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's kind of a standout. It's kind of like an offshoot. It's literally a remake, but it's without being an official remake. So, yeah.
Well, also there is another film that is lumped in here sometimes called The Devil's Cross.
Right.
That actually was written by Paul Naschy.
Right.
And that one came out in 1975. Have you guys watched that?
No, I don't know if that even, what's the other title for that film? Is there another title for that?
La Cruz del Diablo.
Okay, just a Spanish title. No, I don't even know if that one has a release that I know of, but I've never seen it though.
And then there's also another one called there's a short film called Island of the Blind Dead.
Really?
And then there is another one from Full Moon called Scream of the Blind Dead from Chris Alexander, former I guess operator of Fangoria magazine. And that one I did watch. So I did a little extra prep.
Wow.
So that one's only 40 minutes. I believe it might have been part of the Deadly 10 originally. But that one is definitely influenced by I mean, it's in the world.
Mhm.
And then I think there's even another movie too from 2009. Yeah, called El Retornos de los Templores.
Hmm.
Also known. And there's a unofficial sequel shot on video called Graveyard of the Dead.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's the same one. That's El Retorno de los Templores.
Hmm.
So really, that extra film that we did, we probably didn't even have to because it's not like a
I think it's more of like
really part of the series, but it seems like there's a few.
yeah,
out there.
I think this one right here though was kind of like the one that stuck out. In fact, like there was a huge write up on it about being how the producers wanted to, I think, originally do like a remake or sequel and stuff, but then they realized they didn't have to fully acquire the rights because I don't know what it is, what rights they needed to acquire. Maybe it was the Blind Dead name. I have no idea. Quite obviously, you don't have to because all these films seem to have Blind Dead in the title. So, and then they were just like, fuck it, then we can do our thing, but we'll just use the inspiration from the original film, Tombs of the Blind Dead, to make our film. But I mean, essentially, it kind of plays out like a remake, but they do their own thing in it, right? So it is what it is.
They definitely do their own thing.
Yeah, they definitely do their own thing.
But yeah, so just there, it does seem like there's an extended universe of unofficial films,
right?
Capitalized.
Yeah, fuck it, man. We'll just do this one. I mean, it's probably the biggest budgeted or probably the better one out of. I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying
I think I might have liked I don't know, like the screams of the Blind Dead, the Chris Alexander one. I didn't fully like pay attention to it because it was before the show. I had like 40 minutes to kill, so I just threw it on while I was cleaning.
Right.
A lot of cool colors and stuff in there,
Mhm.
but it might be worth watching. It's 40 minutes. I mean,
Right. Tyler, your thoughts on Tombs of the Blind Dead?
Actually, I thought it was pretty cool. It was pretty simple story, but I liked that it pretty much got right into it. It didn't like have this elaborate.
sorry to cut you off one more time, but what version did you watch? Because I think that I didn't realize that there were differences.
Yeah, you got to watch the full Spanish version, which is the 101-minute version.
I think I didn't watch that version.
I watched the English version.
Yeah,
well, you can watch the Spanish full-length version in English. There's a dub for that, which is 100. I'm just saying, okay, the 101-minute cut of the film.
I think I watched.
Yeah, I think I watched like it was closer. I think it was under 90 minutes.
Yeah, because the American version of the film, which is it's the American version, which is like 83. It's literally like 18 or 19 minutes shorter.
Yeah,
so now I'm curious because I don't remember. I've seen that cut before, but it's been so long. I've always been watching the longer cut. So
apparently there was a like a flashback. So the flashback of the Knights drinking blood that happens at the beginning of the English version. Does it happen at the beginning of the Spanish version?
Of what? What was the scene?
The scene with the knights before they're zombified, where they're just like actual knights.
No,
and they capture the woman and drink her blood and stuff.
Oh no, that happens a little bit into the film. It's not right at the beginning of the film. Okay. Are you talking like the opening scene?
Right at the beginning in the
No, because the opening because the 101-minute version starts out with our main characters, the two girls. They're at the seaside resort or whatever, and they're talking to that dude, and then they kind of have their little bickering and stuff. They head on a train. And then when they're on the train, the one girl, Sylvia, her name, whatever her name is in the film, Maria, she jumps off the train and heads off into the abandoned.
So that all happens after that flashback scene.
Okay. So what is the scene again?
It's the beginning, the scene where the knights tie up the woman to the like when they're actual knights, not zombies.
Yeah.
When they tie up the woman to
backstory,
the cross thing and slash her and drink her blood or whatever. Okay, that happens right at the beginning of the movie.
So that scene comes about 20 minutes into the film, maybe 15 minutes into the film. So we get a little bit of we don't really get character development, I guess, with our leads or whatever. We just get introduced to them. Anyways, she jumps off the plane. Yeah, she jumps off the train. and she heads off into the city of whatever it's called, and it's an abandoned Templar medieval town, right? Where she obviously has to set up shop for the night, and she sets up shop. Yeah, she's like, it's like basically ruins, which is actually kind of funny in the sequel because the whole movie's set in that town, but it's like a totally different, like the town's fucking full of populated people. But anyways, she sets up in this little ruins, and that just sparks up somehow. I'm assuming it's because she's got blood in her system. I don't know, but anyways, that resurrects the Templars, and they come alive looking for blood.
So then there's another scene, apparently, a scene that depicted the lesbian relationship between Betty and Virginia that isn't in the movie. And then
that's in the 101 minute cut. Yeah. So there's in the cut. So there's another scene where they're talking about their history together a little bit after they have their bickering, I think. And it kind of flashes back to when they were roommates in college, and they kind of had like a little lesbian thing going on there and stuff like that.
Yeah,
and that's really what the scene is.
Completely taken out of the US version, right?
Okay,
Tyler?
yeah. So that's in the 101 cut, yeah.
Tyler?
Yeah, I didn't see any of that stuff. So.
Yeah, and then there's a scene where Pedro rapes Betty. That's also not.
Oh yeah, I definitely would have remembered that.
Okay, so that's actually good. That's very good to know because it's actually one of my nitpicks about the full Spanish version. And remember this, the 101 minute cut is just the original theatrical cut of the film. That's like the normal cut. There's no actual director's cut. The American cut is just
the
a
US version that was edited for US release after the success of Planet of the Apes.
So I'm wondering what else, because like 19 minutes is quite a bit, but okay.
Yeah,
so
that's a lot.
One of my biggest gripes with the full cut is it does drag a little bit in the middle in terms of just investigative stuff, because the first 25 minutes of the Spanish cut, we get, a lot of the meat and potatoes and stuff. And then when one of our leads gets killed, then it starts into like investigative part. And then we start learning the history of the Templars and stuff like that. And then other people get involved. And then the third act happens. Right. So it goes on for a little bit where there's a long stretch in the film where we don't get a lot of undead Templars. So, which is fine. I think some of the stuff in the middle is actually really cool and stuff, but one of my biggest gripes of the film is in the third act, there's like 15 minutes left in the film. All of a sudden there's like this R scene. By the way, we can't say the word.
I already said it.
I know we're going to get flagged again because I totally said this on the Simbin show.
We have to say grape.
Yeah, we have to say grape.
That's what they usually say.
So you even say the word, we're going to get flagged because they actually, when you upload the things, they're looking for those words. So anyways, this show's already fucked because I'm not going to go back and edit that out. But anyways,
just put a bleep in. Edit it, damn it.
I should. But anyways, yeah, so there's this grape scene in the third act, which is completely not needed. And it's always been my gripe with this film. Like, why the fuck would you be in a third act of a movie that's going really good and then just have this grape scene? I'm like, it kind of takes away from a little bit. It's totally unneeded. But that's actually really interesting. It's not in the American cut because it's not needed. It's kind of like back to like honestly, the Rob Zombie. It's like the Rob Zombie director's cut where he's got that, that really crazy fucking scene.
That's honestly, I didn't want to say it when we were talking about it earlier, but that's like the scene that completely just like throws me out.
It's a lot of people for that, but this is very much in contrast. It's very much in contrast. It's like, it's totally unneeded, especially in the third act. I could see having a grape scene in maybe a first or in the middle of the film, but not in the third fucking act when shit is going down. Like literally, right?
Yeah. It's kind of absurd. I the first time I watched this movie, I did watch the Spanish version because I remember it being subtitled.
Yeah. You can watch, like I said, you can watch the Spanish cut of the film dubbed in English. You can actually, there's actually a dub on it. It's still 101, right? So I'm just telling you, you can do that.
I meant like last time I watched this actual Spanish version.
Too, yeah, of course. Yeah.
Because it was the DVD from
Blue Underground.
Yeah, I rented it from Netflix. And then this time I watched it on streaming, which by the fucking way, I streamed it through Full Moon Horror.
That's what I did
on Amazon, and for whatever reason, it kept stuttering. This and the second movie, it was infuriating. Did you have that problem?
No, I didn't experience that.
So
did you do it through Amazon?
Yeah, I did. It was Full Moon on Amazon.
I did like a free trial. Yeah, because I've never had that problem with the actual Full Moon streaming app. but I did a free trial through Amazon, and I was like, it was not running well.
So one of my favorite things about being a collector is not having this fucking issue. So I watched this movie on the Snaps Blu-ray that just came out.
Mm-hmm.
It's fucking fantastic. This is a weird franchise. So we're talking about collecting. So the second film is only DVD. The third film is only DVD. Then we have the fourth one, Night of the Seagulls, has a Scream Factory Blu-ray. It's fucking bizarre.
Interesting.
So, yeah, it's really strange. But I'm thinking that the second one, we'll get into that. I have a theory on why that hasn't been released on Blu-ray, but we'll see.
I couldn't find it was so annoying. So I watched all three of these, the first two on Full Moon streaming through Amazon. The third one, third one is
Ghost Galleon.
That one I watched through Tubi. And then the last one, I have the Scream Factory Blu-ray. Could not find it. So I watched it on Tubi as well. I'm so annoyed. I spent like an hour looking for it,
dude. And so like, how bad were these transfers, by the way? Because I will say, like, the first and fourth films are great. They look really good on their respectable Blu-rays.
The transfer of the fourth film was definitely the Scream Factory transfer. Scaled to 720p because that's what Tubi is.
Right.
But it looked good, actually.
Yeah, I thought all these transfers were fine.
I think the Ghost Galleon, if it ever gets its way on Blu-ray, will look so much better because it's one of those films I think that like
that was the worst one.
It's really dark.
I thought it looked great, dude.
No, it's just a really dark film because that's the point of it. It's
bad,
supposed to be dark, right? Because it's super foggy.
I think the transfer on Tubi is HD. Like there must be an HD.
Interesting.
I watched that on Full Moon.
Okay.
Yeah. Because here's my thing. I've seen Ghost Galleon on 35.
Right.
A few years ago.
That's interesting.
And it was very fucking rough.
Right.
But it honestly was so atmospheric.
Yeah.
Like so gritty and like just it looked I honestly it was during one of the drive-ins where the movies that they show are like old like 70s or 60s like B movies or 50s. And usually they're not like that good of movies.
Yeah, it's just random luck of the draw. It's more about the experience.
But this one when me and Carly watched it, I was actually like, man, this is kind of cool. Like it took a little while to get going, but once it got going, it just was like very cool to watch. But anyway, I digress. So yeah, I mean, I originally remember that Synapse was supposed to do like a new updated box set with these movies, and apparently something was up with the transfers or the film elements.
Yeah,
so they scrapped it.
I think part two, that's what I was referring to. I think I heard through the grapevine that part two's elements are just not there anymore. When originally Anchor Bay released part two on DVD, the back set, it was like uncut and stuff. If you go on even on IMDb, that DVD is so heavily cut, it literally cuts out all the gore in the whole film. And it actually cuts out an integral part of the narrative where the dude actually sacrifices that girl to bring back the Templar in part two. That's missing from that version. So like you're watching the film, you're like, okay, they just rose. But I mean, I guess it's not, you can, disconnect yourself from it because in this film, they just kind of rise though too, really. But yeah, Return, I think it suffers from elements.
Different rules in all the movies.
Well, that's what I like about this. This is actually one thing I like about the franchise. So we'll get into that throughout the films go. But so we'll talk about the differences. So anyways, go on.
Well, I cut him off way a while ago.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Go on. I'll be back in like 30 seconds. Go on for 30 more seconds.
So for me, like I think that the first Tombs of the Blind Dead is like perfect in what it is. It has like this great location with this sort of like old like ruins of some sort of Spanish countryside like ruins thing, and it's just like I like the idea that this chick just like basically jumps off the train and ends up at this place, and then
it's so juvenile though too, right?
Yeah, because
it is. She had a bickering with her, like how fucking conceited or just out to lunch are you that you think that your friend is stealing your fucking potential boyfriend here when they're just talking. Like that's all it was.
Well, I think it also is supposed
ridiculous.
to be that, like, she also
Is a
had
lesbian.
feelings towards the girl
Yeah.
still too, which is
Yeah.
like, I think it's like cut out in my version.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
she definitely,
basically,
they're
yeah.
definitely the lesbian vibes there, but like the way they portrayed in the Spanish cut is like she's super, super jealous of, you know, her friend being potentially or the guy being interested
They're
in
getting
her friend.
along too good.
Yeah, they're getting along too good, and she's very jealous of it. And it's like, holy
Yeah.
shit! But like, you're willing to jump off a moving train? Like, fuck.
that's
This
crazy.
movie is very like Romero inspired, I'd say. It's
Yeah.
it sort of has like this, it's like a cross between like a mummy and like a zombie to me.
No, I think it's a cross between a zombie and a vampire, right? Because they move like the undead zombies, but then they act like vampires because in this first film, they don't actually devour human flesh. They suck the blood out of you. So
Yeah, but I think that was like they did that when they were alive too, right? So
yeah.
It's like almost
Right.
like a
So they
nature.
acted like vampires, but like
Yeah.
they move like dead zombies, like Romero's dead zombies, but then they live like vampires. It's really interesting. It's kinda
I
cool.
love the design of them. I think that it's like they just look very dry and dusty. Like I would say it's like burial ground type
Dude.
of look, you know?
So I've said this many, many times. I said that my favorite zombie look of all time is between Tombs of the Blind Dead, Burial Ground, and zombie. Like those are like the coolest designed
Yeah.
zombies ever. But like these ones right here are legit amazing.
Yeah,
Like,
I
they're
think
fucking amazing.
that's really the thing about the movie is like those
The whole
those, like,
aesthetic.
those foggy shots of like these things just like barreling in on horses with that music through the fields is like
Yeah.
Yeah, that fucking like haunting,
And
like
it's like a
almost church
slow,
music.
impending doom.
it gives it's so good that like a lot of like this movie's obviously like very simple, like it's kind of it's as bare bones as you can get like with the story, but like this movie doesn't really need anything because what this movie does really well is it just like really showcases these guys and has these really cool shots of it. It's got this cool bit like this cool just like small backs where we get at least in the English cut, and it just got right to it and it got in and it got out, and I just like I really appreciate it for what it was.
Yeah, it's interesting though too, because again, going back to the Spanish cut, which is like 19 minutes longer, so you get a lot more. Like you get the whole beginning of the film, and we get to see the Templar Rising, which is, in my opinion, one of the most atmospheric, amazing shot, like graveyard type tomb setting scenes I've ever seen. Like it's just fantastic how he shot that and did that. They look so realistic though too. Like like the hands, they literally look just like fucking bones. It's amazing. Like the effects are so good on this, man. Like,
They look great, and like it's not the most violent movie, but it gives you enough to like like satiate you. It's got that eerie music. Like it's a cool little movie, man.
yeah, the score for I always call it like the Templar music. It's like that church kind of impending doom type music or whatever. It's really fucking good, man. It works so well throughout the film. But even like I said, the whole middle part where our leads are trying to figure out what's going on, and we get the backstory through other characters and stuff like that. And I think that whole stuff is actually really good. It's a little bit long-winded, but man, when the third act happens, it's kind of crazy too, because before the third act happens, there's like fucking 2 deaths in the movie before like the third act happens. It's crazy, and then it just goes batshit in there, like complete batshit. So there's not a lot of kills up until like the end, and then there's like so many you can't even count. It's
like the payoff's definitely worth it, and I love that just like the little touches, like when the girl like first jumps off the train, and then like the conductor's like, "No, we never stop here," like, and then it all comes back full circle. Like that was cool. Like I like the little things they put in there, like to really build up like this like local legend thing.
So one difference in this film that they never explored again in the franchise, and this is one of the big differences, is when our character Maria gets killed. She gets attacked out in the field. The Templars basically suck her blood, and that they kill her. She fucking comes back to life in this movie as a zombie.
Yeah.
and ultimately ends up getting, she ends up getting burnt up like, a few minutes later, whatever. But the fact of the matter is that's something that was never explored in this franchise again, because it just never was. Like, so what are your guys' opinions on, or even theories on the fact that she comes back to life in the film? Like, what do you think Asaria was trying to do in this? Because maybe he had an idea and he just never wanted to explore that, but like, that's the one and only person that gets killed by Templar in this franchise that comes back to life. And it's kind of a weird moment because, like I said, she's only alive for so long before they dispose of her. It's very strange. And that whole scene happens in between our other leads who are just investigating and finding out what's happened. They don't even know that she even came back. It's kind of fucked up. Like, it's so fucking weird.
Yeah,
But
I don't know. Maybe it's just that. Yeah, maybe you just dropped it for the sequels, which was fine because you can just watch any of those movies individually, and it doesn't really matter.
I wanted to bring it up because it's something that's definitely different.
Yeah.
All these movies have differences. Every single one of them has their own unique thing.
I think you could probably argue to that, like, I don't know, like maybe it takes time for that to happen, and it just never happened because the other movies don't take place in that long of a period of time. Because all the other movies are just like one night, right?
No, the fourth one takes place over multiple nights because the narrative in that one completely changes too. It completely changes too, right?
I mean, I guess I just didn't really think into it too much because I did feel like you could just watch any of these movies individually,
Oh, absolutely. But it was notable because I always thought it was very interesting in this movie that there's a character that comes back as a zombie. It's really interesting that he did that and then just never explored it again. But it's pretty interesting. But it makes you think though, like by the end of the film, when fucking huge train massacre happens, were all those people coming back after?
I know.
I don't know. I like the ending too. Like this one had the best ending. I thought this was a cool ending.
Yeah, it's fucking nuts. It's really nuts, actually.
Yeah, I just really love those shots of them just like running through those like dark, foggy fields of that music and like
it has like very good atmosphere.
It's done so well, and just like how when they rise from the graves, I like how we just got in the minimal, like and spent all this time like making sure I understand what these things were. It's like okay, they're zombie knights, got it, good, and it just was. A simple movie like that. We got some decent violence. We got some good kills. We got a little bit of sleaze. Like,
oh yeah,
it's a good little dish.
So the other major difference in this film that is actually not explored, which is interesting. It's actually quite interesting to me that this wasn't the core narrative. Well, I mean, whatever part of the core narrative in the other films, because they changed it up in the second one like drastically. But so in this story, in this narrative, the Templar are basically captured by the townspeople and essentially appointed by the king to wipe out, to kill them, right? And what they do is they hang them and they let the crows peck out their eyes. That's why they're the blind dead, right? They come back as the blind dead. They don't have eyes.
Seems reasonable to me.
Right? So that's the main key in this film. They were hung and their eyes were eaten by the crows. Now in the sequel, that is thrown out the window. They changed that completely. Right. Yeah. It's very interesting how they just managed to change that part of the narrative but everything else is the same. The whole blood sacrifices and all the all the sacrificial stuff is all the same in the sequel, except for they change on how they actually killed them and like how their eyes got burnt out, and they actually burnt them in the sequel. It's really interesting how there's these little subtle things throughout the whole thing where they're quite different. And I love that about this franchise. It keeps you like, oh shit, that's a little bit different, but I like that. It's cool because they're not connected. They're not.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I was like, this is just like 4 different episodes of this. They definitely like. I think the cinematography and like the best of the zombies is in this movie, but like the look of the zombies is really consistent through all these movies.
One of the biggest things I took away from this, I'm like, again, watching this with a critical eye, and I'm like, man, it's amazing through 4 films how it looks like the zombies were the same throughout. They were the same fucking characters, same actors playing the zombie. Like it was just the same through 4 films. It's crazy.
Yeah, he did a good job directing the zombies and the look of them. Like those were definitely consistent. Like to me, that's the best part about these movies for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, one of the coolest designs ever, man. And along with the score. I mean, there's so many great elements to this. I even think the acting is pretty good for what it is.
Like, it's not bad. It's serviceable.
It's fine. I mean, it's actually kind of funny because our lead in this film, who the one that survives. What the fuck's her name? I think it's Betty. She's
I don't know
actually
if she really survives.
well, she might not. Yeah, exactly. But like it's funny because this is how you know they're not connected, because she's one of the characters in the next film, but playing a totally different person.
Yeah. I kind of love when movies do
And
that.
actually, the fucking scumbag drug dealer from this movie shows up in the sequel as one of the boyfriends and then gets fucking killed. He gets hauled out through the window in one of those scenes. So he just comes back to get killed. Like, that's fucking awesome. Like, what is this, Beast? I'm like, that's amazing. So I always like when directors do that, they have the same people in their films playing different. But I mean, it's literally showing you that they're not connected, right? So, so you can't take it too serious. But, and again, I've said over time where some franchises, that's what the problem is. Sometimes they try to connect them and they don't really work as well. But then he obviously was not trying to make these a sequel on
movies.
Sequel.
It works fine with not like George Romero's Dead series. Like none of them are directly like connected.
Yeah,
but they're like in the same world.
Yeah,
and like I feel like that's what these are too. It's like just playing around in the world of the Blind Dead.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fine with that. I love continuity in certain film series, like, and then other ones I'm fine with there being.
Speaking of Phantasm, you want to talk about continuity?
Yeah, those have good continuity.
It's like one big ass fucking movie. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. And see, like, I mean, I respect that and love that, but I have no problem with this either. It's the same director, same vision, same fucking aesthetic, same, great look on the Templars. And the effects overall in the series are really good too. Like, obviously they're all practical. This is the 70s, but they look really good. They do a good job with them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So ripping out hearts and shit, like, fuck, man. Damn. Yeah, it's nasty shit. But what else you guys got on this one?
I mean, it's a pretty simple story. It's not like a whole lot to dissect.
No, and this one is interesting too, because like I said, when they rise, there's actually no reason in this one why they rise, except for the fact that Maria's just laying in their realm. Like, she's just on their ground.
Yeah, you just roll with it, but they look fucking cool.
But where?
Who fucking cares?
But where, in the sequel, they literally show you why.
Yeah,
how they resurrect.
I get it. They want to give you a little bit more. They don't want to just be like, these things are here again.
But I like that, though, that this one doesn't give you, and you don't need anything.
You don't need it, exactly.
And it's great. But the sequel, they give you something. The third one goes craziness, supernatural. And then the fourth one gives you a totally different narrative.
Honestly, if anything, I feel like a lot of movies over-explain things, and like it doesn't help the movie for it.
To me, it's about the ride. It's about these type of movies. It's about effects. It's about looks. It's about atmosphere. It's about setting. And that's one thing about these all four of these films. They have fantastic locations. All four of them. They look great. If there's one thing you take away from the Blind Dead franchise, is that they all have great locations and they're shot well. Yeah. So high quality. So, but yeah, like I said, going into the third act in this film, it's like, holy shit, dude, like the kill count's not huge in this. And then it just goes fucking batshit. Like complete batshit, man. I love that. And, and it's a great ending. It's an ambiguous ending, but it's like, but it still makes sense though.
It's a horror ending. That's the kind of shit I want. I wish movies like did this today. That's kind of like my big gripe lately with movies. Everything is like not like this.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, actually, I love, like, when that fucking massacre is happening on the train, there's this really fucking tense scene. I'm not sure if it was in the American cut or not. Can't remember. But there's a scene where one of the Templars is, like, fucking totally going ape on this mom, and she's holding her kid. Her kid's, like, basically in her lap, and she's getting killed.
I think that scene might be cut out of.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
Oh, dude, it's one of the best scenes in the film. It's so brutal. It's so brutally gory too.
The train scene is kind of brief in the American cut.
Oh, okay. So this, like, you get to
that
see
might be why
you get to see a ton of kills in this. But anyways, there's this crazy scene where this mom's holding her baby, like she's not an infant, It's not like fucking Curse of the fucking Blind Dead with like newborns. But anyways, this kid's probably like 3 or 4 years old. Anyway, she's holding her, and the Templar starts killing the mom, and the blood and the camera's focused on the kid. So the blood is dropping from the mom's head onto the kid's fucking face.
Oh, that's so sick.
And it's like so violent without killing the kid. And you're just like, oh my God. It's fucking awesome, dude. It's one of the greatest scenes in the film. It sucks you guys didn't get to see that. It's a great scene.
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
The train scene is actually the best overall long scene in the film because it's just so violent and so like they just charge, man. They just charge.
Yeah, it's kind of brief in the American cut. It's not very long, so I'm thinking that we lost some time.
Like I literally have it noted in my notes here. I'm like, oh yeah, the fucking kill or the kid scene. I'm like, yeah, it's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
But I just like the way it was shot though, because it didn't focus in on the kill. It was just, we got the fucking aftermath on the kid's face and the kid's freaking out. You can see the terror in the kid for real though.
Oh, because it's like young, right? Awesome. Oh man, that's so disappointing.
Yeah. Yeah, I was actually gonna make a point of that to see if you guys are what version you guys could watch or need to watch or whatever. But
yeah, I guess there's some trade-off.
I should have picked up the Blu-ray, but I don't know.
I'd pick up a Blu-ray. Yeah, like I'd pick up a Blu-ray of this, but then
it's Synapse too. It looks really good. It looks and sounds amazing.
At the convention, Cinema Wasteland, they had the Synapse Blue, and I knew we were eventually going to do this show. But it was $40.
Yeah, dude, I'm not paying that either.
That's crazy.
Synapse's prices have gone crazy, man.
Synapse is ridiculous.
Honestly, I don't understand. I don't like that a lot of places charge like more. Like it's more at a convention. Like it should be cheaper at a convention. You know?
Yeah. A lot of people are paying cash.
It's $25 on Amazon.
That's the thing too. Is like they're paying. They're like, this is like one thing about the Severin table too. And like last year I had cash, so it wasn't as big of a deal. But man, like if you use a credit card, they're like also charging you like a fee on top of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a credit card fee. Yeah. But like this, I feel like Severin usually has some kind of deal like 3 for $60. Yeah,
they have 3 4Ks for $100, which I took up last year, and it's something I consider again. But I usually blow a lot of money on Vinegar Syndrome, and I'm just not going to do that this year since I've been buying Vinegar Syndrome.
I'm at Wasteland this year. I'm going to be Severin it up. Like there's a few things I got to grab. So
only Severins, I would say.
Yeah, I passed on so much stuff.
That's the thing is like Severin is like not bad to buy at the convention if you have if they have a little deal for you. It might be a little bit more than like Black Friday, but.
Well, remember JP went to the Severin table with me. What did I drop? 400, like right there.
Yeah.
I got 3 4Ks from him last year, and I was happy with that.
Yeah, I got a couple box sets I need to grab. I need to grab the Macabre 2 and 3. I've got the first one, but I got to grab those. And then like some of the newer stuff that just came out like during their summer sale and stuff. I got to grab all that shit. I'm going to grab the Argento deep cuts, which I do have the DVD versions of all those. But I want the Blu-rays because those are really fun. It's got the Tran on there, which is actually one of my favorite like short Argento movies. I love that fucking movie. It's great.
If I can get a 4K deal this year on like The Psychic, The Sects, and The Church, like in a bundle for like $100, I'll be happy.
Yeah, those would be good pickups. I'm considering getting the Emmanuel box set too, just because. Why not?
Yeah, I'm ridiculous.
Dan bought that last year.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, but
I put a bunch of cash aside just for like the convention floor.
Yeah.
I hope Diabolics are this year. Last year they weren't there, and that was kind of like where I was looking to spend some money.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, Massacre Video wasn't there the last time I was there either. I was remember you mentioned that too. I was like, what the fuck? Because I had like a bunch of shit I was going to grab from them because,
they weren't there. They weren't there last year either, were they?
No, it's fucking weird. I don't know what's up with that because they were there every year that I've ever been, and even Dave said he was there every year.
Yeah, Diabolic was like a last minute thing that they weren't going to be there, and their friend replaced them.
Right.
Which was selling shirts, and I couldn't remember. I wish I could remember the name of the company because they're like the coolest shirts.
Yep. So, Tombs of Blind Dead, 1972. Yeah. Anything else on it? JP got anything else?
Nope.
Okay. Tyler, we'll start with you.
All right, yeah, this is pretty good. I like this one. A little simple, to the point, good atmosphere, but it's a pretty fun watch. Guess there's a difference in cuts, but for the American cut, I'll give it a 7 out of 10.
JP.
Yeah, pretty big fan of this movie. It's only gotten a little bit better with this rewatch. I'm gonna come in at an 8 out of 10.
Yeah, I figured I was going to be the highest on this one, man. This is probably the funnest watch I've ever had with this. I just, right from the start of this movie, I was loving it. I don't know, maybe because I was watching on that beautiful $40 snaps. Right?
Maybe.
I have no idea. Maybe it elevated it for me. I have no idea. I've always been a big fan. You know, I mean, it didn't make my 72 list. I mean, it would now probably. It's weird. It's weird. Films are weird. You know, sometimes you watch them at certain times, you're like, oh, fuck, man, I love that shit. You know, we all know. And sometimes it just doesn't work for you. It's that's why I'm like, lists are for dummies, because you can't take them serious. They're changing all the time. And if I was to make my 72 list right now, it would be on there. 100% it would be on there.
Yeah, I think it would probably be on there for me. It was not on any of our lists.
Which is really surprising, because there was, 5 people on that show?
Yeah, I was on any of them. I was looking at them when you guys were
But
talking.
then again, I don't know what I would take off.
Let's see.
Okay, I know there's one film on my 72 that...
Children. All right, so JP's got children shouldn't play with dead things. Wow, I'm surprised Boggy Creek's all the way down at 9.
What do you mean, surprise? Like,
I thought you'd have it higher.
Oh, I think maybe children shouldn't play with dead things is the only one I would sacrifice.
You got Tales from the Crypt, Sisters, You'll Like My Mother, Don't Torture a Duckling, Frenzies, Last House on the Left, Your Vice, and Deliverance. Then Moodz has Duckling, Your Vice, What Have You Done to Salon, Sisters, All the Colors of the Dark, Images, Night of the Devils, A Vampire Circus, Private Part, and The Night Stalker.
So what would you take off of there?
Damn, my top 10 is, I love all those movies, man. That's crazy.
You start at 9 out of 10.
Yeah, because I love The Night Stalker. I think that is, fuck, man. That's such a great movie.
That's a cool movie.
Tombs isn't, I mean, I would have to like really think about this, but even having Private Parts on there, fuck me, man. Damn. Oh, that's really tough, dude. Man, see, I like 72. Apparently, I really like 72. There's some films
72 is not a bad year.
Yeah,
I would have to put this in there. I think
that it would be hard for me. The only film I could see myself taking off is Children Shouldn't Play with Dead Things. See, I do love that movie.
If I was you, I would replace Tombs with it, but that's just me. If I had that on my list, I like Children too, but I think this is, for me, I have more fun with this movie.
Yeah, I think now I would put this over Children, but I can't take off Legend of Boggy Creek. I'll tell you that right now.
Mm.
Yeah, I can't. That's why I was surprised it was at 9 for you. I thought it'd be higher.
It might be now. I know that Fulci's Don't Torture a Duckling would be higher. Frenzy would probably be lower.
Yeah, you got where's Duckling for you? Oh yeah, you have Duckling at 5, Frenzy at 4.
I mean, Sisters would maybe be a little lower.
At the time you made this list, Sisters would have been like my hard lock on number 1. I don't know about that now.
Wow, look, The Other didn't even make my list.
The Other only
made 72 has like some of my favorite giallos in it, though. It's crazy. Like the first 5, it's crazy.
I think your top 6 would all make my top 10.
It's crazy, right?
Wow, yeah. Images didn't make my top 10 either.
Yeah, Images. I think I would have Images higher than Carly had at 3.
It's so good, man.
Yeah. I haven't seen Private Parts. I feel like that would make my list.
You know, since we did that show, actually, Scream Factory, that was one of their better releases in the last couple of years. But they put that on Blu-ray. Yeah,
that's one of like the few releases from them I've wanted to pick up the last couple of years, but I just haven't been able to catch it on sale.
That was one of the titles that I put on a video of like films that I wanted on Blu-ray that weren't on Blu-ray.
Having a sale from Shout right now. Maybe it's not an awful price, and I can like kind of just get that. I'll take a look at that.
And I still have it sealed.
I haven't watched
it Blu-ray yet.
I love Paul Bertel. Like I'm a really big fan of Eating Girl. That's like one of like.
Yeah, that movie's fucking so bizarre. I love it. It's good. I gotta pick up that. They put it on Blu-ray too, right?
Yeah, I literally like I didn't know anything about this movie, and it was like a November like Barnes and Noble sale, and that was a time like I really didn't know anything about like a lot of Criterion movies. So like I would literally just like wander like the section for like an hour and just like make a pile of movies based like just on the cover and like what I read on the back, and like I just like took like that movie and brought it home, and I was like, what the fuck is this?
I found that movie in the wild one time. I was at like a charity shop and I just grabbed the disc, right? It was a DVD version of the Criterion DVD.
Oh.
And I was like walking around and I was like, fuck, I should check to see what the disc looks like. I opened it up, no disc in it. I never, so to this day, I still don't own a copy, but
I got the Blu-ray of it.
Yeah.
That was like when I was discovering that like Criterion had like trashy comedies also on their line. Like when you get it, like you wouldn't expect that. And then like when I started like really exploring, like wow, like there's a lot of stuff on Criterion I never would have like ever thought about.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I got pilled.
All right, GP, what do you got on this one?
I gave it an 8.
You gave it an 8. Yeah, I'm at a 9.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm at a 9. Definitely.
Yeah, I gave it a
9.
7.5 the last time I watched it, so it came up to an 8. This is only second time watch.
Right. Yeah, I'm
It
definitely
could
sticking
go
with a 9.
higher. I love the atmosphere. Perfect Halloween-y type atmosphere for these films too. These are the type of movies that you want to throw on during Halloween, October.
I'm really interested to go back and watch the Blu-ray and just pop in the American cut to see what the train scene, how much cuts down, because it sucks you guys didn't get to see that part.
Well, I didn't even know that it was another, like I didn't know that when I went to watch it, you know. I didn't know there was multiple versions.
I just assumed the time on Letterboxd was wrong because that wouldn't be the first time that's happened.
Fuck, I should have said something. I knew I should have said something because I couldn't
don't think
remember
I would
what was
have
cut
had a
out.
way to watch the
It's kind of because this wasn't on MB either. That's the first place I checked.
Because sometimes you like, you know, there's certain films are like 15 minutes cut, but there's a lot of like just random dialogue scenes and shit that they'll cut out of films, right?
Yeah, well, I feel like a lot of the cuts are honestly probably good. Like, but
well, like that's like the uncut version of Elm Street. Like, is just it's like a couple seconds of the Tina death.
It's like 8 seconds, or yeah, I think isn't there 8 total seconds or something?
Because everybody's talking about like because they announced that 4K, and everybody's like uncut version. I've never seen that, and like this, I'm like, it honestly is just like a couple seconds, dude.
It's not like it hasn't been released before.
Yeah, I know it has, but I don't think it didn't have. It wasn't on the Blu-ray, right?
That's like the version.
No, it's theatrical.
That's the version I remember watching for years when I was on the Blu-ray.
Yeah, I think there is a release of it somewhere though. It's probably on the old DVD box set. The director's cut's probably on there. I can't remember, but because
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to. But hopefully, I can see it in theaters next Saturday. I'm like,
that's actually one of my favorite movies to see in the.
Yeah, it's Saturday night though. Like, I wish it was during the week. Like, Saturday's gonna be tough.
What are you doing?
Stuff.
Yeah, nothing.
Yeah. Stuff, and my girlfriend probably wouldn't be happy if I was just like, I'm leaving on Saturday night. I'm gonna go
tell her come with you, dog.
Yeah, but if she doesn't want to come, I can't make her come.
Well, that is one good thing about Carly is she likes horror. The only stuff she doesn't want to come see with me is like space movies.
It's the bigger
like
problem
stuff
is,
like Dune.
But like the theater we would go to is not in like the greatest
Dune?
area. The theater we would go to is not in the greatest area, and like at night we would be going, and like there's like a lot of people. There's just like a lot of people at this theater that fucking act up. Like it's the theater you go to expect people to act up, like in the lobby everywhere.
Yeah,
So
I haven't
like,
really had that problem very much lately.
It's just it's in like kind of like it's not in like a bad area, but there's like all like the crappiest towns around all go there, and it's like a big movie theater that gets like all the stuff, and it's been packed lately because it's summer vacation. I was wondering like why is it every time I go to the movies like Wednesday or Thursday night have to park,
I feel like when a theater is packed, it's less annoying because
not at this one. It's just the people that go there.
I feel like more people are willing to tell people to shut up when there's a lot of people.
It's the people that go there. That's the problem. But like, I don't really honestly have that many problems with people like acting up like in the theater during the week. But like Saturday night, a place like that is going to be not fun.
Yeah, but you think people are going to see Elm Street?
You'd be surprised how the movies people have like acted up in that I've been in. Elm Street, I think a lot of and like I actually got tickets just in case. Because I know
honestly, I saw that one on
yeah.
35 once, and it was one of my favorites.
Yeah, I got tickets just in case, and like I'll just cancel them if I don't end up going. But yeah, like the theater was already almost filled. I already bought my Terminator ticket too.
All right, how about we just stop making fucking me jealous?
22 shots
making you jealous.
Making me jealous because Elm Street's my favorite franchise, and I've never seen any of them on the big screen. So it's just fucking bullshit.
You barely get any movies. I'm like, oh
no.
I've only seen 2 of them on the big screen because they never. I cannot believe nobody's showing Elm Street 3, bro. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's crazy to me. Actually,
I've seen so much random shit and not seen Elm Street 3.
You probably get part 5 before part 3.
Yeah, 1 and 3 would be pretty cool to see. I've seen I haven't. The only like real like big horror classics I've seen on the screen.
I mean, soon the Dream Child on the big screen.
I'd be sick. I've seen the Thing. I've seen
that.
The Exorcist, and I've seen The Shining. Those are like the only like
I've
big
seen
ones.
all those.
I like the Dream Child. Nobody else does, but I do. But fuck them. I don't care.
I
never said it was good. I said I like it. There's a difference, motherfuckers.
I think it's good.
I think it's good too, actually.
Super Freddy.
Anyways, that is Tombs of the Blind Dead from 1972. If we don't have anything else on it.
Night, when the unliving rise again from their graves, you will tremble with the return of the evil dead.
All right, moving along into the film from 1973, also directed by Armando Desario, called Return of the Evil Dead. How many people ever saw this title like after Evil Dead came out and been like, is this a sequel to Evil Dead?
I know. I thought that.
I looked at the year. I'm like, oh, is this trying to like capitalize on Evil Dead? I'm like, no, it wasn't.
And this is
but when did it come out in America though?
I didn't think about that.
I never looked at the release dates, but I know this one. I think when you log it on Letterboxd, it comes up as totally.
Let me check.
Return of the Blind Dead, I think.
Return of the Blind Dead.
Attack of the Blind Dead.
Or Attack of the Blind Dead.
That's actually the original. So the 2 original titles are Attack of the Blind Dead and Return. These are actually the original ones. So it says there's 29 other titles.
Doesn't Letterboxd use typically the UK titles for stuff?
Usually the original title.
Those are actually the original. There's 2 originals. So Attack and Return.
No, because zombie comes up as zombie flesh eaters.
They changed though. That is true because I remember when
that's
when
I
the
watched, UK title.
It was. I remember too, like when we were prepping for 1980. When I watched Cannibal Apocalypse, it was titled Cannibal Apocalypse, and now it's Invasion of the Flesh Eaters or something.
Man,
that's been Invasion of the Flesh Eaters since I remember.
Man, the states are so funny. Obviously, this is like different, media releasing companies and stuff, but the United States. So they released it as Return of the Evil Dead.
Yeah, it was January 1st, 1975. It got the U.S. release. So unless they re-released it, then they were not trying to capitalize.
No. So Return of the Evil Dead, Mark of the Devil 5, Return of the Blind Dead, Mark of the Devil Part 5, Night of the Blind Terror, and then just Mark of the Devil Part 5.
Dude, there's 5 Mark of the Devils.
Well, I mean,
I don't think Mark of the Devil.
There's so many movies that like there's one Mark of the Devil, but then there's I think there's like 5 sequels. I think there's like up to part 6. Like it's kind of like like the evil. It's like La Casa. Yeah, exactly. But they're all VHS releases. So
yeah, that's like Demons too. I think there's like 12 Demons movies.
Yep. It's just fucking nuts. It's crazy. So, but 73's Return of the Evil Dead. Well, getting into stuff. I got to read this one down here because I think this one doesn't say shit. No, it doesn't say anything. 500 years after they were blinded and executed for committing human sacrifices, a band of Templar knights returned from the grave to terrorize a rural Portuguese village during its centennial celebration. Being blind, the Templars find their victims through sound. Usually their screams of okay. So that's the interesting thing about this movie right away, is that it's set in the vacant town, the vacant medieval town of the first film, which the name is totally escaping me right now, if you guys remember it. So in this sequel, that town is occupied. It's a full-on city town, right? So we know right there.
Is it supposed to be the same town?
It is. They name it by name. It's the exact town, everything. It's not the same. It's obviously not literally the same location, but they call it the same town name and everything, which I always thought was pretty interesting. So we know right there that this is like got no continuity to the first film. Plus, we also have a couple characters that were in the first film playing different ones, which we kind of mentioned before. We got Lone Fleming, who plays Amelie in this one, and then the scummy drug dealer that does the grape scene in the first one. He dies in this one. We'll just put it out there, but yeah, that's what you get for graping people. So yeah, thoughts on Return of the Evil Dead? I mean, the core story is essentially the same.
Yeah, I kept it simple. I think it's a little bit of a step down from the first one because I think it kind of loses some of that atmosphere.
Yeah, well, I think honestly you're right though. I think the atmosphere is definitely a little bit more lacking in this one. But going to the core narrative, like they literally change just certain weird things. Like I don't know why they didn't stick with the hanging and the crows pecking the eyes out. In this one, they had their eyes burnt out. They had their eyes burnt out and then they were burned. Like that's how they disposed of the Templars. Yeah. In this one, but in this
maybe he wanted
don't
to
don't they reuse the scene where they capture the girl in the the scene where they like tie her up and whip her? Is that the same girl?
I'm pretty
same scene. Basically,
I'm pretty sure it is, because even in even Night of the Seagulls, I think they rehash one of the parts of Tombs where one of the Templars is coming out of the coffin. Like they rehashed that scene too.
I watched these like 3 days apart, so I don't remember.
Yeah,
dude. These when you watch these the only one that like stands out is fucking Ghost Galleon because it's on a boat.
Yeah. No, this one stands out to me because like I think JP mentioned or somebody mentioned like the Romero-esque kind of influence of the first film. Well, this one right here to me, where the second half of the films turns into Night of the Living Dead.
Yeah, like this is what.
Yeah, it's like a siege type thing.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's so far in depth of Night of the Living Dead that they even have the little girl in the fucking place. It's crazy.
When I think of these movies, I think of number 1 is like Horses with the great atmosphere. Number 2 is Siege. That's like the best part about the movie.
Yeah. This one's kind of cool though. Like, I mean, like I said, they changed the narrative a little bit with the Templar history and stuff, but it's all the same. I mean, they were prosecuted for the same reasons. They're still out there for blood sacrifices and stuff like that.
He wanted to just like, maybe it was smart where he kind of just wanted to make like use these same things to just make different movies, and that's why like the titles aren't like Tombs of the Blind Dead 2 or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can kind of sell them like individually. Maybe that was like their take on it instead of trying to capitalize and like oh, watch the second one. But yeah, I don't mind how they differentiate it though. I think it's fine for what they're doing.
So I'm hoping that you guys watched the full cut, like the 90-minute cut of this movie, because if you didn't, you missed everything. Because, like I mentioned before, if you go on IMDb, I was just reading through, like, is this the cut version? Is this the uncut version? So because I remember thinking to myself, going, was this the cut DVD? I can't remember. But yeah, it was the Anchor Bay one, which we all know Lustig actually used to own that. And then he obviously started Blue Underground. So he obviously got different elements for his release on Blue Underground because it is the fully uncut version. But like I said, though, if you're watching the old Anchor Bay DVD, you literally missed all the gore and a key point in the narrative where that scumbag fucking Gardner sacrifices that woman to bring back the Blind Dead in this one.
I don't think that is that in Tyler?
Yeah.
I don't think they do that. Do they?
I think I think that wasn't here. They're kind of blended to, I don't know. Like,
yes, they do.
Because the couple goes off into the thing and it's like making out or something, and then they get interrupted by the town fucking idiot.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
think
not
he
that's
is
not the guy.
involved in resurrecting him.
No,
right?
the town idiot's not the fucking guy I'm talking about. I'm talking about the fucking crazy gardener, not the guy that's used as a punching bag in this film.
Crazy.
Let me check something real quick.
There's a part in this film where a dude, he's fucking insane. He catches a girl, and his point is to sacrifice her to bring back. He wants to do the blood sacrifice for the fucking blind dead, and he kills her. He stabs her in the fucking chest. It's not the town idiot who gets dummied down the fucking cliff. It's not him. It's a totally different guy. So anyways, that's the reason. So when he does the sacrifice on the millennial, because they're celebrating, you know, the 100th anniversary of fucking the town or whatever, and it's apparently the 500th anniversary of disposing of the Templars also. But he goes out of his way because he feels like he's doing them a good, which actually is later explored in later Blind Dead films, which is actually kind of interesting. That plays into part 4 a little bit. And it turns out that it's not really the best thing because they just wreak havoc on the fucking town and, you know, start killing people. But yeah, there's a moment in the film. It even says, like, even in IMDb too, it's like, if you watch that version of the film, you miss this key point where that's how the Templars are brought back during the celebration in the city. So, which I thought was really interesting. I'm like, shit, dude, they cut that out. I'm like, that's fucking crazy. But it is pretty gory. Like, he stabs her right in the chest and fucking kills her. And then we get the resurrection scene, which is a little bit of rehashed from the first film too. I think he really loved his footage and he's like, fuck it, I'm going to keep using this footage because it's awesome. So he used it a couple times in the film. So, but I mean, whatever. I mean, I get it. So, but anyways, that's how they come back in this one. They actually show you a reason to why they come back, which I think is pretty cool. There's minor differences, like I said, which is really cool, man. The girl that plays Vivian in this film, I can't pronounce her name, man. Esperanza whatever. Oh, she's so fucking beautiful, man. I've seen her in a few other films. And that's one thing I will note about the Blind Dead series. Every female that's in this franchise on screen is so beautiful. There's
they knew what they were doing.
My God, the casting in this every fucking woman is so hot, man. It's crazy. It's just insane what they did. But she's exceptional. I've seen her in a couple other Italian films, but man, she's really good. But yeah, so we get a lot of, we get a little bit of, characters that were involved with other characters, hence Vivian and stuff. So we get that kind of conflict and stuff like that, which kind of plays into Romero's Night of the Living Dead a little bit too, right? Not with, relationship and stuff, but just the conflict of characters and stuff like that within a siege type of situation. So that's pretty cool. But this one is definitely a lot gorier. Like, they up the gore in this one. I think this might even be the goriest film of the 4. We get a backstory, which, essentially is not fully needed, but we get to see it and it's pretty gory. That killing of the resurrection is pretty cool. I feel like the gore was stepped up in this one. The atmosphere is definitely downgraded. There's a lot more characters involved in this one too. There's a ton more characters. We have the city setting where there's a ton of people around and stuff. So the atmosphere kind of goes down the drain a little bit, which, it is what it is. I think it's a totally different type of film, which I actually really like. So yeah, what are you guys' thoughts on it?
Yeah, I felt like I said, I'm wondering though, like, if we watched like the wrong cut. I'm trying to figure that out now because I wonder, like, because I like, to me, like, the violence was good, but like it wasn't like a big step up.
You guys watch the cut version, 100%. Because if you can't remember this fucking scene of that guy with that crazy mouth, he's like, and he basically kidnaps this girl and he puts her into an alley and then he fucking stabs her chest out and all of a sudden it cuts to like a Fulci zombie scene where it's resurrecting.
What happens? So
what the blood sacrifice for them.
So what happens is literally the town idiot is just in the like tomb area and they just start coming out of the tomb.
Yeah. No, dude, you watch the cut version. I'm telling you, the town
That's
idiot.
What I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm telling you, the guy that gets his fucking ass kicked down the fucking cliff and stuff, is that part in the version you watched?
When does it happen?
I don't know, halfway through the film, they fucking kick him down a cliff and they think he's dead and stuff, but he's not dead. He's like the Crazy Ralph character. He's like the town idiot. He's like,
Yeah.
But anyways, that guy's not responsible for the resurrection of the Templars. It's
No, I think
another
in
guy.
the version that I watched, they just said that they come back after like 500 years or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I was celebrating the
No.
500th
No, they actually show you what happens. This guy thinks he's doing the Templars a deed because he even says, like, they end up killing him right after. So he kills this girl. They resurrect.
Yeah,
and then he goes, "Oh my god, I did you guys a solid." But he's talking to
This is
fucking
exactly
dead Templars,
right.
and then they
Yeah.
kill him, and then they fucking kill him.
This is exactly right. I'm looking
He's
at
the reason why the shit
Yeah.
went crazy. In
I'm
fucking
looking at
millennial
the
celebration.
versions thing right now, and I'm pretty sure that's what watched the 87-minute cut. It says the opening of the 87-minute cut
Damn
contains
you guys, come
a
on!
truncated version of the Templars' blood sacrifice.
I know what I've seen these movies a couple times. Like, come on. But
Yeah.
that sucks
What do you
because
mean, come on.
this
I didn't
version.
even know. I didn't even know there was.
No,
that
it sucks because like this version's like it's way gorier. Like they're
Yeah.
like they even said like the half the gore's cut out. Like even the whole back, like they even get the backstory scene because they even said that one's cut out of that fucking version too.
That's fairly where we lost the 4 minutes.
Damn, dude, crazy because that one's
Yeah, that
violent as
sucks.
fuck.
Yeah, so
Because, that's
the
why I
version
was-
we watched was an hour and 26 minutes.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
we watched
so-
the cut version.
So you missed the backstory, which obviously they don't show because that's like super insanely gory. It's probably the goriest moment in the whole franchise. And then you missed, and then the reason why they get resurrected. So yeah, that's another scene where he fucking stabs her in the bare titties and
What a bummer.
man, damn. But anyways, but he definitely rehashes because
So was yours in Spanish or dubbed?
the second one is dubbed. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
dubbed.
We haven't.
But it's the 90 version. It's 91 minute version, whatever. But it was
there's
dubbed.
91 minutes or 87 minutes, so we watched that.
I think you can watch
We
the
watched
Spanish,
short
but whatever. It plays in English.
I'm sure it was the cut one. If we watched it on the full moon, so I'm sure it was the same cut
God damn it, you guys! Fuck.
one. We didn't know. I didn't know. I'd never seen these.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's-
God damn it, guys. Like, how am I supposed to? You didn't say there's multiple versions of this.
Well, I mean, do your fucking homework, man. What am I babysitting over here?
Well, normally, you always are. Well,
I know.
actually, that was something Jeremy was good with. He'd be like, "Are we watching this version or this version?"
My problem is I assume too much. I'm like, you guys. I just assume y'all knows that there's some cut version of these.
Oh, I didn't know that.
No, I didn't
seen
know
these.
either.
It's funny because even the Blue
I
Underground
didn't-
DVDs have multiple cuts on them. They definitely have multiple cuts on them too. So
Yeah, I actually don't own any of these except for Night of the Seagulls, and I couldn't even fucking find it.
it sucks you don't own. At least if you had the Blue Underground DVD coffin set, you would have all the films uncut.
Yeah, that came out before I was into collecting.
I'm so happy I got that, man. I posted a picture on Instagram with the thing, and people are like, "Oh my god, this is one of the best box." I'm like, it still is one of my favorite box sets ever. Like, it's so nice to look at. It's pristine. It's awesome. But anyways, so yeah, this one, I like this movie, man. Even though it has like I said, it has these conflicts with like certain characters that were involved at one time, and this person, it's got a lot of cliche type characters. It's got the fucking scandalous mayor who's a fucking total piece of shit. Like there's I like this scene. Hopefully it's in your guys' cut towards the end of the film where he puts the girl out, the little girl outside to like defer the fucking Templar away so he can make a getaway.
Yeah, he did that.
Dude, what
That
a piece of shit. What a fucking piece of
Yeah.
shit that guy is. But the fucking irony is in that part, he's the one that dies, which leads into my biggest question in this film. You know, it is what it is. Like, there's a lot of good stuff that's going on. But like the third act in this movie is like really interesting in terms of like where it goes, because I never understood the part where, you know, he puts the little girl outside, but the Templars don't kill the girl. I mean, and the reason why it's interesting to me that they go over and kill him is because, you know, it's still blood. They need any type of blood. But, you know, the virgin blood would be the ideal thing because that's kind of the idea, like the virgin blood or the blood of a, you know, woman sacrifice, whatever. That's kind of like the ideal thing. So obviously this girl is a virgin because she's like fucking 5, but obviously you're not trying to do that, kill these kids on screen like that, but it plays into the very end of the film for me because, which again, we didn't say right off the top, but I'll put the spoiler intro in here. It plays into the end of the film for me because the end of the film is really interesting when they go outside and they're trying to sneak around because, again, the Templar hunt through sound because they can't see, right? That's something we didn't note in the first film. It's actually one of the coolest scenes in the entire film when she's like trying to get away and like all you can hear is the heartbeat. Oh no, it's actually in this film. That's actually in this film. But anyways, the point is that the Templars, they go outside. They're all standing there. And this is like a huge siege scene, basically, right? They've been holed up in this place, in this church. They've been trying to survive. They don't
Is
really...
this the one where they go at the end, they start falling over?
Yes. So
yeah.
This is what I'm leading into. So it's like this huge siege scene. Anyways, they finally make their way outside. They're being super quiet because that's how you get past the Templars. And then our lead character looks over and he's like, he realizes like he's really not moving. So he kind of touches them and then the Templar just falls over and then they all fall over. So obviously there's an interpretation there as to why they were defeated.
I think it tells us in our version that it was just a one night thing. Right?
Yeah, that was like a one night thing for us. That's what I thought.
It's like a one night thing on like the 500th year anniversary.
Oh, so they kind of
like
survived until
like
the sun came up, like it dawned out, right? So it literally plays into like Dawn of the Dead. Like, well, not literally. That's not what Romero was doing, but I'm just saying like it goes, the sun starts coming up and they fucking fall over. See, the way I interpret it, because I don't really think it explains it like that in this. It just kind of falls into the fact like they fall over, they're all confused. And the way I interpret it is like they just didn't get their blood sacrifice in time. So maybe it plays into a one night thing. I don't know. So they need the blood sacrifice to survive, but they obviously never succeeded because nobody really got sacrificed at that point. And they shrivel up and fucking fall over and die. So I guess it's kind of the same thing. It could be the one night thing too, right? So, but I think it's a really interesting ending because it's kind of like, it's almost ambiguous in that point, but I don't remember ever saying anything about one night thing, them coming back for one night. Because that's definitely not a theme. That's definitely not a theme in the first film at all. That's not a thing at all.
That's why I said that these are like the sequels pretty much take place across one night. That's what it seemed like this. And like I remember basically.
Oh yeah, this movie does take place over one night for sure. It does, but I didn't realize that's why they fell is because of they just didn't fulfill their needs within the one night, or they were going to die at the end of one night anyway. So it was just a matter of like being, like in vampire films where if you survive till dawn, till dusk or whatever, not till dawn, till dusk, and you're good throughout the day.
No, till dawn, not dusk.
Till dawn, yeah, till dawn. I'm getting that shit backwards. Yeah, till dawn. So late, but then you can survive until fucking falls dark again. But I didn't feel like it was ever discussed in the film because there's no dialogue in that at all. You don't really absolutely know that that's the reason why they fall. I just felt like it was because they didn't get their blood sacrifice to like keep surviving, because that's the goal of them. That's why they're resurrected and that's what kind of keeps them going. And that kind of leads into like the fourth film too, with the 7 days and 7 nights type of thing, because they need those sacrifices, right? So
yeah, half this film is like pretty much the siege.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a totally different type of film. Like I said, when you have a siege atmosphere or siege type narrative, like the atmosphere is out the window. It really is. It's not like the first one, but this one's fun. Like, I mean, it packs a punch, man. There's some pretty decent kills in it. There's some decent gore. There's things that are happening that are pretty fun. I actually really like this one. I even like the conflict between the characters and their relationships and stuff. I think it's unneeded. You don't really need it, but if you're going to have a siege scenario, you need something to fill the gaps. And I think it does it well. So plus Vivian is amazing to look at. So pretty awesome. Guys have anything else on your cut versions of the film or what?
I guess a lot of our insight is cut from the lack of gore. That's a bummer. I think gore, I thought this was pretty decent.
I was actually waiting for you guys to mention the fact that there was another great scene in the third act in this film. Yeah, and I was like, you've got to be fucking kidding me. There's another grape scene? What? Why? Sario's got this thing with like, okay, it's full suspense right now. It's fucking third act. We're just going to have another grape scene. I'm like, what?
I don't know. Maybe it was an Italian thing. Where they were like, well, I'll tell you, we like this stuff.
This is Spanish. This is not Italian.
Oh, yeah, you're right. This is Spanish. Duh. I don't know. Maybe it was a Spanish thing. They were like, yeah, we like this stuff. We got to throw it in, throw it in for the folks at home.
I don't know.
I have no idea.
I just thought it was so random to do it again. It's like, are you fucking kidding me?
It's probably better to not have them in the movie if they're just random. I'd be like, what the fuck is this?
I like this movie, though. I think it's pretty fun. I think it's fun. So, good time watching it. It's just an interesting, like, if you watch the first one and this one back to back, you're like, oh shit. They're like two totally different type of films, but with the exact same fucking undead Templar. You know what I mean? It's trippy. It's like the one thing that is the exact same is the look of the Templar, but even their backstory is a little bit different, and it's crazy. Like, everything's trippy. It's trippy to me, but fun stuff, though. Fun stuff. JP, what do you give this one?
This one, I give it a 7 out of 10.
All right, I'm in at an 8 on this one. I think it's fun. I think Tony Kendall does a good job in this film, too.
Yeah, no, I think it's fun too. I kind of like that it's like, I like the town setting with more people and stuff like that. But apparently I missed a lot of gore, so.
Yeah,
well, there's actually a scene. Okay, was the scene that reminds me actually, like when the Templar, they come into the celebration and just start hacking up people. Is that scene in the version you guys watched?
Yeah.
They just roll in and they just start swinging swords. Okay.
Yeah, they do that here.
Okay, well, that's good. But yeah, there's definitely a couple key scenes where you guys are missing there. So, but
yeah,
what do you give this one, Tyler?
Oh, this one's solid. I'll give it a 6.
6, goddamn, crazy. All right, so that is The Return of the Evil Dead from 1973.
Help! Somebody help me! They've got me.
Ghost Galleon.
It's coming directly at us. The ship's going to hit us.
All right, getting into the third film here in the Blind Dead franchise from 1974. We've got one called The Ghost Galleon. Man, I was scrolling through here, and I'm always curious on what other countries call the movies. Everything is pretty normal until we get to the United States of America. Fuck. So they call it the Ghost Galleon. Ghost ships of the blind dead. Horror of the evil dead. Horror of the zombies. Ship of the zombies. The Blind Dead 3. And Zombie Flesh Eater. That just sounds capitalism at its finest right there.
Jesus.
Like, that's a lot of different
6 different franchises.
Just trying to make a buck off everything, man. It's crazy. Gotta love it. Those are probably all random VHS titles for sure. Although one of those did say DVD titles, so I think that's interesting.
Jesus.
Is there any damn like different versions this time?
As far as I know, no. I think this is the only version of the Ghost Galleon. So, yeah, I think we're good on that one. We're not going to have any discrepancies. So, good to know. But as for synopsis on this one, I just scrolled down and started laughing. They literally wrote out the whole movie in the storyline. I'm like, no, not reading that. So I'm going to read this. It says, the living corpses of the Satan-worshipping Knights Templar hunt for human victims in a 16th century galleon. My question is, right off the bat, and they do state this in the film, what the fuck are they doing on a 16th century galleon?
Just farting around.
That doesn't make any fucking sense. okay, I know it doesn't have to be.
When was the Knights Templar?
Well, they were extinguished in the 1300s, which is the 14th century. In reality, and all the backstories also, like within the first two films that we watch, we talk about, you know, the Templars being within, you know, that time period of the 12th and 14th century. Why the fuck did Armando Dasario, who wrote this film too, decide that he's going to put him on a 16th century galleon, which would be the 1500s? They were long gone by then. Why are they on that? Like, there's no explanation to that. I just thought that was so fucking weird.
Yeah, I didn't really question it.
But it's random though, right? Like, he's the writer. He's the writer of all these movies. And if you're taking, but he uses the real timeline of the Templars in the franchise, even though it's obviously all fictional too, with the devil worship and all that.
I mean, yeah, you might as well do that. Honestly, if he would have just said like 13th century, I don't know. I can't tell the fucking difference.
Well, if he said 14th century, it would have been the end of the Templars, just before maybe they were extinguished, you know, like, or just after they were extinguished, you know, it would have actually made more sense because, they got fucking extinguished. And I don't know. I just thought it was really funny. I was like 15th or 16th century. I'm like, that's 1500s. Like, that's way after they didn't even exist anymore. I'm just like, okay, so they're just on this random fucking galleon, but whatever. So they just came back and found a random 1500s galleon. Whatever. Yeah. So this movie to me is super goofy. It's a goofy one. The setup to this movie, I love the fact that the idea is set on a galleon, because everybody knows I love anything set on boats and boat horror. I love that shit, man. I think it's a very cool setting to me. But the setup is so fucking, like, the story in this movie is so fucking stupid. And like, I hate to be that guy who's like, oh, the story, does it really matter? I'm like, kind of, because we spend the first half an hour of this movie with these characters based on the storyline that is so fucking uninteresting. It's literally about this publicity stunt that this model agency has put on. They sent out these two models into this boat and they're supposed to be rescued and blah, blah, blah. But the shit doesn't go right. They get stranded out there. Anyways, they end up taking refuge in this Ghost Galleon. That was the nearest thing that they could find. So that was so now all these people from the agency, including the models, one of the models' friends, they head out there to find what the fuck is going on. They need to find their models, right? Because that's business, that's money. Yeah. And of course it goes from there. But they just, they couldn't come up with a better idea.
Yeah, like
this movie is so bad. It's like actually
cool, and like I like the idea of this like phantom ship that only appears like when it wants to, that like is maybe in a different.
Feels like a Scooby-Doo episode.
Yeah, like that stuff's cool. Like, and like, yeah, like the setup of the ship is cool. But I was really not a fan of this movie.
To be honest, though, like I like the fact that, like, besides Dasario using the 16th century galleon, I think that's ridiculous and just like it's stupid to me. But anyways, I like the fact that they took the supernatural, and because it's again they changing the narrative of the Templars big time, because throughout the film we learn that not only is the fog that they're trapped in not there, the Ghost Galleon itself isn't there, but lo and behold, our physical characters are on this boat. It's really strange. It's a strange narrative. So I'm thinking that they, without saying that where they said it, but I'm assuming it's supposed to be like in the Bermuda Triangle type thing. It's like in a realm of like where crazy things happen, right?
Yeah, the professor was like, "We're in a different, like, I'm confident this is a different universe,
a different dimension." He talks about it. He's like, "I don't know how we're here."
The mysteries of the sea.
But there is a cool moment in the film where they start to defeat the Templars, and then the stars start appearing because now they're going back into the reality, like our real dimension. Yeah. So it's like this kind of weird development within the narrative. Like I think it's actually really cool. Like I just don't think it's developed properly. But I think the atmosphere in this film, man, it's so good. Like the boat, the atmosphere looks so damn good. And like, I can't help but think when I'm watching the Ghost Galleon, like Carpenter obviously saw this movie, and I'm not saying he ripped it off, but every filmmaker takes inspiration from things and stuff. But like, I never thought about it until I was watching this, when I'm like, shit, dude, the ghosts in the fog are very reminiscent of what we're seeing in the Ghost Galleon, right? Hence the fog. The boats, the dead and shit like that. I'm like, with the swords. And I'm like, this is fucking crazy. It's literally Carpenter's The Fog. Don't get me wrong. I love that movie. I'm not saying he ripped it off. He might even be the first one to tell you. He's like, yeah, I saw the Ghost Galleon, but got an idea from him. I don't know. Maybe he didn't. I don't know. Who cares? It's just a point I'm trying to make that I noticed. So, I don't know. Did you guys think of that though? Like, because you know how much I love The Fog. JP probably never thought of this,
like, but no, I literally thought of the last film as The Fog too. I think The Fog is all over this whole franchise.
But the fact that this is set on a boat with undead that have swords, there's so many revelations that are similar to The Fog.
I think it like briefly reminded me of The Fog, but there wasn't anything where I was
it's the whole supernatural element too, because like in The Fog, these are kind of supernatural fucking zombie. Yes. Like it's very similar. Exactly. It's very similar to the Ghost Galleon's idea. Just The Fog is 1,000 times better than this movie.
Yeah.
But I mean, the ideas are definitely prevalent there. It's a really interesting concept. Yeah.
I felt like this movie was like, there was a lot of just like wandering around the boat going on.
Well, if you can get like, I described this movie as if you can get through the first half an hour without puking, because what really pisses me off about this movie is that like it's a model agency. We got all these beautiful women. We have this horrendous dialogue and stuff. The crazy thing about this movie is that there's like no nudity in it, which you would think with models and there's women in bikinis the whole movie.
That was like my thing. I was like, man, like, all right. So my biggest issue with this movie is like, I think the Knight Templars are at their best when they're like fucking railing around on horses, like attacking people.
Yeah,
and like that just obviously doesn't really work in this setting. And I really miss like that element. They seem like a lot more threatening and a lot more like interesting to me when they add horses.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, could you imagine them riding horses on the
that'd
galleon?
be so funny. They're just like chasing them like off the edge of the boat, like on horses. That'd be hilarious.
Right. So yeah, this movie to me is frustrating because like I said, though, if you can get past the first half an hour, it turns into pretty decent stuff. Like once everybody gets to the galleon, it's very atmospheric. There's a lot of things that are going on. There's a lot of dialogue, but it's kind of interesting to like, hear what they're saying about like dimensions and like this isn't real and this is like all trippy and shit. It's pretty interesting in that aspect. But the third act isn't really the greatest thing in the world. Like the way the Templars are defeated in this seems very simple, like overly simple.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll say defeated, quote unquote, kind of thing. Yeah. But I do feel like this might be the only film that has kind of because if you look at the way this movie ends, which is definitely on a downbeat angle, which I really do like. I think the ending of this movie is actually kind of cool. Mm. It's typical horror fashion to do something like that, but like it's still fun. But where they end up on the island could be the same place that part 4 starts, right?
Yeah.
It definitely could be. So I was like, wow, there might actually be kind of you don't really know where they end up, but it definitely could be. That's why he set the 4th one on where he did. I don't know. I'm just speculating, but I'm going to roll with that theory.
Yeah,
but
it's possible.
It's possible because it actually kind of makes sense if you think about that in terms of like where they end up. It's literally the same location. I think.
Or at least took inspiration. He's like, oh, I don't want to do something about it if they're on this island now. Like,
right.
He made think of it and he's like, let's make another one. Fuck it.
Right. But then change the narrative again. So like we said in the first one, like they were there's these subtle differences. In this one, it's more of a supernatural element. Like they're not even technically real because they're talking about like how the boat isn't real, the fog isn't real. Like are the Templars real
it's
here?
Legit, like it's like Ghost Ship without like like the Soul Collector guy.
Yeah. So they totally changed the aspect of what they were doing in the first 2 films, which is a third different kind of narrative. And I think it's pretty fun. I think there's elements of this film that are decent. I love the atmosphere. I love the boat setting. I love the fact when the galleon goes down, they use a miniature. That's fucking funnest thing ever for me. You know how much it's like the miniature burning of miniatures is like the equivalent to great dummy deaths for me, myself. I love that shit in films. I think it's just so awesome to do that. I think it's great. So what are you guys' thoughts on the Ghost Galleon? Sorry, I was going off on it, but
so like I like the Ghost Galleon a good bit. I think that the set up like the whole sleazy model agency guy publicity stunt thing is the dumbest shit ever.
It's so
it's
dumb.
just like it feels so unimportant and just like a way to get them in the water, like on a Ghost Galleon. But I think once you get there, it's very atmospheric. And when I saw it at the drive-in, just like the slow moving close quarters of the ship, and the slow moving nights, just all gross looking and dried out, and that shit. I think it's like very perfect for like a late night drive-in vibe, but I think that, and also another thing, like, would either of you guys ever go on a boat if you didn't know how to swim?
No.
I don't know, because I can't remember when I couldn't swim.
Yeah,
so
that's what I
honestly couldn't answer that.
I learned how to swim when I was a little kid. It's hard to like put yourself in that position.
Yeah.
Like anytime someone is in a movie and they're on a boat and they don't know how to swim, first of all, if you don't know how to swim in general, I find that weird.
I guess
Jeremy
if you're
didn't know how to swim, right?
I mean, I've been on boats with people that can't swim and they literally wear life jackets the whole time.
Oh yeah, you can
just in case, I guess, right? Because if you do fall over, like, at least you're gonna fucking float. Like, it's fine. But
yeah,
I've never thought of that concept before because I can't remember when I couldn't swim.
Yeah,
didn't Jeremy not know how to swim?
Yeah, he doesn't. I don't think.
That's crazy to me.
Well, I always thought it was crazy that anyone around our ages couldn't swim because, like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I know. Like, swimming was like a big part of like my childhood.
Granted, I had a pool in my backyard, but like when I was a kid, like I swam a lot as a kid.
I don't even think it's like right as a parent to never teach your kid how to swim. It's like, a basic survival need.
I remember like honestly like being just activities too, like in the summers. Like there are some kids I hung out with that like didn't have a pool, but they lived near like a city public pool.
Did you have like an in-ground? You had like an in-ground pool?
I didn't have an in-ground pool. I knew people
like one of the 5-foot outside blue pools.
Yeah, well, I had like a full size like outside pool. Like it was probably like 4 feet tall.
Oh yeah, no, above ground. Okay.
Yeah,
I was gonna say like around that Boston area. I mean, like what a short season for an in-ground pool.
Well,
like, I live with people that have them in their backyards around here too, but it's like, like it's a short season for them for sure.
I'm the opposite end of Boston, but like my season's probably, I don't know. You probably honestly can keep them open until like around September here.
Yeah, I have an above ground one too that I'm like, I'm in the pool right now, but like I use it every fucking day, and it's it's 4.5 feet or whatever it is, but it's perfect because I sit in there, listen to tunes, go for a swim. Like it's fine, it's good. I like it.
Yeah. So yeah, but like even like for kids that didn't have pools, like there's also like other kids that have pools. There's like a lot of pool parties, like just like at birthdays and stuff when I was a kid, and there was like we would go to the public pool sometimes too. So it's like
right.
Yeah, I guess that really was like a big part of like our demographic.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like it's wild to me that somebody doesn't know how to swim being like grown.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit more common with like our elders, like I think back in the day it wasn't the biggest deal.
Yeah.
But I mean, it is weird. Like I actually, I have a couple of friends my age that can't swim. It's so fucking bizarre to me.
Yeah.
Considering like
I
when we were
learn at that point.
In elementary school,
how do you go to high school and like have like go in like the school pool? Like
dude, we
we're in like the fourth
fucking pool.
Yeah, I remember like I think it was like, do you start in the fourth or fifth grade? I can't remember, but maybe the fourth grade. I have no idea. But like in the elementary system, at least where I was, they would bus us to the fucking to the city pools and we take lessons. Like literally,
that never happened at my school.
Yeah, I know that never happened at my school.
Yeah, so like we did so that was about 2-3 years. I think it was like 4th, 5th, 6th grade or something like that, and then there was none. It was like fucking done, and then that was it. But like I could swim before that, but like it was kind of interesting that was part of your gym for those couple years. It's like, well, everyone needs to learn how to swim. But like I went to school with people like who came out of that couldn't swim. I'm like, what are you, born a fucking rock? Actually, ironically enough, my kid can't swim. We've had him in lessons, for fucking years. He's also terrified of water, so I think it's also contributing to it, but he can't swim. So he's 14 now. He's going to be that kid that you're talking about later. And you're like, what do you mean he can't fucking swim? He can't fucking swim. We have a fucking pool too. It's crazy. And when he was younger, he couldn't touch bottom in it. Like he could learn how to swim. So I don't know. Fuck. It is what it is.
Oh man.
I love being in the water though. I love diving off boats, diving off docks, swimming in the water. I love that shit, man. But some people don't. They don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Ghost Galleon.
Ghost Galleon, reminiscing about swimming in your childhood.
But that's actually one of the weirdest things, the weirdest elements of this film, though, too, is like, I feel like the disposal of the Templars in this is like the weakest thing ever. Like they just start throwing their coffins overboard.
It's just like see, like this is kind of like the problem too of like, as cool as like the idea of like this ghost ship is, I really do like this, like this is from a different dimension and it like shows up when it wants to. I think that's really cool.
Yeah,
I just don't know. I just don't know. This is like really the best like framework for it, because you're limiting like the Templar like from their horses and like really having space to like assault people and like get violent, and like you're also limited with what do you do on this boat to get rid of them.
I think that's why they spend so much time off the boat.
I don't have like a problem with that necessarily. I just think that like the actual like combining of the Ghost Galleon and like the other dimension thing and the Knights didn't really mesh.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? It doesn't really make sense that those two things were together. If it was like another, if it was like just, you know, Ghost or whatever, like,
well, what doesn't make sense is that, like, how the fuck did they get on the 16th century galleon when they were extinguished like fucking 300 years prior?
The idea is
or 200 years prior.
Their coffins are on there. How did their coffins get on there?
Well, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of questions. I mean, if you really want to break into semantics about this, is like, but it's just that if they had said this was like a 14th century, I'd be like, I wouldn't even have said a thing. I wouldn't even have brought anything up. I'm like, that makes complete fucking sense. But it still doesn't, because they're on a boat. Like, why the fuck would they be on a boat? But then again, it does in theory, because if you look at the history of the Templars and shit, they were exploring, they were on boats and they were going places. So he's definitely taken that idea that they have proved that the Templars were exploring, you know, hundreds of years before that fucking I shouldn't say this. That fucking idiot Christopher Columbus. I really don't get me into that shit. But anyways, like, I mean, we're proving that, you know, Columbus is just a fucking name, man. It's bullshit. But this was going on for hundreds of years before this, right? So the whole galleon thing does make sense with the Templars to me. It's just they wouldn't be on a 16th century one unless somebody physically put them on that. You know what I mean?
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Because like they were extinguished for a while at this point. So that's what I'm like, at least get your, I mean, if all they had to say was 14th century.
Yeah.
Would have made a lot more sense to me.
That part was kind of just whatever for me. But I also did feel like this movie just like was very action light, and it spent a lot of time kind of just watching.
Yeah. So much opportunity for boobies and no boobies.
Yeah.
Right? You got women running around in bikinis the entire time and like nothing. I'm like, okay, whatever. That's not really the biggest problem. I think it's my biggest problem with this film is really the third act, in the sense like they start getting rid of the Templar so simple. I'm like, what the fuck? I thought they're supposed to be more menacing than this.
Yeah.
And even leading up to that was a little bit frustrating too, because we had all of our main characters on the boat for a while before the Templars even show up. And I'm like, so why are they not resurrecting? They don't need a reason at this point. They're on the Ghost Galleon. Let's go fucking get them right now. But it takes forever. We need to hear more from the scientist, and we need all this other flashback. That's something that Armando Tesario loves to do, is these flashbacks of like women, like the models. I'm gonna go do this photo shoot on this boat and stuff. You should come. What do we need this in the middle of the movie? I mean, we got these flashbacks in the first two films, but this one just felt cheesy because it was totally unneeded, right? But one thing I will give Armando Tesario credit for, he kills off our main character with like 40 minutes left in the movie. I thought that was fantastic. It's really bizarre, right?
I wish we got some more kills though. I kind of felt like it was lacking.
I just feel like she was, because they literally had a point of making a flashback scene with her and her friend, and she's quite clearly the main character in the film, right? And then she like dies like she's not the main character. It's like, what is this fucking psycho? But on like a really low budget on a boat. It's pretty cool. I like that though. Like I like that when people die unexpectedly, because I honestly thought that she'd be the final girl.
You're right. No. Artist subversion, baby.
I give them props for that, man. Give them props. So it's fun. So JP, you want to defend the movie anymore?
I mean,
I didn't know what to say. No, I get it, man. You almost have like nostalgia for it, because you have a different viewing experience than we do. Yeah. I've only ever seen this movie on DVD. The first time I ever watched this movie was when I got the Blind Dead box set from Blue Underground. I'd never seen the Ghost Galleon before that. I think I've watched it. This is maybe my third time. I think I watched it twice before.
Yeah, I might feel differently about this.
So I've never seen it like on an extravagant fucking viewing like you have. So
maybe I'd have some warmer feelings about it if I saw it like in the middle of some field late at night with all that smoky atmosphere going on.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, I gave it a 4 out of 10 back then.
Oh wow!
4 even on that experience.
Yeah, but
so watching this online on full moon probably cut, because you probably missed half the good shit.
No, I like the movie. It's just like the types of movies that we were watching. Like they're hard to like. I didn't really know it was a Blind Dead film either. You know, I didn't really know what these were back then. Right. Like we're talking like 7-8 years ago at this
so it's got to be a little bit more enjoyable watching in sequence and seeing the Templars in this.
When we watched it that time, I think I didn't pay attention until they started coming off of the boat and stuff, like but I think I like this movie. I don't think it's like great, but I like it.
Ratings? I do too. I actually don't dislike this movie at all. I think
I don't hate this movie, but like it's definitely, I feel like of the 4, at least it's the weakest.
Yeah, I mean, I will fully admit, man, this is like, I love this franchise. Like as a full franchise, I think it's very unique. It's very different. It's fun. But this is the weak link for me in the 4. But I'm not saying it's horrible or nothing. You know, I would watch this again. I would. You know, why not? But come on, man. You know me. It's not on a boat. Of course I'm going to watch it again. I love me some boat shit. Yeah. We don't get to review a lot of movies on boats.
Yeah. If you gave me all these movies in a nice set and I decided to go through them again, that's probably the scenario I'd watch this again.
Maybe they'll have a Blind Dead box set at fucking Wasteland.
I mean, if you gave me, I probably, like, if there was like a good new like restoration of these movies, I would, like at the right price, I'd buy it.
Yeah, I mean, if it was like a new Blu-ray or 4K set or something, I would definitely buy it. But fuck, I mean, I like these films enough to where pretty much if any of them come out on Blu-ray, I'll pick them up.
Except for the first one, apparently.
No, I've always wanted it. I just ain't gonna pay $40 for it.
I feel that. Like,
I'm gonna make you buy that shit at Wasteland. If you're like Heen and Han, I'm like, I don't want to pay $40. I'm like, you know what? I'll give you $5 on that. You pay $35. I'll give you $5.
It's only $25 on Amazon right now.
Okay, well, I'll give you $15 if they're asking $40 then.
Yeah,
you got to own the fucking movie then.
I almost bought it for this show, but I had to buy it Piranha 2 for $25 as well.
Oh no!
I seriously can't believe you couldn't find Night of Seagulls.
That's pretty funny,
dude. I'm actually like annoyed about that. I think what it was. Funny. I think what happened was whenever we initially were gonna do the show, I think I took it with me when I was staying at the hotel. And then I think it's in a bag like somewhere from that time period that I gotta like.
What do you use different bags for different weekends or something? Like that's just what is going on here? It sounds weird.
I don't know.
Sounds weird. He's like, I got this one in my fucking Versace bag. Oh no, that's in my Louis Vuitton.
I'm pretty sure I own it. I'm almost certain I own it.
I could just see JP walking around with Louis Vuitton bags and shit.
All right, so what are we doing for ratings?
It's my go. I'm giving the Ghost Galleon a 6 out of 10. I don't mind this movie. I just think it has major problems. The first half an hour is rough because I feel like it just takes forever before we see any Templars in this. They're disposed of too easy. I do like the third act though. Like it's not too bad. It's very atmospheric. I like the very end of the film because if you're going to end your film like on a downbeat, I like that shit. I think that's fun. So,
honestly, the ending kind of reminded me of like a Jean Rollin picture.
Exactly. It does. Anything on a coast with water like that and something they did is definitely Jean Rollin for sure.
Yeah, Tyler.
Yeah, I'm gonna be a fucking Grinch. I don't think this movie's awful, but I don't really think this movie's good either. I'm gonna give it 4.5.
All right. I actually am right where Moodz is at a 6.
Shit.
I think that like one of the reasons I like this one in the series is just because it's the most different. It's set on a boat, which is cool, and it's kind of the other three kind of run together a little bit, but this one is like its own thing.
Right. Sweet. All right, so that is the Ghost Galleon from 1974.
A new terror fills the screen with horror. The Night of the Seagulls.
All right, moving along into 1975, which is one that we killed with, ironically, 2 birds with 1 stone. Called Night of the Seagulls. Oh, wow, that just played in well. That was not even rehearsed. Like anything on this show is fucking rehearsed. What am I talking about? Fuck. Yeah. Could you imagine if we actually rehearsed anything on this show? That'd be fucking stupid.
If we rehearsed anything, I don't think we'd have 90-minute intros.
No, we wouldn't. We actually probably would be so much worse than we actually are. Like, whatever. No, we're good. But yeah, Night of the Seagulls. That was actually really fun. So this put JP up to 11 watches for 1975, which is pretty crazy.
Put me to 40.
Pretty crazy shit, man. Pretty crazy shit. Now, if JP was doing more 75 watching, he would know this factoid. And you know what that factoid is, man?
What?
This is only one of 2 Armando, whatever his name is, movies directed of 1975.
Armando Desario? Yes. So, okay. So, Tyler's right. So, he directed Demon Witch Child, which is from 75. But our lead here in this film, the blonde-haired girl that's amazingly I love her. She's so hot. She was also in Demon Witch Child. She was in Exorcism with Paul Naschy from 75. She's in this film. And she's also in A Dragon for Each Corpse.
Oh, I just watched
also a Paul Naschy film. She's in 4 75 films. I've watched this girl in 4 fucking movies this year.
Yeah, I've watched 3 of those movies. Yeah, I haven't watched the 4th one.
And oh man, there's something amazing about her. She's so beautiful. Like she's got these big brown eyes. I don't know. She's awesome to me, man. But anyways, the point is I've seen her in 4 films in 75. So JP, get on your 75 game.
I'm trying.
Those are all worth watching. I mean, maybe not one of them, but it's pretty fun though. It's just an Exorcist ripoff.
The Exorcism one?
No, actually the other one. Demon Witch.
Oh my god! Oh,
Demon Witch Child. No, it's actually not an Exorcist ripoff.
I know it has the.
There's a lot of Exorcist ripoffs.
Yeah. Oh, this one's real bad. This one's blatant. This one's like not even. It's just barely trying.
Yeah, and then there's also another. Yeah. Okay. So. Synopsis. In this final installment of the Blind Dead series, a doctor and his wife move to a small, hospitable coastal village. Hence where the third one ends up. Where he plans to start a practice, only to discover that the undead demon worshipping Templar Knights haunt the place. The Templar Knights. Somebody wrote Templar Knights. That's wrong. It's the Knights Templar. Yeah, isn't that funny? Isn't that fucking funny? They actually fucking reverse that. And I've noticed that in a lot of like written reviews and things, and like people fuck that up. It's the Knights Templar.
Yeah, but also people get butthurt when people fuck it up, which I think is silly too.
Yeah, I'm not getting butthurt. I just find it's funny. This is literally written in the synopsis. Front page is wrong. But then again, I mean, I've seen things that are completely wrong in the synopsis. But remember, I don't remember what movie it was. Remember, I read the synopsis and I was like, that is not even the synopsis of the movie. The fuck? So it happens. It happens. So Night of the Seagulls, man. What are your guys' thoughts on Night of the Seagulls? This one, I ask you guys for your thoughts and I start talking. Again,
what are your thoughts?
Well, I mean, this one gives, pretty much the same backstory. I mean, the backstory is more or less from the second film. It's the same backstory. I mean, their eyes are burnt out, they're burned. So it takes that one. It doesn't use the original backstory where they're hung in with the crows and stuff. So it uses the part
I like
two.
the hung with crows better.
Me too. It makes a lot more sense actually with the
I like that better too.
So this one adapts the second incarnation of the backstory, but only to add in a very unique twist where the Templars are basically protecting the village people. And what they do, the village people offer up sacrifices to the Templars for protection. And this happens every 7 years. So every 7 years, they have to offer up a sacrifice for 7 days straight.
Yeah.
So this couple moves into the town and they move in at the wrong time, apparently, because this is when the sacrifices are starting. So people wind up missing and okay, they got to figure out what the fuck is going on here, man. But yeah, so that's a totally different type of scenario with the Templar narrative, which I think is kind of cool. Change it up. Interesting. You don't really see that coming, but it's there. So what are you guys' thoughts on the film?
I thought it was. I don't think it's as good as the first two, but I think it's a step up from the third one. It's more of a return to form. I kind of did like the 7 day sacrifice thing.
Yeah, I think the whole seagull thing is pretty cool.
Yeah, I like that. It made it so they kind of were rehashing another movie, but they were doing something completely different. So it kind of flew, and I don't really mind that at all.
I just kept thinking of the damn lighthouse watching this movie, though.
Yeah,
you killed the gall or something.
Right. Yeah, I never thought of that actually, but now that you mentioned it,
yeah, you never kill a seabird.
Yeah.
I do like that line in the film. They're like, seagulls don't fly at night.
Yeah, I don't even know if that's true. Is that true?
It is true, actually. Yeah, it is true.
I'm not fact checking.
No, they actually don't. They don't fly at night. No, they rest. They're not nocturnal.
Bad luck to kill a seabird.
No, birds they sleep during the night, or seagulls do.
But yeah, at least it was a return to form. It's still I wish we got a little bit more kills and violence. Wish we got more horsey action, but at least we got some of it. It was almost it was interesting, at least having the thing with the seagulls and the new backstory. Got a little bit of sleaze back that we lost in the third one. Got a little bit of atmosphere back, but I don't think to the same pinnacle as the first movie or anything. But I thought this one at least had a story and it moved pretty well. Whereas I was a little bit uninterested in the third one.
Mm-hmm.
But I definitely it's still not the greatest thing, but I think it's a perfectly fine companion piece of the first two. The performances are fine for what they are. The kills are for the ones they have are good. They're not incredible or anything. They're not as memorable as maybe some of the earlier ones or some of the ones I didn't get to see. But it gets the job done. It's not something I'm disappointed in when you're on the fourth movie. And like I was saying, they're very consistent with the look of the Knight Templars because they still look good here, and they get to do their thing again. So you got to at least give it credit for that.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I think that one thing in the film again that they change up, besides the whole sacrificial thing for 7 nights is they do show the statue, the god statue, I think in the other films. I'm not sure which ones they do it, but they use that as a prop in this too to actually distinguish the Templars, right? Towards the end of the film where they kind of push that thing over and break it and stuff. They can actually hurt the Templars kind of thing. So killing their god is it's almost like sacrificing the Templars. I thought that was actually kind of interesting that they changed that up too. I thought that was kind of unique.
Yeah, I like that. Like they did a little something, so they weren't just like making like the same movie for like the third time at least.
Yeah.
I just so like I again like it's something you can watch like evidently by the title too, like Night of the Seagulls. Like I don't exactly think that's Tomb of the Blinded Forest. So at least it's like a cool movie. You might even like this movie more if you watch this without seeing the first one.
Right. Yeah, I mean, again, that's one thing about this franchise. Like, there's these little subtle differences in the narratives and stuff, and I think that's what keeps it so fresh. All these movies are totally watchable. They're totally approachable in that sense, where you're not watching the same rehashed narratives and same thing over and over again. Like, it's mostly, I shouldn't say completely different settings and stuff, but for the most part, they feel different though too. I think all 4 films feel different in that aspect, right?
Yeah, they all definitely feel different, and like. Granted, like the quality I felt like across like overall was like declining from the first one. At least like they're all like their own like unique movies where I can go. This is the one with the sick atmosphere. Like this is the Siege movie. This is the Ghost Ship movie, and this is like the Ritual Seagull movie.
Right.
Like I'd rather that. Yeah, like I'd rather that like than like just like 3 declining films doing the same thing.
As much as I do like the Templar on their horses and stuff, I do prefer them just slowly, ominously walking.
The horse, like
Tyler has some kind of fucking love for horses. That's
I don't know what it is.
They got big dongs. They got big dicks.
It's that. Oh god. It's like for that. It's just like those shots from the first movie. Just like they were just like such standout of the series to me that it's like it's
fucking
hard.
guy loves horses.
Dude, I just love those like running through the fields, foggy like night shots of these dead things on fucking horses, and they're just so menacing and so dangerous.
I mean, the scene in the second film where they're like hacking up that chick with like on the horses with their fucking swords, are just like circling and hacking up.
Yeah, like they're just like there's so much scare. They just feel so much more threatening and scarier to me. Like when they get to do that, than like when they get to like move slowly like zombies. Like they did like I thought like that stuff was better in this than even the third one. But it's just like I want my fucking horses, man.
Yeah, this one's got that crazy Ralph character too, man. He's basically the punching bag of the film.
Yeah.
He's basically the punching bag. There's like a really funny scene in this film too, where like I actually had to rewind fucking 3-4 times, man. I was like, was that a dummy? Because when they kick him off the cliff and like he hits the rocks, and I was like, what the fuck? I'm like, I don't know if I kept blinking while the body was going off the cliff, but I like had to rewind it like 3 times. Like, oh no, it's clearly a dummy coming off the cliff. But then when the body hits, it's like a person. And I'm like, oh man, that's a great dummy death. But then he lives. He fucking lives. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, it's ridiculous. But
it's a dummy fall.
It was like a dummy fall. Yeah, it's funny, but I like this one though, man. I mean, it's got that total like small village, like small kind of seaside village atmosphere to it, and vibe to it, where these people move in, and obviously the townsfolk want nothing to do with these outsiders because they're probably going to expose the truth and probably fuck this whole thing up for their safety, right? Because in reality, this doctor and wife have no idea, intervening with what's been going on in the town for how many years it's been going on might be detrimental to everyone's health, which means death, right? If you don't have the sacrifices, guess what's happening? You're fucking dying, right? So I like that whole aspect. There's a great scene in the film where the wife goes into the store, and the clerk is just, fuck you, I'm not helping you. I'm helping this woman beside you. Right. And this goes on for a couple people, and then we get introduced to Lucy. She steps in there, and then she takes her order, takes the food, and then they become, homies and shit like that. I'll just use that word like we're talking old school 100 times. But actually the actress that played Lucy, Sandra, I can't even pronounce her name, Morzarowski. She was fucking beautiful, man. She fucking died right after this movie. She was 16 in this movie, and she died when she was like 18, man. She's the one that, is basically in the whole third act with our leads.
Yeah.
with the couple, and then she dies in the beach by the Templar. They hack her up in the water, but she fucking died like a month before her 19th birthday. She was like, she fell off the 4-story apartment porch or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, a balcony in her apartment.
Balcony and apartment, fell off it, and she died a few weeks later from head trauma or whatever. Fucking
That's
sad, man.
horrible.
I was like, damn, dude. But I looked like I'd seen her in a couple other films. I just watched her in School of Death. Mondo Macabro just released that Blu-ray. I watched it about a month or two ago, and I was like, oh shit, yeah. I recognized her, and I looked her up, and oh fuck, she died. I'm like looking at the dates, and I'm like, what the fuck? She was like 18. I was like, god damn, dude. I was thinking right away like drug overdose or some crazy thing, but nope. Fell off a balcony. Sad. But anyways, she was cool in the film. She doesn't really say a whole lot, but she's there for the whole third act and stuff. It's pretty cool. But anyways, I thought I'd bring that little tidbit up there.
Yeah.
Kind of sad, but
Yeah,
I just thought it was weird because I just saw her in School of Death. Like literally just watched her in that movie too. And she was probably 14 in that movie.
Yeah, that other
Maybe
movie is that movie's 75.
Yeah. So yeah,
that other movie's I'm looking at that now. That other movie's on my list. School of Death.
Yeah. But Maria Kotze, man. Whew. GP, get on your shit, man. Watch her movies. She's good looking, man.
Yeah, I need to. You're giving me anxiety. I gotta fucking watch movies.
I just thought I was like, look, I'm like, she's in this one too, because I couldn't remember. I'm like, I feel like I'm watching her in every fucking second movie from 75. I'm like, shit, dude, it's been 4. I'm like, damn.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I don't know. It's not insurmountable. Like, you probably don't have to come in with the whole 75. I watched 72 in a month, which was insane. So you probably get, about 60.
I'll catch up. I'll figure it out.
You know what's an interesting thing when they do the sacrifice in this film is they throw in this whole crab element, which I thought was kind of unique.
Those crabs are fucking huge. Those things are scary.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is, if you're watching those scenes, like those bodies are there, I'm like, I don't want crabs crawling by my fucking head. Like,
yeah, dude,
don't make it back in the day was fucked, man.
Dude,
I'm like, no way.
I don't like the little crabs crawling around me. Like, those things were fucking like.
Those are almost like those like mid-sized like king crab things where they're like they're bulky, but like enough to be like fuck
fucking
that.
Sea spiders. Those things are massive.
Yeah. So I thought that was really interesting. It not really explained. I guess it's just because it's by the coast or whatever, but like they kind of throw in that aspect too, where it kind of changes up the whole sacrificial thing. They focus on it like 2 or 3 times. So it's obviously something that he wanted to focus on. Don't really know why. They didn't really explain it, but whatever. I thought it was kind of cool. It's a little bit different, but so it's fun. JP, did you watch this movie or?
Yep.
Being quiet.
I wasn't being quiet.
Just fucking no. He's thinking about. He's like, how the fuck can I get 75 films in right now?
Yeah, you stress me out.
I'm telling you, man. Just think of Maria Kotze, man. That's all you got to think about. Just like I at least got to watch these movies. So
yeah,
but maybe you don't have to watch them. They're not going to make your top 10, but you never know. You never know. But I'm telling you, at least got to watch all the Nashi films, man. There's like 4 of them.
How many are in the Scream Factory box sets?
Probably none.
Of course, Dragon is in there. I know that one's definitely in there. I can't remember what's actually in the box sets right now. Oh, shit, dude, I don't remember. Mummy's Revenge is not. That's a Scorpion Blu-ray release, which is fantastic, but I highly recommend somebody watch that if you haven't watched that one.
That was on my list.
That's
Is it a mummy movie?
I'm just gonna say watch it.
There's Night of the Howling Beast is the other one.
Yeah, that one's in the Scream Factory. One of the Scream Factory box sets. Dragon for Each Corpse is in there also.
JP already watched that one.
And Exorcism is also.
Which one did I already watch?
Oh, you rated it at least.
So three of the 4.
Night of the Howling Beast. You gave it a 1.5, so I don't think you like it very much.
Night of the Howling Beast.
The Howling.
I think you know what, that was one that I saw at the drive-in years ago.
Yeah, you probably need an update then. Yeah, I haven't watched that one yet. I watched the Dragonfly one, the Giallo. I watched, I think, one of his werewolf movies, the other werewolf movie.
Exorcism's in there. A Dragon for Each Corpse is in there.
Oh, I watched The Exorcism. That's what it was.
Oh no, maybe it's the Werewolf in the Yeti,
Or I don't know what I watched them.
which is also really solid. So, yeah.
Yeah, the Giallo is decent.
I actually like all the Nasty films from 75. They're all good. I mean, Exorcism isn't one of my favorite ones, but I do like it though. It's okay.
Let's see. Yeah, I think I only watched the Dragonfly one so far.
So another notable part in this film that is not prevalent in any of the other movies is when they start defeating the Templars towards the end of the film. And there's this really cool scene where they kill this Templar and it just starts spewing blood out its fucking eye sockets.
Yeah.
Which never happens in any of the films because they're either burning them or they're just dropping like flies, literally.
Yeah, the effects up there are pretty cool.
But like, yeah, like this one dies and all of a sudden it just starts fucking spewing out blood and shit for whatever reasons. I mean, I guess it's because they are technically vampires, bloodsuckers kind of thing. But that was kind of a cool development. I'm like, damn, it's interesting. So I like that. Pretty fun. Again, I mean, this is just like all the other films, man. Like the Templars, they look great. The effects are good in it. I mean, you can see the consistency in the films, though. Armando Dasario definitely had some visions, and he kept consistent, which I really liked. I mean, how many fucking franchises can you say that someone actually directed all the movies? This doesn't happen very often. Maybe trilogies, but even then, it doesn't happen very often. That was kind of rhetorical.
Yeah, it kind of is pretty rare.
You can answer. I'm just joking. But right. Anyways, Night of the Seagulls. Anybody have anything else on Night of the Seagulls?
Oh no, I think that's about it.
I think it's back to Tyler.
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 I didn't really know I was muted. I didn't know I was muted.
Dumbass.
What are you muted for?
I don't know. I must have did it by accident. Yeah, I don't. I think this is a step back up from the fourth one. They kind of got. I mean, the third one they got to go back into their element a little, which was cool for me. And yeah, but I don't think it was as good as the first two. Just a little below it. So I'll give that one a 5.5.
GP.
I think I would give this one a 6.5.
Yeah, I'm in at a 7 on this one. I'm right there, man. I think it's not as good as the first two. It's better than the third. I mean, I feel like that's kind of like where we all kind of stand. So, but I give it a 7. I think it's fun. It's got some good moments. So
yeah, it's fine. It's not like it's. I don't like dislike this movie. There's nothing like outright like wrong with it or anything.
I like the whole idea of like now the village needs to be protected by the Templars, and they got to do this every 7 years. They got to offer up 7 people, kind of thing. I think that whole premise is cool because, again, it's not being redundant at all. You're changing it up. I like that premise, so I have no problems with that shit, man. Plus the setting's fucking fantastic. Anything shoreline is like, what am I watching? A Sario film, or am I watching Jean Roland? I don't care. Mm-hmm. It's fucking sweet. Setting's awesome. So, but yeah, all right. So that is going to be Night of the Seagulls from 1975. More on 1975 in a few short weeks. Right, JP?
Oh, Lord.
By your supreme power, offer us this gift as your faithful incarnation, and grant us the protection we are due.
All right, so moving into we're going to call this one of the unofficial sequels because JP opened up her eyes that there's a lot of these unofficial sequels, but I mean this one This one I feel like was kind of like the official unofficial sequel, if that makes any sense, because this one was even covered in Rue Morgue. There was a little bit of buzz of this one that when it was coming out at the time, because I think at the time it was actually dubbed as a remake, but then more came out and the producer said, no, it's not a remake, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, kind of fucking clearly is. Even though they did their own thing, which is cool. I respect that. So from 2020, it's called Curse of the Blind Dead. Appropriately titled though, really. I mean, it sounds very generic. I'm fucking with you guys. You guys can laugh at that. I'm joking. But all right. Anyways, this one's directed by Raphael Piacchino. I don't know. Italian guy. He directed the film from 2011, which I'm very familiar with, which is called Martyrius. I actually own that movie. It's released by Synapse Films, believe it or not. And it is a fucking gory fucking nightmare, man. It's crazy. I really liked it. It's called Martyrius. It's crazy. I just actually rewatched it, I think last summer or something like that. I was like, whatever. It's been out for a long time from Synapse Films, but so when I saw the name, I was like, I recognize that name. Who directed? He did something else. I'm like, yep, I got one of his other films. So I'm actually familiar, kind of. I think this guy's only done 4 feature films, but I'm familiar with something that he did, and I really enjoyed it. So I was kind of more curious on this. I wasn't really expecting too much because, let's face it, when we get Italian spin-offs, sometimes they don't work out that well, hence violent shit. Fuck. And that was a bad remake, rehash, whatever you want to fuck.
Yeah, that was not good.
That was really bad. The best thing about the movie was the score. Like, the music was awesome. I think Simonetti did the film, or did the original score in that, right? It's crazy. But the movie sucks. Anyways, synopsis. In 14th century France, a secret society of Knights Templar, they got it right, are captured and executed after being accused of heresy and devil worship.
Yeah.
So somebody didn't go to all the lengths of putting in all the other accusations. Actually, I can't talk. But anyways, so, I mean, essentially, this one it starts out like a remake of Tombs of the Blind Dead. It really is. It's basically the same premise. The difference is when it jumps to the modern times after the backstory, it's set in like this post-apocalyptic times. And that's really the difference in it. The budget shows. I've always had a major problem when you're gonna set your film in a post-apocalyptic area, time, whatever you want to call it, and you don't really show that.
There's no reason they needed to do that.
Well, they didn't even have to say that because it's just like, because this movie is very confined.
Exactly. That's like, then why would you do that? But like, that is the least of my problems. Am I going to be the only asshole here, or is this like Hall of Pain worthy?
So let's talk about this. So this movie, like, okay, it has this backstory. It takes Tombs of the Blind Dead. It's the same fucking thing. We talked about this multiple times throughout this episode. We don't need to rehash that, or do we? No, let's move on. So jump forward into the present. It's set in a post-apocalyptic, and my biggest, right away, I was shaking my head. I was like, you got to be fucking kidding me. So the first scene is a father and daughter. Our lead characters, it follows a father and daughter. And they're running through the woods. Here's the father. The daughter's pregnant. I said, I know exactly where this is going. She's obviously the marked one. It's the first thing that came to my mind. So anyways, they basically kind of get jacked in the fucking woods. Some people come to the rescue. They take him into their complex, their safe zone. This is the safe zone that they've been looking for. At this point, it feels like The Walking Dead. It feels like a really, really budgeted version of Walking Dead. Season 4. Maybe season 5. I don't know what it is. It feels like The Walking Dead. And everything plays out exactly how you're thinking is going to play out. There's not one thing in this movie where you're ever like, oh, wow, that was crazy. Oh,
I could barely make sense of what was even going on in this movie.
It's very simple, but basically the short and long is like, it's, we have this fucking God character who's basically he may or not be a descendant of the Templars, right? Or the Templar. He claims he is. He's the leader of this safe zone, this basically cult, religious cult, essentially. And since the daughter that's pregnant is marked, that baby needs to die. Because if the Templars get a hold of that, they come back and basically rule the world. It's like, this is how the apocalypse started in the first place. The narrative is a little bit messy. Because there was actually like 2 girls in this film that were marked, because we went through this once already. There's a scene in this film before we technically find out that our lead daughter is pregnant. There's another character that gives birth to a baby, and they hand it off to the dead Templar.
Yeah.
And the Templar grabs the newborn baby, I might add, and literally tears it in half. And the reason why the Templar tears it in half. Yeah, it's a great, I mean, that's one thing I expected from the film, knowing who directed it, that the effects were going to be practical and gory and shit like that, because if they see Mortrius, it's just a special effect haven. It's crazy. This one actually isn't as gory as that other film, to be honest. And this one has its gore. This one has its moments.
I didn't think this was that gory. I kind of thought there were some decent practical effects, but
I hate the way that the Templars look.
Yeah, well,
they're fucking. Dude, they got their fucking costumes as Party City.
Well, the thing that drove me nuts, it kind of looked like they were a mix of like the Templars with the Cenobites / Party City makeup. I don't know. It was weird.
They look like they were wearing masks that they bought at Party City.
But they were practical, and I will give them credit. I find what doesn't work with that look is that it looks more dead and more gruesome and everything, but it's not as scary at all. It's almost laughable.
I thought they looked terrible.
Yeah, it looks almost like whatever. Yeah.
The first shot that they had of them, because I actually watched this with my girlfriend, and she didn't like this movie. But the first shot of them, I even outlisted. It was like, oh my god, and they even look like shit in this movie.
Well, that's the thing that drove me nuts too, is when they walk out and he hands him the reason why the Templar rips the baby in half on screen, it literally shows a rip in half, is because it was born still. It was dead. It's no good to them. They can't sacrifice an already dead fucking newborn, right?
Dude, all I can think about too is that guy looks like post-apocalyptic senior citizen Snake Plissken.
But this whole movie's just a fucking mess. It just feels like the Templars are I feel like they're kind of there's a point where they're existing in the movie.
They don't even show up until 40 something minutes in.
That's the thing that bugs me about this movie. There's so much fucking around. It feels like Ghost Galleon worse though.
Oh my god, I watched Ghost Galleon twice before I watched this movie again.
And then there's nothing going on. And then when they show up, it just feels like they're so easily, they go in and there's this massacre or whatever. It's fine. The dude gets his spine ripped out. It looks kind of cool. A guy gets his fucking jaw ripped in half. There's some good gore effects. There's a whole scene.
There's a couple decent practical effects in there, but then they have the CGI fire at the beginning that they absolutely did not need to have CGI fire.
Yeah, I think in low budget films though, it's so hard to do anything practical with fire that that's just what they do now.
They could have just had a shot of the fire, without the people there, had a shot of them screaming and the camera facing the other way, and right. I can't imagine that would have been harder than doing this, and it would have just even if they didn't show it and they just gave you that would be better than putting something that looks like shit on screen.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a moment where you're like, oh, fuck, here we go. But that I knew from watching previous work that the effects were not going to be, and really none of the effects were fucking CG at all. There was nothing.
A lot of the actual violence wasn't CG, but that opening scene, then where they're burning out the eyes of the game, that looks So other than that, though, that's the one nice thing I'll say about this movie that has some decent practicals.
Yeah, I mean, the Templars show up, they do a big massacre, but they seem to be overcome very, very easy in this film. I feel it should have been more of a battle with that, and then once you think there's still 20, 25 minutes left in the movie, and the Templars are gone, and I was what is going on here?
This movie would not end. It had 3 endings.
It's so fucking weird though to like not have the Templars in the final battle, especially the way they just massacred like the whole fucking religious cult. Like, what the fuck? So that's a little bit strange to me, but then it kind of goes. But I mean, I will give the father one credit when he gets captured by, going back to the narrative, or whatever, by the leader there. He gets captured. He actually cuts off his own thumb with a pair of scissors, and they're like showing it. I'm like, damn, dude, that's hardcore. Yeah, hardcore to cut your own thumb off with scissors, man. And it's like gory too. You're like, oh fuck. But anyways, JP, what do you think of the film?
I was so after you get like the remake scene, and then you get the credits, and it's kind of talking about like the apocalypse or whatever that you don't see, but they just kind of tell you about it. But I was like, I forgot that I was watching a Blind Dead movie like for a while.
Yeah, because it's like a Blind Dead movie.
You thought literally just a post-apocalyptic movie.
No. You thought you were literally watching fucking Netflix, and you turned on The Walking Dead because it was The Walking Dead.
I've only seen like the first 2 seasons of The Walking Dead.
Okay, so if you've seen like season 4 or whatever with the cult leader, whatever or season 4, whatever it is, it felt like I was watching The Walking Dead. Like these characters got brought into this compound, and there's all these people, and it's all this religious factor, and it's all this type of shit. I'm like, oh my god, I'm watching The Walking Dead, but it's terrible. So it was weird to me, man. But then, you know, the Templars show up, and then I'm like, oh my god, I'm not watching The Walking Dead. Thank God. But
but I mean, I think that like the look of the movie, like it's a weird combination of like, it feels at times that it has like a higher budget than you would expect, but then like some of the color correction is like very not there, you know. It just seems like very like natural colors.
Mm-hmm.
Which you typically don't get with like higher budgeted movies. That I don't know, like I
unless you're trying to go for it, because if you are going for a post-apocalypse, maybe you're looking for a little bit more of a dingy, dark kind of like washed out look, because everything shouldn't be beautiful in that point. I don't know. I'm just trying to give light to maybe what the expectation was within the narrative. Because we don't see the post-apocalyptic aspect of the film. We're only told that, so we're just going by what they're giving us. But I'm thinking maybe like, okay, we're not going to color correct this to the point where it looks like a fucking Argento film. I don't know.
Yeah, I felt like those like intercuts.
Could you imagine this movie looked like fucking Suspiria?
I just think that the whole idea of making this a post-apocalyptic film.
I make that joke because it's an Italian film. If I didn't mention that, it's an Italian film, by the way, people.
Do you not feel like it just doesn't fit? Like,
yeah, I agree. It doesn't fit. And like,
it's like why do it as a post-apocalyptic movie?
They didn't like have to for any reason.
Well, it's in the narrative. It's in the narrative because I think they try to explain away that the world came to an end because of the Templars basically won. They ended the world, right? But it didn't really fully end the world. Right?
Yeah, that didn't translate very well.
Yeah, so like, so obviously people were survivors in this ship, like, but it is now post-apocalyptic because there has to be a cause for being post-apocalyptic, and I think it was caused by them. So obviously they were defeated at one time, but it's still living. It's like in this world still, and they have to reclaim that fucking power. And yeah, I mean, it's there, but it's like. Whatever. But we don't get to see post-apocalyptic shit. Like, I mean, I just watched Man and His Dog, and I was like, that's way fucking better. Or Boy and His Dog, I mean.
Yeah.
Way fucking better aesthetic.
One scene that made me laugh for the absolute dumbest reasons, though, was like towards the end, like where like they get to like the promised sanctuary, and like the girls show up there, and there's like the three bandit guys that are like fucking up that dude. Yeah. And like one of them turns to the girl, like for some reason it went off in my head that scene from The Taint, and I just like was fully waiting for the guy to go like, look, a girl, let's gang grape her. I was like, wait,
gang grape.
Yeah, man, purple grapes too. Yeah.
I don't know why that went off in my head like at that scene.
You can't red grapes. You can't like red grape. No, it's got to be green grapes. So
yeah, we cracking up though for no reason.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, man. This movie isn't atrocious. I mean, to be honest, it's shot pretty well. I mean, it has good practical effects. It honestly doesn't even look that bad. It has an original score, which I thought was pretty terrible, to be honest. I was very disappointed that they didn't try to interpret at least the original music from Tombs of the Blind Dead, because that's probably obviously copyrighted to the point where they can't actually use that score.
It sounded like they did. Like, you could have fooled me. It was close enough.
I think it points, maybe. I don't know. I don't know.
It was close. I'll give it that. It was close enough for like what it was.
Maybe it was. Maybe it was. Yeah. I thought it was. Yeah, maybe you're right, but I don't know. But I mean, there's elements to the film. I mean, this is a real movie. You know, I think the translation of using actors that I'm only speculating don't fully speak English, but at the same time, you can tell there's definitely people in there that were speaking full English. You know, this isn't even dubbed as far as I'm concerned. Like, it's this modern Italian filmmaking, which they actually record with sound. So
like, I think the daughter talking to her dad, like, almost sounded like an alien to me.
I'm pretty sure some of these actors are not, like, they're not Italian. Like, some of them are British and shit like that. It's like,
I
don't even know, man. So I was looking at the credits after, and fuck me if I didn't even realize. Like, I mean, fuck me. Fabio Testi's in this motherfucking movie.
Yeah.
Like, after the fact, I was like, who the fuck was Fabio Testi? Like, what the fuck? Who was he in the movie?
He's a jailer. He's in it for like a second.
Damn, dude. Like, I totally missed it. I was like, I'm looking at the credits. I'm like, Fabio Testi, what the fuck? I couldn't think of it, man. I couldn't think of it. But like, I mean, come on, man. It's Fabio Testi. Do we have to go through the filmography? Fuck no, we don't. He's in so many goddamn good movies.
I don't even know who that is.
Oh, for fuck's sake, JP. You probably haven't seen any of them.
Have you ever seen What Have You Done to Solange, JP?
Oh, he's actually seen that. He's seen that for sure.
Yeah, he's the teacher that like has like the affair with like Solange.
Yeah.
Oh.
Or not
Yeah,
Solange.
he's in a lot of like crime films too, and like Westerns. He was in For the Apocalypse. Fulci did that when he was in The Big Rackets. I think he was in The Heroin Busters too. He's in Fulci's Contraband. Yeah. He's in Fulci's Contraband too.
He's in Once Upon a Time.
Not only have I seen What Have You Done to Solange, I've seen it at the drive-in.
Of course you have.
Sick. That's a good movie.
He was in Red Rings of Fear too, which is the third film in that trilogy technically.
He's in Once Upon a Time in the West and Barbarella. Yep.
Oh shit. Shit. Oh, he is. Oh, yeah. Now, oh, fuck. Wow. I had to look it up.
Oh, never mind. He's a gunman. He's uncredited.
Yep. There you go.
He's probably like a shot in it.
Not like I remember him from everything, but.
That was 68, though. So I guess he was in Barbarella that year. But yeah, that's pretty early.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, interesting. I saw that name and I was like, holy shit, bro. Crazy. Pretty interesting. I wonder what that cost to get him in the film for 1 second.
That's where the budget went.
Fuck, I hate that when you look up somebody like they were in the movie. I'm like, fuck, I couldn't. I was like, I thought I was being stupid. I'm like, did I miss him?
Maybe he was somebody's uncle and he like showed up. Yeah, maybe he was just somebody's uncle and showed up on set for the day.
But the thing is, I probably saw the character. I just didn't know it was him because you got to remember, I haven't seen Fabio Testi in something probably since 1980s Contraband. It was probably the last movie. It's like fucking 44 years ago.
He can probably be forgiven for not noticing what he looks like in a movie like 40 years since the last one.
Literally, I was born in 1980, man. Like, fuck, it's 44 years ago. It's a whole lifetime ago. Yeah, I mean, whatever. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. This movie plays out pretty much. It plays out pretty much how you expect it to play, but then it like abruptly ends. I was like, what the fuck is with the last shot? Like, it just fucking ends. I'm like, what? I'm like, okay, seriously.
I was waiting for it to pick an ending.
Yeah, true. I mean, it is weird though, right? Because like the last 20 minutes of the movie is not a showdown with like the.
Oh yeah, like literally, like that happens and there's like probably.
Yeah, don't they just show up, take the thing, and go?
Yeah, they just bounce.
The darkness.
They're off. They're like, oh,
yeah, it like goes onto a different setting kind of thing, and then it's like, fuck, it's weird.
Yeah, like the last like 13 minutes is just like the ending du jour, and they're just like, let's go with all of them, and that's the final one, I guess.
Yeah, well, she gives the fucking baby to the Templars, right? And then it just
and then they're just like,
I guess poetically that is the ending because like she was the Mark one, they needed that sacrifice. So
yeah,
I mean, okay, but then I guess in the sense if you look at it like that, but it is what it is. I mean, I've seen a lot worse movies. I mean, at least this one has decent production value and it's not like CG fucking blood. Could you imagine that spine that got ripped out of the dude was all CG and shit? I'm like, oh my god, turn it off.
That one really bad. I honestly didn't expect to even like have like any reasonable practical effects after that opening scene. I was like, this is gonna be a fucking rough one.
Yeah, that is a rough way to start watching this, but I knew right away though, like I said, because I've seen one of his films before, I'm like, well, there's no way it's gonna continue like that unless it's just one of those situations where it's like, oh man, you went from this filmmaker to like making films like Argento did like 30 years later. No budgets, but I'm like, no way. So, but yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, it's not as harsh as I never read really any of the reviews on it, but like everything I saw was like 1 out of 10, 2 out of 10, 1 out of 10. I don't think it's that bad. It's not that bad. At least it's not to me anyways. I know like guys like Dave Z take IMDb serious and like 3.1, not watching it.
No, I don't fucking take ratings seriously.
That makes me want to watch it more when I see it. I'm like, why the fuck is it 3.1? I got to see this for myself. Like that makes no sense. There's no way this is a 3 out of 10. Even for the practical effects.
Like horror movies are like definitely like down, like have like a lower average than like probably what they really are.
I just feel like the biggest problem with this movie is not the narrative. The narrative's fine. It's a little bit messy. It's a little bit confusing. But I mean, this happens in all types of horror films. It's not really that big of a deal. It's the lack of atmosphere and, just it literally has no atmosphere. And it's the lack of like, when you give us this post-apocalyptic idea and we don't get that, it just feels like it's diminishing to the viewer because if you really like those type of settings and you don't get that, it's like, fuck man, what am I watching? Like you didn't have to tell, you could have just been, the world is ending, right? That would have been a better scenario, better narrative. The world is going to end if we don't get these marked children. Yeah. But the world had already ended, but we don't get to see this. And it really plays on your mind as a viewer. You're like, well, what the fuck? Like you're telling us that there's a wasteland out there. There's a cinema fucking wasteland out there. But in reality, we don't fucking know that because we're never shown that shit. So it's disheartening as a viewer to watch these films. You're like, fuck man, I think those things hurt it. But there's literally no atmosphere. There's a little bit of mood to the film. But there's so many things that take you out of it. It's the really stone wood acting at times.
Yeah, I thought the acting was,
and again, in low budget films, I really don't like to harp on the acting and stuff. But like this type of film, like it's playing itself dead serious. Like that's something we didn't mention. This movie is 100% fucking dead serious. Like it's serious to the bone. Like there's no jokes. It's dead serious. And that's a problem when it comes to like when the acting isn't the greatest. It's like it's hard to take it serious when you're talking about serious issues and it's not coming across as being very good.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I don't mean to like bang on like the low hanging fruit, but like you got to be self aware of what you.
No, dude, you can because it was balls.
Yeah, like you got to be like you don't have to like if you don't have the talent to do that, then do something else. There's just like. You don't have to make these choices. Like, what we did, one thing we didn't even mention, why are these things not blind?
Yeah, good point, man.
That was the thing I remember that set me off.
Oh, yeah, because they're not focusing on sound, right? Which has always been, that's one of the most consistent things in the franchise is that they always were the blind dead.
Yeah, that was the last thing that set me off. I was like, yeah, they're not even fucking blind in this movie.
And it's literally called The Curse of the Blind Dead.
Yeah, that's I remember that was the last thing.
Mother, you just fucking knocked us down a notch for me, man. I didn't even put that together that they were
like
actually
one of the
seeing.
Last things where I was like, I kept like giving this movie the benefit of the doubt, and then like more stuff kept happening. But I remember that was the last thing. like Jesus, dude, and they can see in a movie.
How did I not even notice
Curse
that?
of the Blind Dead. It gives you like POV shots, and they can like see in black and white. Like, what are you like?
Right, because there's that scene where she's handing off the baby or whatever, right? And like, all of a sudden
they
it's
do
like,
it,
I
they
didn't
do
even
it more
think of
than
that.
once. They do it more than once too. Like, it wasn't one thing. Multiple times we get POV shots of them, like where they could just see in black and white.
Oh, what in the fuck? That's so crazy, dude. I didn't even like catch on to that's them seeing. Oh my god, I'm stupid. But whatever. You're smarter than me.
That was one of the last things. I was like, Jesus Christ, man, this movie's a dumpster fire.
That's really funny. Again, I mean, there's always points in narratives where you're like, okay, with the Ghost Galleon, I'm like, what's with the 16th century? That makes literally no fucking sense. But that even makes less sense considering the title is Curse of the Blind Dead. If you can see a little bit, you're not like, I mean, I know there's like medically blind where like, you know, you can still see and stuff like that, but we're not talking the curse of the medically blind here.
Yeah.
Blind Dead.
Oh my God. Yeah. Like they go, the fact they even show you in the opening scene that they're like going to make them blind.
Right. And they use the narrative in the second film where they actually burn their eyes out.
Yeah.
And then they burn them.
Do that. Yeah.
There's a whole fucking scene. It's literally a rehash of the second film. They actually avoided the first film's narrative of the poking out the eyes and shit like that, where they burn their eyes out and burn them. Hence what you just talked about, the shitty CG and the burning.
Yeah. Oh man.
God damn it.
I didn't pay attention to that.
That's really funny. I never even thought about the scene thing because I was so used to watching the first four films where it was just a given. They were fucking blind.
Yeah,
like they focus on the fact that they can only hear, and that's how they. That's one of the
like
focuses
an
on the
film that made it cool too. Now they're just like zombies and fucking Halloween masks.
Right, because there's a cool scene where, like, you know, like where the girl's like sitting there at the end, and they can kind of hear her because of her heartbeat. Like she's right next to them, right? But that makes it makes that intense, and it makes that emotional moment. So you're like, oh shit, that's fucking crazy. Damn, dude, this movie's pretty shitty.
Yeah, this movie sucks.
Ah, fuck. Well, at least it was a fun one to talk about. Like, fuck me, man.
Yeah, I was looking more forward to talk about this one. Like, man, I hope one of them doesn't like actually really like this movie.
Man, we got movies from like, I mean, I have a high to a 9 to a 6. So like in 4 films, I have a 9, I think 8, 6, and 7.5. I don't know. Be interesting to see where this one comes in, because I stopped writing down my ratings until we talked about them.
Yeah.
So if I had a rating of whatever it was, I'm pretty sure it was lower than whatever it was going to be. Does that make any sense? Fuck! This is fun. This is so much fun.
Yeah, that was a nice way to send this series off, and it really makes you appreciate like the movies that came before it.
Fuck, that was good. It's good. And you know, it's like a total shame too, because, you know, like I said, when I realized who directed it, I'd seen a film and I was like, you know, I actually really like that movie. I guess you can't like them all from the directors, right? So
it is like, hey, like I don't like every Kubrick movie. He's my favorite director.
I mean, it's the same way with Fulci, right? Like, I mean, honestly, even the Fulci films that I don't really care for them, I still kind of like. I've never actually, that's not true. I have watched this Fulci film that I absolutely hated. 2 of them, and there were 2 comedies. I can't fucking stand them. They're really bad.
Everybody's got a Fear and Desire somewhere.
Yeah, I can see that. I don't think it's that bad, but it's definitely not the worst. Like, it's not a bad film in terms of like filmmaking, but for Kubrick, yeah, it's not the greatest. But you try watching Fulci comedies. Holy fuck.
I watched the Bava comedy once and I did not like it. I was like, this is like Rashomon as like a sex comedy.
That's fucked up.
4 times one night. I think that's what it's called.
Oh, you know what? I've never actually watched that movie, man. I have that in like the old Anchor Bay DVD set. I have the Blu-rays. I've never, because I like collect Bava films. That's the one movie I've never watched from that entire fucking box set.
I mean, it's kind of like maybe worth watching because it's really different, but like it's not very good. But it's like Rashomon as like a Italian sex comedy. It's really weird.
I just feel like a lot of those comedies from that era, they're making jokes that are for that era.
Cultural.
But then they're also but they're also super cultural too. It's like era and cultural, and you're like, oh shit, dude, I was born in 1980. Like, I don't fucking understand what the fuck is going on here. Like, I just don't know. And plus, I'm Canadian, so I just don't get what the fuck's going on. But it happens though. People are like, yeah, it's pretty fucking funny. I'm like, bullshit. You don't get any jokes in that fucking movie, man. You're born in 1994 in fucking America. Come on, shut up. Stop lying. But maybe you're just smarter than me and you just understand comedy more. I don't know, but whatever. Speaking of comedy, man, I watched Joe Rogan's new special the other night. That shit had me fucking rolling. I was fucking rolling, dude. I was literally by myself, and I must have drank 9 beers. I was pissing myself laughing. I'm like, really? I knew it was gonna be super offensive and just Rogan being Rogan, right? He just bringing up the whole fucking COVID thing. But he had a lot of good points, and I thought it was pretty funny, actually. I mean, I've never watched an entire Rogan special. That's the first one I've ever watched.
Honestly, I'm not a big fan of Rogan as a comedian, so I would be curious to check this one out.
Oh,
because I probably haven't watched his special. I probably haven't watched something from him in a long time.
I've seen a lot of like bits by him, but I've never watched the full specials. I never thought I would really care for it too much. And it's not the fact that we we obviously have different views on things and stuff. It doesn't really affect me, but like, he's fucking funny, dude. Like he was talking about this bit where like, he's like, man, I never fucking realized I used the N-word so much in all my specials before until I clicked on YouTube one day and some motherfucker made a compilation video of me saying the N-word. And he goes, fuck me. He goes, fuck me. He goes, I was watching the fucking video and he goes, Joe, stop saying the N-word. I was pissing myself laughing. I was like, oh my god, dude. He's like, what the fuck am I doing? But he was talking about context. It's like the point that people mix context sometimes. If you put all the shitty shit that we've said on this podcast over the years, we would be labeled as that too. Yeah, but it's context, right? If you just make a compilation of shit that people are saying, yeah, it comes off as terrible. But man, I was fucking pissing myself. I was like, that's pretty funny, actually, because I was thinking of our show.
Israel Adesanya gave him the pass. So.
Yeah, but like, but again, he explained it as he wasn't apologizing. He's like, it's all context. It's like, I made a joke.
Yeah,
and he emphasizes joke. He's like, I'm not fucking racist. I'm making jokes. And I'm like, I get
Joe
that.
Rogan definitely is not racist.
But I get that. Like, I personally get that, where a lot of people don't understand that. Like, all they hear is blah, 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 N-word, blah, 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 N-word. What? How the fuck can you only hear the bad shit and everything? Like, it makes no sense to me, but that's what he was pointing out. And I was like, that's pretty smart. It's pretty good. Yeah. So, but I it was fun. It was fun. It was late at night. I had a lot of beers and I was like, I need to watch. I saw it come up and I was like, I haven't watched a special in a while.
Yeah, it's
I generally just watch like Dave Chappelle late night, but
I definitely can't watch that anytime soon.
Why?
Because I gotta watch a lot of
75 movies. I was thinking, would you just lose Netflix or something?
Yeah.
No, definitely 75 is. But then again, I feel like you're your own worst enemy, though, man. Like, you put too much effort into this slasher show. I swear to God. Dude, I even said to myself too. I'm like, man, every movie I see you talking about is slashers. I'm like, is he ready for? That's why I asked.
You guys decided to do the show at the same month.
I did not decide. I decided that, or I should say, we decided that at the end of last season. That was like months ago.
I don't think that happened,
dude. It was months.
I thought you did keep saying I have all summer to watch 75 movies.
Yeah,
I didn't realize we were going to do like 4 shows in the summer too.
That is true. That is true, because you were saying
the realistic reason why I'm so behind is just because work's been pretty weird lately with stuff, and I've had a trouble with like a lot of the shifts I'm working. So as you know, I'm pretty big night owl, and I've been working a lot of 7 to 3s lately, and that requires me to wake up at 5 a.m. So I get home, I throw on a movie and fall asleep instantly.
Shit. All right, so let's get into ratings on Curse of the Blind Dead. I think JP, you're up.
Yeah, I probably didn't think it was as bad as like maybe Tyler. I don't think it's like good, but it's like, it's an indie film that's um I don't I don't know. As a Blind Dead movie, not good. As just like a post-apocalyptic, like weird movie, I thought it was all right, I guess. So I think I gave it a 4 out of 10. I don't think it's like Hall of Pain.
No, I don't think it's Hall of Pain either.
It's watchable.
I'm also in at a 4 out of 10. That's exactly what I was thinking too. So, I mean, like I said, there's certain aspects of it, but it's just something I wouldn't go
Still
back
has
to.
a chance to make the Hall of Fame. 1.5 from Tyler, and it's in.
Oh yeah, I guess so, right? Yeah, yeah. I think 4 is pretty good. I mean, I give it credit for. I mean, it's not a poorly made movie whatsoever. Is it good to watch? Not really. And that's really what it comes down to for myself. So, I mean, the fact that this is kind of in the realm of the Blind Dead films makes it even worse a little bit. But all right, Tyler, what do you got?
All right, yeah. I thought this movie was a little bit dry. I thought the acting was bad. I thought a lot of it was bad, and especially when the blind dead could see, I thought that was really bad too. Then I couldn't pick an ending. I've seen worse movies than this. I will say that, and it had some decent practical effects for a little bit, but it also had some really bad CGI. And that's not really enough to overcome much. So I'm actually going to give this movie a 1.5 out of 10.
So okay. So I mean,
did you plan on giving it a 1.5?
I was thinking like as we were talking.
He gave the Ghost Galleon 4, didn't he?
Yeah,
I get 4.5.
Yeah, and that movie's way better than this one.
I think this was way better than this. I was deciding between like a 1.5 and like a 2 talking because I'm gonna give it a 1 star on Letterboxd. I have seen worse movies than this, but like then I remembered that they couldn't see. I was like, okay, this movie's going in the dumper.
Yeah,
see, it would be completely forgivable, with the haziness from the POV views and stuff, if it wasn't called Curse of the Blind Dead.
Yeah, like if they didn't I think that's the tipping point. I think I maybe would be a point higher if they could see.
I mean, if it was called Curse of the Dead and they could kind of see, you'd be like, well, I can't really harp them on that one.
This movie just does a lot wrong, and there's a lot of things that are like in its like control that it just does for no reason.
Curse of the Nearsighted Dead.
Yeah. This is
Curse
of the medically blind dead. This is not Curse of the medically blind dead. Like, this is fucking bullshit. I mean, it's all in the title, really. I mean, you got to follow some rules here. So, good Lord. All right. Well, that was fun.
Yep.
It's been years coming. We want to talk about those.
It's gonna be more fun next.
Yeah. So we're doing. Oh yeah. So that's going to conclude episode 200 and what is it? 75? 70, 76.
Mm-hmm.
No, we're on 75. What episode are we? I just forgot.
What is it? 265. I remember.
265, not 75. 265.
75's the year we're doing.
Right. That's why I was getting all fucked up there. So 266 next week. That's right. Next week is going to be the Piranha franchise, which there is
Trilogy Volume 6, I think.
It is Volume 6. Is that okay? So we're doing Piranha's Volume 6. 5 films. I always forgot there was a film in the 90s, like a TV made film.
Wait, is this 5?
Did I say 6 films or 5?
No, the zoology.
I think it's 6. I think we've done
did
5.
Cockroaches, spiders, cats, dogs, bears. Yeah, so this is 6.
Yeah. So that'll be part 6, and then I think the next one will be part 7, which will be an Italian month. So
yeah, Crocs, alligators,
or volume 7, or whatever you want to call it.
But so yeah, Piranha, 1978.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then Piranha 2. I don't know.
I believe it's 81.
Yeah, that's what I thought. 81.
And then there's one from the 90s, like 95 or something.
95, yeah. Yeah.
I think
That's
it's
the
96.
remake that I've never seen.
No, it's 95, I believe.
Oh.
And then 2008.
I think it's 10.
10 for Piranha.
Man, I saw the remake in cinema. Did you guys see it in cinema too?
I saw both of these in the cinema.
Yeah, I didn't. I don't think I got the second one in cinema, to be honest. I can remember. Or maybe I did. I don't know. But the first remake was fucking fun as hell in the cinema, though, man. It was good shit.
Yeah, I like the remake. I've never seen Double D though.
I liked it when I watched.
Really?
I liked it when I watched it, and I hated it when I watched it for 2010. So we'll see, how I feel this time.
I don't think I've seen Double D since about the time it came out.
Yeah,
I still have a DVD that's sealed, and I bought the Blu-ray.
Yeah, I had fun seeing it in the theater, but who knows?
Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be fun, man. That's definitely some summertime shit, man. Piranhas in the summer? Fuck, you gotta do that.
I'm not I remember I hated watching the first remake when I did for Summer Series a few years ago, but I'm not not looking forward to watching it. I don't have bad memories of it, so I don't know.
This was a good summer.
Probably not that bad.
Franchise to do though. The Blind Dead, all the films are right in the midsummer kind of thing, right?
Yeah,
yeah.
It's just
Feels
it's
high
different.
summer.
It's a cool little franchise. It's different.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's that bad as far as franchise movies go. Really, if you're in your deep sequels, you're making 6 out of 10s, 5 out of 10s. I'm cool with that.
Yeah, when I'm making my list of favorite franchises, I'm only including the first 4.
Yeah,
Curse of the Medically Blind Dead is not one of them.
definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that was a bonus one. That was a bonus one for you guys, and we gave you a fucking Hall of Painter. It was actually that was not even it definitely not planned, but
by its nut hair. I thought maybe one of you would have had a 4 and one of you would have had a 3, and it would have been a comfortable pick. But that was funny how it dramatically came down.
I'm really hoping that I was really hoping it was going to be fun, good fun,
Mm-hmm.
I just didn't translate, man. The Italian films are just not how they used to be, are they?
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah. Anyways, that is going to conclude episode 265, the Blind Dead franchise. Again, we will be back with Zoology Volume 7. No, 6. Piranha franchise next week. Another bonus, and then 75 right after that. JP starts sweating bullets now.
Yep.
So
he's going to be 1.25 in it.
I think he's going to be 1.75 in it, man. He's like, oh, fuck. Need to get these in, man.
Yeah, I do. Said. I'm going to throw in one after this before I go to sleep to wake up at 5 a.m.
Oh, shit, man. You're still, why the fuck are you on all these shifts, man?
I don't know.
That's bullshit, dude. Being a boss, you shouldn't have to work that bullshit. So, but all right, guys, we're out of here. See you next week. Deuces.
Peace.
That's all, folks. Mm-hmm.